I was at the doctor's office, as I mentioned, waiting for 2 hours, and I talked to two women. One was from Los Angeles here, and the other one was from the Tahoe, the Nevada side of Tahoe. And this is a woman who is an independent small business owner. She ran a professional business. We're talking about minimum wage, and she pays her employees way more than minimum wage. But she also said that she cast her absentee ballot for Trump. And both of these women were pretty liberal on the issues when we got down to talking about it. But, basically, this is what happens when the oops, shit. Did I just lose that? Darn it. You know what? Wait, am I still on? I might be. Hey, Matthew, can you see me? Because my screen got very dark. So you can see me? Okay. My screen is in screen saving mode right here. I have to stand 25 feet away if I'm going to ask about who people are voting for. Let me see if I can get this one woman here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, okay. This live stream. Yeah. Okay. Not interested. This is good, Oh, I think it just died. Yeah. Maybe it didn't. It's so dark I can't see. Oh. Anyway, would you like to share for my live stream audience who you voted for, if not who you voted for, just like what you think of this election? Here, let's get you in the light.
I think this is a very interesting election and a very close one, so we'll see the turnout for this evening.
Now, was it very important for you to vote today? I mean, do you think this is one of the most crucial elections of your lifetime?
I think it was immensely important for me to vote today. I think every election is very important. Not necessarily like this one is any more important than the last. And today was very important as well because in California we have a lot of different things that we're voting for. So get out there and vote today if you can.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. All right, you guys, I can't really see this at all anymore because my screen is in screen saving. Am I still on? Hello? Hello. All right. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go home. I'm going to do this Project Sanity thing, and then I'm going to come back here after work and do some more interviews. So for now, yes.
When you do that, I need you to be the other side of these cones.
Yes.
Please.
Yes. Okay. So this is a great inspector here. He was here for the primary. He is enforcing all the rules. This is the kind of people we need working our elections, and it's a wonderful public service that he does because, believe me, they don't get paid a lot of money. They may get paid about $150 for the whole day, which started at 6 a.m. And he's got to go and he's got to get his ballot boxes and all this stuff beforehand. And there's a lot of work that it takes. And I'm hoping that, the new system, which we can talk more about later, what's going to happen in Los Angeles County, there's going to be a lot more early voting. They're going to close a lot of these local polling stations and they're going to put in polling centers. And it's supposed to make voting a lot easier and a lot more accessible for people. And I know that election protection advocate Mimi Kennedy was on the commission that planned it. So we have every reason to believe that it's going to be a good process. So now, I don't know if I've cut off, but I'm going to go back into the shade. I'm still on. Oh my God. No, I'm not doing a picture. If you want to come out with me and talk to me about how you voted, I'm going live on Facebook right now. But you have to walk out there because I have to be 25 feet away.
Yeah, no, I don't think you can hear me.
Oh, you can't hear me? Oh, okay, that's very sweet that he offered to take my picture. Do you want to come and I ask you some questions about being a poll inspector?
I'd really rather not.
Oh, but you did last time.
Yeah, I know. I'd really rather not.
Okay. All right.
And I need you to wait for them to come to you. You can't come and get them. You
Oh.
have to wait till they get 25 feet from the polls before you ask them anything.
Got it.
Right.
Okay.
Which is the other side of those three cones out there.
Right. But I'm ending now because I'm running out of battery. Okay. So, there you have it, folks. Live from Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Glen on election day. Absolutely the worst election day of my lifetime. And, you know, we'll just be enjoying watching the returns, watching the next 4 years, watching what happens. And I hope to get some more interesting interviews with some people. Signing off for now.
Ballot, make sure you check the status of your ballot today. Project Sanity, one of the things we've been talking about lately is some of the shenanigans that have been going on when people have gone out and tried to vote in this election. Well, I actually ended up having my signature challenged, as Washington State is a completely vote-by-mail state. The only way you know if there's been a challenge to your ballot before the actual election is if you go online and you keep track of that. So when I went online, it told me that I needed to call the election office. So picked up the phone, gave them a call, got a call back pretty quickly, and they explained to me that one of the actual vote counters thought that my signature was fraudulent and it was being checked. So as I record this today, my ballot has passed that initial inspection and will be counted. But for those of you who live in Washington, other vote-by-mail states and places with a lot of early voting or who voted with an absentee ballot, make sure you check the status of your ballot today to make sure that your vote is actually going to count. We'll have more on this later during Project Sanity's election night coverage.
Biggest way people give up power is by not knowing that we have it to start with. Well, we've got it, and we're going to use it. And it doesn't come from the big corporate political parties that are bought and paid for by Wall Street. Their choices are not our choices.
Their candidates are not our candidates. Their economy is not our economy.
Their government is not our government. Their prisons are not our prisons. Their police are not our police. And their endless wars are not our wars. And their recovery for the few is not our recovery. The 1% is quaking in their boots because we're waking up to the fact that we have the power and we're going to use it. We have the power to make the minimum wage a living wage. We have the power to turn the tide on climate change. We have the power to create a welcoming path to citizenship. We have the power to end the racist war on drugs. It's in our hands. Together, we can build a world that puts people and the planet and peace over profit. That's in our hands. Our power to create this new world. It's not in our hopes. It's not in our dreams. It's in our hands. Thank you.
The two U.S. presidential candidates have found themselves in a compromising position. Ahead of the U.S. election, small clay statues are being made showing Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton poised to poop. Made in Spain and known as poopers, the figurines are believed to bring prosperity and luck in the coming year. And just like in the U.S., the poopers' popularity is about tied.
Hillary Clinton y Donald Trump son novedades de este año.
Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are the newcomers this year. We made them because people asked for them through our website.
Hi again, Facebook friends and revolutionaries.
But Hillary has been catching up, and right now there is a technical dead heat between the two.
As both candidates are seen in the position of number 2, the title of U.S. president will only go to one.
Beverly Glen Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard. Hi folks, so here I am at the polling place where I vote. It's on the corner of Beverly Glen Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard, and it's very busy here today. Can't really show anybody's individual faces, but you could see that there's a lot of people in there voting in the middle of the day. And hi Lucy Riley. I came here, and this was the place that I voted in the primary. And I did a video, although I never edited it together, about how professional and well-trained these particular people are who work at this polling place. I immediately looked to see if the list of official write-in candidates was on the table, as it is supposed to be, per the Secretary of State's office. And there it was. I just posted it on my Facebook page. So I inquired of the poll inspector if people were asking about write-ins, and he basically said that only one person has today. So obviously the word has not gotten around that Bernie Sanders is an official write-in candidate. And I did have to hold up my shirt, because my shirt that says "Don't blame me, I voted for Bernie" is considered electioneering. And I wasn't allowed to be doing that within 150 feet of the polling place. So as you can see, they're really going by the book here, which is excellent. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get any exit poll interviews with people who are, coming out. I'll ask people, but in the meanwhile, we have a woman right here whose name is, can you say your name?
Francine. Hi.
So Francine is here, and I saw her as I walked up. She looks pretty official, and it says really on her vest here, CERT, which on the front stands for Community Emergency Response Team. So tell us what you are doing here today, Francine.
So hello, I am here to help direct traffic and see if they have any needs in the fire station, and when they get called out, just to make sure that the fire station is secure.
Now, is this a volunteer position for you?
This is a volunteer position.
How long have you been doing it, and what made you decide to volunteer in this particular manner?
This is actually my first volunteer assignment with CERT, and I've always wanted to become more involved in the community, and this is the perfect first assignment.
Now, let me ask you your feelings on the election today. You don't have to necessarily tell me how you voted. I know your vote is a very personal thing, but what do you think of this election in general compared to the other ones in your lifetime?
Oh my gosh, it's been quite the experience, unprecedented. It's become very negative and just un-American. So I'm glad it's going to be over tomorrow.
Now, in your estimation, from conversations with friends or Facebook, if you're on Facebook, in your estimation, are people voting out of fear, voting against the other candidate more than they are voting for someone?
I've seen a little of the fear, yes, and especially, both candidates are so disliked so much, and it's, they're vying for who they think may be better, and it's a terrible decision.
Now, what do you think about third parties? Again, in general, not specifying any particular third parties. Do you think third parties have a chance in this country?
No,
and
they don't have a chance, and I think they're just taking a vote away from somebody who is electable.
All right, well, forgetting about electability, don't you think a third party should have a chance? I mean, after all, in Europe, we don't have so much polarization between the left and the right because we have a parliamentary system, and parties need to make coalitions with each other in order to govern. Maybe it would be less gridlock if we had something like that.
I'm all for getting rid of the parties. I'm not sure why we even have two-party voting system. I mean, that's something to look at in the future.
Yeah, and you're probably aware that the majority of people in California are independent or no party preference, right? So it kind of shows the declining popularity of the parties. Great. Well, thanks a lot, Francine. Thanks for your work for the community.
Thank you.
Okay. So here I am, and I'm going to see. There's another gentleman here by the name of Ben who's eating his lunch. I don't know if he's going to want to talk to me. No, he's not going to want to talk to me right now because he's eating his lunch. And fortunately, I have just like 19% battery, so I don't know how long I'm going to be able to live stream from here. Thank you, Darren. But maybe when somebody comes out, I swear to God, I am not going to tell you guys who I just ended up voting for, because I have already been pilloried too much for what I've done, and I just feel like Francine just said, I can't wait for this election to be over. I was on earlier a live stream that I made outside my doctor's office where I was stuck for 3 hours this morning, and basically went through my entire ballot and saved the presidency for last. At that point, I didn't even know who I was going to vote for, and I just kind of gave the pros and cons. Obviously, it was between Jill and Bernie, and I just kind of gave my thought processes, and I just literally made the decision when I stepped foot in this polling place. So, you know, we just got to get to work on the issues. No, I did not vote for Hillary, Darren. Please. I organized a Not Ready for Hillary protest back in October 2014. You think I'd vote for her? I asked Bernie to run as an independent in that same month, you know? So no, that wouldn't be... Yes, that's what I did. I voted for one of those too. Okay, so I am going to be on Project Sanity. They're doing an election special all afternoon starting at 2 o'clock. So when my battery dies here, I'm going to be going home and going onto my MacBook and taking part in a conversation with Dave Conan and Brandon. I forget Brandon's last name, but Dave is with Our Revolution TV and Brandon is with Project Sanity. And we're just going to be discussing the election. So I'm not going to be eating up my data, which I've already gone over this month by twice. I don't know. I want to talk to some people in here, but everybody's busy voting and not coming out. No, I will. Did I say that, Joy? I'm not telling you who I voted for, but I would not run for office. No, I would not run for office because basically to be in political office, I think you have to compromise with people. And I am not a compromiser. And if you'll notice, Anonymous just released Hillary's opposition research on Bernie, and it was like 82 pages or something like that. And at the end, the last bit of... who is that?
Happy election
I should stop
day.
reading these comments. The last bit of opposition research basically told how Bernie doesn't get along with people, that he didn't get co-sponsors for his bills and his amendments in the Senate, and that he was uncompromising. And in a lot of ways, I'm a lot like Bernie. So I wouldn't want to go into a political office and just be, you know, spitting in the political wind my, you know, very idealistic positions that I couldn't get other people to go along with me on. So for me, if you're going to be an idealist, I feel like it's really good to do it as an activist. You can get the same audience almost. I wish Bernie had decided to run with Jill on the Green Party ticket. She would have let him be the president. He could have won. This is the year when we have two of the most unpopular candidates ever in the history of elections. Well, I can only speak to my lifetime. No, that's a Nissan Leaf hat, actually. What else was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, you know, I'm really disappointed that Bernie did what he did. I think even if he didn't run as a Green, he could have left the Senate and led a movement of 13 million people, probably more. That's just who voted for him. And, you know, personally, I don't understand why at age 75 he wants to go back into the Senate where he's been for 25 years. I guess he thinks that he's got a lot more clout now, but that remains to be seen. All these liberals who say, oh, yes, I'm going to hold my nose and vote for Hillary because, you know, Trump. But, you know, we're going to hold her feet to the fire. And my answer to that is, you know, how'd that work out when you tried to do that with Obama? Not so well. And I also answer, what exactly are you going to do every day? How many hours a week are you going to spend holding Hillary's feet to the fire? And what exactly are you going to do? And nobody ever answers that, you know. And I want to say it's not a rhetorical question, folks. Because I'm out here every day fighting on behalf of the issues, and we could sure use you. I mean, we didn't see you out here when we were trying to get, you know, Jerry Brown to ban fracking or get Obama to fight, you know, stop the Keystone Pipeline. You know, it's all well and good to be posting on Facebook and signing petitions and sharing articles and pat yourself on the back. But all you're really doing is collectivism. We need people out on the streets. This is what Chris Hedges says. He says we need nonviolent civil disobedience in this country, and they're showing us how to do this up at, Standing Rock, North Dakota. That's where we're going to win these fights. We're going to win these fights on the streets. There was just another Standing Rock solidarity action over at UCLA, and if my damn doctor's appointment, if I didn't have to wait for him for 2 hours, I could have actually been, standing on the Jan steps over at UCLA with the students who are protesting the Dakota Access Pipeline, which, by the way, Hillary never came out against. If you saw her statement on it, it was a typical non-statement, but, what can you expect? Anyway, literally.
Anyway, I'm going to plug this in so we don't get feedback. Hey, everybody. Brandon, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right, too. Welcome, everybody. DC here and Brandon Sutton. This is Project Sanity, the robust opposition for this first couple hours. And this was another impromptu broadcast that we threw together because, we've all been sort of freaking out over the last few weeks. And, I've slipped into nihilism a little bit. And, going back and forth over this election has just been, a lot of what Lauren was just saying, expresses how a lot of us are feeling, I think. Brandon, how are you feeling today?
Today feels like purge night. I realize that now as I've been sitting here. First of all, I'm glad not too many people are watching this because I'm just totally out of it. But this must be how it feels like the night of the purge. In the movie, of course, I'm referring to the movie The Purge, which I will say, when the movie The Purge first came out, everyone, who thought they were clever was talking about, oh, this is not good satire, this is too heavy-handed, blah, 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 blah. You know what? I think in hindsight, it's not that far out of, the realm of possibility. It's definitely a little bit heavy-handed, but tonight just feels like purge night. Tonight just feels like that's what's going to happen. I mean, not what's going to happen.
My mic is off. Okay, so nobody heard that, but there we go. But yes, The Purge, I agree with you, Brandon, that that this is sort of, it's putting it in the consciousness of the people. And, when the poo-poo hits the fan, we're not going to be surprised because we saw it in the movie. But, there's a lot of shenanigans going on. Lauren's talking about shenanigans. And in the places we expected them to all be, in the cities in Philadelphia, and there's a lawsuit in Nevada that Trump filed, which was immediately thrown out of court. And there's a video I'll maybe get to here of the judge basically slapping down the Trump campaign because they wanted the names of all of these poll watchers so they could basically attack them on social media. But you were seeing some stuff we were expecting, but the mainstream media is chugging along with their prediction and with their coronation, I guess, really is what it is. Thoughts, Brandon?
I mean, I've heard from a lot of people who I've been, talking to around the day. Like, I think a lot of people feel like there's going to be this big revolution, or not revolution, but big violent uprising of Trump supporters, like when Trump loses inevitably, which I do still feel like Trump is going to lose. I hope he's going to lose, but I just don't see that happening. I don't see riots in the street when Trump's losing, because ultimately these people who, with their guns and their Make America Great Again hats, they're just impotent. Like, most white supremacists are impotent, and they don't have the actual balls to pull off anything that, like, any massive amounts of violence. For all of their, talk about, all of their, gripping their guns and going in the street with their fatigues. When Trump loses, they're going to go right back into their little internet circle jerks and keep talking their white supremacist talk. And, can you believe what happened? And it was stolen and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
But there's not going to be there's not going to be organized or even unorganized violence. It's just going to be a lot of people whining online, and then that's it. I I mean, I don't know what else to say besides that. I think that it's pretty. I think it's pretty much a lock for Hillary Clinton, which I guess I'm glad. That seems odd to say. Like I'm glad. I'm glad.
What? Wait a minute. Are you drinking? I picked the wrong year to give up drinking. I really did.
I could be drinking. I have this bottle of gin right above me. I don't have any tonic water, but I could be drinking.
But the body is a temple, so you don't want to be doing that. And we have to stay focused for the real fight, which starts tomorrow, or I guess is what everybody's saying now. You know, Michael Moore and Bill Maher, they're all going to be holding her feet to the fire, like Lauren was talking about.
Oh, shut up! Holding her feet to the what does that even mean to them? That's such a bullshit phrase. Excuse my French. Like hold your feet to the fire. Here's why that's a nonsense phrase. Because if you can't understand how lesser of two evil politics makes holding someone's feet to the fire literally impossible, then you're not thinking hard enough about it. Because the ultimate answer is you can't hold someone's feet to the fire if you are going to vote for them next time, irrespective of what they do. Then that's not holding anyone's feet to the fire. That's whining. That's whining for 4 years about how someone is doing exactly what you expected from them. And then pretending as though you had no idea this was going to happen. That's the silver lining of this electoral cycle, in my opinion, that we have so much archived evidence on Twitter and Facebook and all these other social media sources where we can go back when these people, your Michael Moores and your Bill Mayers and your all these people out on the left are going to be in 2 years saying, who could have known she was going to start war in X place? Right. Who could have known that she was going to radically expand the drone program? Who could have known this was going to happen? And everyone was literally screaming it at you, and here's the detailed evidence of that. So how do you assuage those two things in your head? How do you justify not knowing when people were screaming it at you? I mean, obviously that's the conundrum, because it's always been like that. There's never been a situation where the things that occurred post-election, my best example would be the Iraq war after 2001, where you have these people pretending, oh, in hindsight, of course we didn't know, of course we shouldn't have gone in, of course hindsight's 2020. But then if you literally go back and look at your Phil Donahues and all these other people and your Janine Garofalo saying, no, this war is unjust, this doesn't make any sense, what are we doing, oh my God, what are we doing? This stuff there's always been a very vocal minority or not minority, but a good number of people, let's say it's a vocal minority, who have been screaming that these ideas are dumb, that this is what's going to happen, and we have to stop it before we can't just go along to get along. And of course, once those things occur, you have your Chris Matthews, and this time it'll be your Chris Hayeses, who are going to say, who could have known? Oh my God, who could have known this was going to happen? It's like, well, everyone did. Like a lot of people did, actually. You just refuse to accept it. Like holding her feet to the fire, like after you're like that, that's nonsense. Like I can understand the mentality of lesser of two evils. I can understand the mentality of holding your nose and voting for her because you're so afraid of Trump that you just can't, stand going to bed without voting for her. I can understand those things. But the moment in which you tell me you're going to hold her feet to the fire is the moment in which I tell you that you're making shit up, make yourself feel better. There's no need. Right. There's no need, in my opinion. There's no need to start making things up to justify what you're doing. If you're afraid, be afraid. That's it. But what you should not do is you should not pretend like your cowardice is somehow maturity, because that's what pisses me off. When people pretend like their cowardice is not actually cowardice or nihilism, but it's maturity and pragmatism. Pragmatism, yeah.
Well, this is what the pragmatism. This is what pragmatism is what's led us here. Basically for 200 years we've been choosing the lesser of two evil because of the two-party system, and eventually that's going to lead to despotism. It's just the way it is because you keep moving further and further. And the next Trump, after this 4 years of just complete obstructionism, do you think obstructionism was bad under Obama? Wait till they see what's going to happen now. I mean, they're already saying it. The 3 I's: impeachment, investigate, and indict, or whatever they are. But this, and Michael Moore and Bill Maher in less than that are going to be screaming within the first 100 days. TPP is going to get passed in lame duck session. Garland's probably going to get confirmed if Obama doesn't pull him out, and he's one of the most conservative, anti-business judges that's been nominated in decades. And there's going to be a bunch of shenanigans that are going on in this lame duck session because because of who's going to be going in. And if we're not going to have troops on the ground or some kind of a war with Syria, by the end of the year, or an uptick of it going really hot with it, it's going to happen within the first 100 days because, unless she tries to hold off. And as far as, Dakota Access Pipeline, that's going to go, not a peep from anybody on that. So, that's going to go through. They might reroute it. They might find another thing, but it's going to go through. They all want it to, and they need that money. They're going to need those donors in 4 years, in 2 years, when they start raising money. So I went personally, I'm not, Lauren's saying who they're not going to, who she voted for, not say who she voted for, but I voted for Jill Stein. I'm a proud Green voter. And, but I made a decision to not vote for any of the other federal offices. I didn't vote for Senate. It's between Kamala Harris and Loretta Sanchez here in California. And the Dems want Kamala Harris. And, Obama's out for Kamala Harris, and I'm just not going to give them my permission. And I'm not voting for Adam Schiff. I'm not voting for the Republican. I voted for the Green Party, and then I voted for my state and in the propositions. But, I basically chose not to make the choice to give them my permission to what I know they're going to do. Both these two parties, the warring parties, are going to do over the next 4 years. Thoughts?
I mean, I voted Green for president, and this is where my sort of my own version of incrementalism is coming in, because I think we've been hearing that a lot, right? This idea that Hillary Clinton is an incremental choice. You pick her because you want to make small steps into, you want to make small steps in the direction of progress, and to, like, I've heard people refer to her as the logical choice in the path to, like, the left's great project. What that great project is, I've never heard explicated. I know it just seems to be this big amorphous thing. But what they call small steps towards progress in real countries? They call it conservatism. Like that, that's the definition of a conservatism. Like, being a conservative does not mean you're against progress in any real place. It means that you're for measured progress. You are for deep consideration of what you should do, and not simply just rushing towards things, which I think a good conservative party is necessary for a country to function. Maybe not being balanced against a extreme liberal party, but whatever. But from my perspective, I have a different, so I want to move slowly towards a different path. So for me, my incremental choice was to vote Green, because I'm a one issue voter this election, and that issue was breaking up the duopoly that the Republican and Democratic establishment have created. That is my one issue. Everything else is secondary to that, because until we do that, nothing else is going to get done. They've proven that to be the case. Until you break them up, the Democratic Party will protect the Republican Party, and the Republican Party will protect the Democratic Party, because ultimately it's just that it's power protecting power.
Hello?
I'm going to bring you in here, Lauren. I agree, Brandon, 100%. It was a strategic vote on my part here in California, and I understand why people wouldn't make that choice necessarily in a swing state. But I just can't, and I guess I have the luxury of that here in California. And Lauren Steiner is joining us, and we're going to talk to her. But go ahead, Brandon. Finish up your thought. I'm going to bring Lauren in.
I would have voted Green regardless of the state that I'm in, because I refuse to be held hostage. Like, I refuse to be extorted in my election, and I had my vote extorted, because the reality is simply, if they didn't want it to be like this, if they didn't want there to be swing states, they could just get rid of electoral college. They could not, or even just get rid of winner take all system of allocating electoral college votes. So what they've done is they have decided to artificially bound the conversation to make it seem as though, well, if you don't vote for one of the two parties, you're going, your least favorite person is going to win. It's like, yeah, but whose fault is that? Like that, like, I didn't make that decision. That's a very false choice that I'm being forced to make. And yeah, it makes me seem shitty if I'm in, I don't know, Ohio or Florida and I vote for Green because that is theoretically taking a vote away from Hillary Clinton. But ultimately, they're the ones who want to keep this structure in place to make me seem that way. So I just refuse to play. I refuse to normalize that behavior like that. Like that's what that does. Accepting that framing normalizes the behavior, normalizes the system when it's obviously meant to protect power.
Absolutely, absolutely, and we'll continue to get deeper into that. I'm sure once Adair joins in, and Richard, who all of which will be joining us as the night progresses. But joining us right now, we watched her live stream earlier. Lauren, we saw you on Facebook out at your polling station, and you had some comments about the accessibility of the write-in candidates in the state. Why don't you tell us about your experience again today, and what you just also posted an article in LA Progressive. Tell us a little bit about what's been going on with you with this write-in campaign. You seem to be getting a lot of flack about.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of flack, which is why I'm not answering any questions about who I actually voted for in the polling place. And I actually decided that when I got into the booth. It never happened before that I've done that. I had every intention of voting for Jill Stein. I basically declared that right after Bernie endorsed Hillary. I'm not saying that I didn't vote for Jill Stein, because God forbid if I say that, I'm going to be pilloried on my own Facebook page again. I've already had to unfriend several former Bernie supporters who became rabid Jill supporters and basically attacked me for merely posting information that Bernie was an official write-in candidate. I heard of this opt-in-I thing, but I didn't really put much credence into it because I didn't think it was very well organized. And I only found out about the write-in California when my friend Brian Carolus, who is a fellow delegate from CD33, actually posted the official web page on the Secretary of State's website that showed his name along with 54 other electors. Apparently, in this state, even if Bernie doesn't want to be a write-in candidate, if 55 people file to be electors for him and they do everything right, then he is an official write-in candidate. And it was published on the Secretary of State's website on October 28th, and then it was published in the LA Times, as well as probably some other newspapers. So, it was an intriguing possibility. And I knew just from my attempts to try to convince people to vote for Jill Stein, other Bernie supporters, that not everybody was going in that direction. Either they didn't like Jill for a variety of reasons, they didn't like the Green Party, or they thought that third parties don't really stand a chance in this country. So they were either going to, hold their nose and vote for Hillary or not vote at all. So I was basically posting this information about being able to write in Bernie so that these people could have a positive option. And like I said, I was excoriated for it. I was called a hillbot. I was called a shill. I mean, one person even wrote, "You've been warned." I mean, that's kind of scary, when activists turn against each other like that. And I was still saying that I was supporting Jill. So there was absolutely no reason. And then what they did was they started posting all sorts of false information saying the votes would not be counted. And my point to that was, listen, the best way to support your candidate is to go out there and positively sell her to people. Don't sit here and spread lies on Facebook and shame, bully, and intimidate other people who are trying to just get information out there. If Jill had figured out some way to get to every single person, 42 million Americans that have student debt, she said that would be a plurality and that would enable her to win the election. And her campaign just did not do a good job getting that information out to those people. I told Kevin Zeese, who is a Green Party organizer, he was Ralph Nader's press secretary in 2004. I said, Kevin, you should be able to figure out if there's any kind of public listing, because the money is owed to the federal government now. They don't have the private intermediary. So I don't know if it's Sally Mae or whoever it is that gives these loans, it's federal. Perhaps they're, with the transparency in government, there's a way to figure it out. Or maybe you could find someone in anonymous who could hack into it. But in any case, if you can get an email out to all those 42 million people and let them know that not only does Jill want to provide free college, she wants to abolish their student debt. That's how, you win an election. So I feel like they could have done that. They could have concentrated all of their support on college campuses and done that instead of wasting time, making memes and having conference calls and going to events. An actual Jill Stein supporter was at Bernie's Prop 61 rally in Pershing Square yesterday. And instead of handing out flyers about Jill, she was handing out flyers about why your write-in vote for Bernie won't count. I mean, can you imagine? So, I wrote an article about this whole experience, not just the fact that, Bernie could be a write-in candidate in 12 states, but, a little bit also about the opt-in I-270 strategy, which is that if Bernie got, if like Nate Silver said 2 days ago, Hillary Clinton is one state away from losing the Electoral College. And if Vermont, for instance, which is a tiny state, there's 400,000 registered voters, 3 electors. If they were able to get the word out to Vermont, where Bernie Sanders is the most popular senator, he gets 86% approval rate in his own state, and Republicans vote for him, they could have won. And the last I spoke to them, they had spoken to about 25,000 of those 400,000, and 46% of the ones they spoke to planned to write in Bernie. So if they had gotten to more people, the conversion rate had held, then they could have flipped Vermont to Bernie, and then the election would go into the House of Representatives, and it would be the new House of Representatives, and they would decide. And, it's a crapshoot. Personally, right. I feel that, a good 50% of Democrats might have voted for Bernie, a good because they don't hate Hillary, but a good 50% of Republicans might have voted for Bernie because they do hate Hillary and they hate Trump. So I think, it was a chance. And certainly, I don't like to rain on people's parades. If they're working excitedly about a strategy, I like to encourage them, if only by getting the information out there. So, that's
well, I think we've seen a lot of that over the last year and a half. There's been a lot of people trying to come up with their way of getting Bernie in there, and it tends to get derided by other factions. I mean, it's when I read your article and what some of these people are saying, it's just mind-boggling to me. Exactly what you're saying. Why are you going to burst somebody else's bubble? Why are you going to? Now, I don't agree strategically with what it's doing. I think the strategy of getting the Greens 5% so that they get up to $8 to $10 million in matching funds to go up against this, $2 billion spent on this election, raised to this election between groups and individuals. Hillary Clinton, of course, out raising everyone by double, over Trump, is worth the strategy of going for that green. And I don't understand the idea of writing in Bernie because it's consciousness. The idea, when the Vermont idea first came up, I was on board. I thought, yeah, this sounds like it's doable. It's going to be interesting to see when those results start coming in an hour what Vermont looks like. And what type of, and actually just to see what type of write-in response is going to happen across the country, because there's how many states where you can write Bernie in now?
12.
12. So yeah, that's going to be
interesting. In more states, but 12 where they will definitely be counted.
Well, Dixville Notch wrote in Mitt Romney, so I don't know if he was on their list, but I find that interesting. But there were some write-ins for Bernie in those early counties in New Hampshire, so it's going to be, of course, the big swing state, once Florida goes, I think it's, all but over. But it's going to be interesting to see just what the dynamic is in the final turnout and electorates. And of course, then we have these, like you also spoke about in your article, about these, what are they called? The faithless electors. We have Adair's going to come on in a little bit. We played one of his videos about his challenge. He's being challenged up in Washington. His vote, his signature is being challenged. And that's a whole nother story. And these faithless electors, it looks like there might be more than a handful that'll be on board not voting for Hillary or Trump.
Yeah, well, I was told of this strategy by a delegate from Washington. about a month ago. She said that there were actual electors, not write-in electors, but Democrat electors that were planning to not vote for Hillary. So she was wondering, what I thought of that. And she said, was it worth trying to organize more of them? And I said, sure. I mean, I can't really do that because I'm not in Washington, but, she knew who the other delegates were. And she was also very preoccupied with raising money to make a film for Standing Rock, where she was going, and also to deliver supplies. So I think her attentions were a little divided. But I wanted to address what you mentioned about the 5%. And here's what I think of that. Hillary herself has raised $1.3 billion herself. And that's her own campaign, the DNC, and the various super PACs. So when you put that up against $20 million, which is what Jill would be restricted to if she had federal matching funds, which is why Bernie didn't accept it, and why, most candidates do not accept federal matching funds anymore, because the amount, I guess it's like $1 on everybody's tax return, something like that. It has not gone up since they started the program. So we all know how important money is for a democracy, unfortunately, until we overturn Citizens United. And Bernie was able to raise about $236 million from small donations. So most likely, if Jill gets her name out there, sort of riding on Bernie's coattails, she got so many Bernie supporters to work for her now, presumably she won't need that $10 million matching funds, because she'll be able to raise a lot more money with small donations the next time she runs. And as far as automatic ballot access, that's not worth a lot. I mean, she basically, what I read, she spent about $560,000 on signature gatherers. And again, if she's got all of Bernie's people, he never would have had to pay anyone to gather signatures. So all those people are going to be doing that signature gathering for free for her if need be. California, I know she only needs 1% to get the automatic ballot access, so she's certainly going to get that. And then the third point that I want to make about, third parties is there are lots of third parties that we should be thinking about, as well as the Green Party, and one of them is the Working Families Party. They've been very successful getting people in and doing coalitions with other parties and throwing their recommendation towards the more progressive candidate, even if that person is a Democrat. And not to mention Kshama Sawant's socialist alternative. So I don't know why people that are talking about breaking the two-party corporate duopoly are necessarily going to put all their eggs in the Green Party basket, when this is a party that has not done very well since the 80s. They're not very successful, and there's a lot of dysfunction. I know a lot of former Greens that just kind of left that party out of disgust.
Yeah.
And, so there's a lot of counter arguments to every argument. And I just kind of put all that information out there for my viewers to make their decision. I mean, in my mind, a vote for Jill and a vote for Bernie in California is a protest vote.
Right.
But it is voting for somebody that you want, and it's also sticking it to the DNC. Two things which I feel are very important to do.
True story.
I actually had an interesting experience while voting today that I would like to share.
Oh, hang on. Let me get you in here, Brandon.
No worries. Very casual. Wearing my very casual white tee. But no, yeah. So I went to.
I voted for Bernie. Not saying that I voted for him today. This is before I voted.
All right, go ahead. Yeah. What is your experience, Brandon?
I actually took my grandmother to go vote today at our voting place, middle of the day. So it was pretty empty, no lines, no nothing, or no problem rather. And I get there, I asked the poll worker to check my my ballot. I go, hey, you know what? Just can you make sure that this is all fine? I didn't mess it up. So, because me and Scantrons don't have a good history together. And she looks at she looks at my choice for president. I voted for Jill Stein. And she goes, oh no, this is wrong. You're supposed to pick one of these two. I'm like, what? And she's like, most people just pick one of, because these are the two major parties, Hillary or Trump. Complete. I think, wait. I thought that I literally got something wrong. Oh, okay. Wait, what? she's like, oh, most people pick because these are the two major parties. Like I'm stupid, which I mean, I am stupid, but not that dumb.
Well, look at
And
you.
I go, oh, no. I go, I mean, anyway, but no, and I go, oh no, that's fine. Like I meant to pick Jill Stein and Ajamu Baraka, and she goes, oh, okay, then that's fine. Are you sure? And I was like, yeah, I'm sure.
Are you sure? Are you sure? You're sure now?
I think she would have rather me vote for Trump than vote for Jill Stein. I mean, she probably would have given me shit if I voted for Trump too, but like it's just she seemed incredulous to the point in which she made it seem as though I were making like an actual error on my ballot.
There's a lot of incredulity going on in this election on all sides. I mean, just the leftists, or the progressives are apoplectic about this whole thing. They're like, we have to stop this crazy man Trump, and yet we're macing people at Standing Rock. We got full scale war going on in Mosul, and in this lame duck, we're going to get the TPP. Probably going to get Garland. I'd like to have hear your input on this, Lauren. I think we'll probably get Garland, and TPP will pass. Standing Rock, nothing's going to happen on that. And there's going to be facts on the ground somewhere in the world. Somebody's going to be making some moves under the cover of a lame duck session. What do you guys think about that? Anybody jump in? Lauren?
I mean,
let me give it to Lauren.
Okay,
thoughts on that?
Okay, well, first of all, I think we can stop the TPP because during the entire primary season, it is so poisoned in terms of the minds of the Democrats and the Republicans, because both Bernie and Trump brought that agreement to the attention of the population, which had never heard of it before, because, of course, they negotiated it in secret for 8 years. And, there's a lot of opposition, too, in Congress. They're trying to get Orrin Hatch has been the one delaying it in the Republican Senate because he's trying to get longer protections for biologic drugs. They only got 8 years and the big pharma wants 12 years. And, Japan basically said the negotiations are closed. They're not going to vote to reopen them. The Australian Chamber of Commerce came out against the TPP last week. So there's a lot of positive developments, but we have to keep the pressure up. I think if Hillary gets it, we've been reading the WikiLeaks, and also I knew from hearing her chief strategist, Joel Benenson, on Lawrence O'Donnell in May, basically say, when Lawrence asked him a question, will she oppose it if it's still not passed, or will she renegotiate it? And he said she will renegotiate it. But I don't think she can do that right now because we've all sort of blown the lid on what that means. I mean, the whole reason it was negotiated in secret was they don't want the politicians monkeying with it. They want the corporations to decide what's in that agreement. So I think it's going to be very difficult. I'm, cautiously optimistic about the TPP. And as far as the Dakota Access Pipeline, I just don't know. I mean, my understanding was when we did our protest at the Obama fundraiser a few weeks ago, there were only 6 miles to be completed. I think maybe now there's only 3 miles. And so, they're making a big noise about rerouting it. And I guess Tim Kaine just came out today. It was either Tim Kaine or Mike Pence. You should Google that. But one of them just came out today, and obviously to try to get, to capitalize on the people who are fighting the Dakota Access Pipeline. One of those vice presidents did come out against it, or say that it should be rerouted, of course. And a lot of the tribes would like to have that option, but the environmentalists are saying no, it doesn't really matter if it's rerouted away from the sacred burial sites. As long as that oil is shipped to market, it will be the equivalent of 21.4 million new cars or 30 new coal-fired power plants into the environment. So the idea is to keep it in the ground. Rerouting it is not a good solution. So I feel like this is the most hopeful movement of the year is the No DAPL movement. I just came from UCLA. If I hadn't had to be in my doctor's office waiting for him for 2 hours, I would have joined the protest they had there on the steps of one of the buildings. And as far as the other thing, what was the third thing you said? TPP, Dakota Access Pipeline.
Garland being confirmed.
No. I don't think she's gonna put him up. He's poisoned.
So you think Obama's going to pull him over the lame duck, and she's going to put up somebody else?
Oh, yeah. And I think, there's a lot of pressure being put on her, not so much by Bernie, who I don't think she gives a shit about, but Elizabeth Warren has a lot of clout. And also I read a very lengthy article when I was in the convention. My friend had a magazine, I forget the name of it, but it was about this group called the Roosevelt Institute. And this is a progressive think tank in New York. And they've been working for a long time trying to develop a list of progressive appointees for Hillary to put into the civil service, cabinet members and even further down. And this is their strategy because I guess they figured she was, going to win. So when you have groups like this, when you have, Elizabeth Warren, who's very popular, pressuring her to be more progressive, I would be very surprised if she put forward Merrick Garland.
Just to break in here, Lauren, it looks like there's some results starting to come in. New Hampshire, we're starting to get some polls closing. It looks like, what is that? That's New Hampshire. Wait, what's this one? Oh, that's still New Hampshire. Okay, New Hampshire. What is this? Kentucky. So we're gonna. These are probably, what was it? Only 3:15. It seems strange that there's already some closings happening, but I could be wrong. Brandon, what do you think?
Well, the no DAPL thing, the Dakota Access Pipeline, is actually it's so much, the situation there is so much more different, than the Keystone XL, because as Lauren, so expertly pointed out, that there are two different movements going on that are not necessarily, they don't necessarily have the same goals. One, you have environmentalists who don't want any pipeline, and on the other side, you have Native Americans, Native populations who would be satisfied with it just being rerouted because they don't want it to poison their land, their sacred ground, their water in general. And understanding that those two people are not necessarily on the same side is actually kind of important here. And that's why I warned earlier against ethnicizing the problem, because it's like Obama said, if he's just able to reroute it, then people are going to act like the problem is solved, when really there's a big contingent out there who doesn't want any pipeline. Like, rerouting the pipeline is not going to solve the bigger issue here, which is the environment and climate change. As far as Merrick Garland is concerned, I'm so tired of this entire Supreme Court argument, man. I'm so tired of this entire Supreme Court being the reason why we have to choose the lesser of two evils, when at a certain point we have to start acknowledging that the only reason the Supreme Court is so important is because our Congress is so inactive when it comes to issues like this. Like, there's no, and the best example is, from my perspective, is gun legislation and the Voting Rights Act. It's been forever since the Voting Rights Act was gutted, and they have still yet to put anything forth. It's been forever since the nation has decided that, we need whatever common sense gun legislation, and they refuse to get anything passed. Congress is simply not representing the will of the people anymore, and so that's been normalized to the point where people feel like it's okay to go, okay, well, then we have to focus on the Supreme Court because they might overturn Roe v. Wade, they might do X, Y, and Z, they might do. It's like, no, because that's the reason we have three branches of government. So if the Supreme Court were to overturn Roe v. Wade, we could theoretically have a Congress that would pass an amendment to the Constitution that would make it legal again. Unfortunately, our Congress can barely pass anything that isn't a corporatist agenda.
That's ultimately what's going to end up happening, is that you're going to see a lot of these social issues that Hillary Clinton will push to keep the progressives on board. But then you're going to see the corporate Wall Street agenda and the oil and gas agenda just continue on. The drone wars will continue. We will still rattle the sabers with Russia, with threats of cyber attacks and a possible no-fly zone. Meanwhile, the social issues, which has been used forever to basically keep us separated, keep us apart, keep us divided, so that they can, just keep their corporate agenda going.
Not even that though, but like sorry to interrupt you, but their pledge to these social issues has become so just laughably shallow. It's like I remember when they were passing voting rights acts and equal rights amendment was on the table. Now no one even talks about the equal rights amendment.
Right.
No one even talks about like actually passing legislation to, I don't know, deliver funds to underserved communities of color, or any kind of actual structural change or targeted program to address inequality. Now it's just a tacit acknowledgement that racism exists. That's all you need. That's the problem. That's another problem with lesser of two evil politics I brought up in the past. That at this point, all you have to do to be less evil is acknowledge that a problem exists and never have to solve it. Like you never have to work proactively to solve a problem if you're a Democrat, because the other side won't even acknowledge the problem. That's like it's silly, and it's like the climate's another good example. I'm sure you've seen the comparison charts of what Hillary Clinton believed and what Donald Trump believes, and that's the whole thing. It's like, oh, Hillary Clinton believes in climate change. It's like, okay, so what? Okay. Like, is she going to do anything to solve climate change? Since she's exported fracking around the world, is she actually going to proactively tackle climate change? No. So who cares if she actually believes it? Like, I don't care.
Well, Lauren, jump in here, Lauren. You, this is your bailiwick.
This is what came out in the WikiLeaks. Of course, when she was speaking to Deutsche Bank or one of those banks, and she was talking about the environmentalists that dog her wherever she goes and are saying, we want to have it all. We don't want to have any fracking. And she said, to the effect that that's ridiculous and they should get a life. You remember that WikiLeaks. And then when she told, no, I guess it was Deutsche Bank, is when she told that she promoted fracking around the world and she believes in energy independence. I mean, energy independence is code for, let's take as much fossil fuels out of the ground as we can. I mean, to her,
and protect our interests. That's another one.
Because the geopolitics of it, and it's quite true. It's quite true that by superseding Saudi Arabia as the largest producer of oil in the world, we are now in control. Because Saudi Arabia cannot raise those oil prices, because right now there are fracking rigs that are sitting idle, just waiting for those prices to rise, because it's a fairly expensive process.
Right.
And a lot of the wildcatters have been driven out of business by the low price of oil right now. So, when I was preparing for my panel about arms sales and how they really drive, our foreign policy, it really has nothing to do with terrorism. That's just what they tell the American public. But it's really, for the weapons manufacturers and all the companies that, get to do rebuilding there, Flora, Bechtel, Halliburton, all the companies that made money with Iraq, and the kleptocrats, these leaders of these countries that take the money, and the arms dealers, the middlemen. So they all get rich from this. And so that's what is driving our foreign policy and regime change. And we all know now that there is a pipeline route that they want to go from Saudi Arabia and Qatar through Syria to Europe, because right now they're getting it from Russia that is going through Turkey to Europe.
Yeah, well, it's competing pipelines. You have the Sunni pipeline and the Shia pipeline.
Right.
And the Shia pipeline is being supported by Russia, and we're supporting the Sunni pipeline.
Right. So this whole thing with oil is really just a matter of geopolitics.
Sure.
And to me, that is more important to Hillary Clinton than the environment. And
Absolutely.
Everything that she says is completely poll-driven. I mean, if you look at these WikiLeaks, you see, Robbie Mook and John Podesta and Jennifer Palmieri and all these senior advisors of hers just basically by committee trying to thread the needle on all these issues to come up with something that she could say that is going to appease people, but not necessarily, I mean, even something I read the other day, we can say this for the primary, but we can't, the carbon tax. We definitely cannot come out for a carbon tax because that's going to kill us in the general. And that explains why in the platform, her platform committee appointees and the DNC platform committee appointees thwarted Bernie Sanders' effort to get a carbon tax into the platform, as well as a ban on fracking. And as we know, they couldn't even get a ban on fracking in public lands into the platform. So, and everybody knows the platform is just an aspirational document anyway.
Right.
So if you couldn't get something like that into an aspirational document, something that she doesn't even have to adhere to, that really tells you what her positions are on
Yeah,
it.
it's baked in the cake, and Oklahoma is now understanding what some of the results are of this amazing boom that's happening in the United States that has literally made us the #1 producer in fracked gas, and the world is trying to catch up. Of course, go ahead, Brandon.
I mean, that's the problem with the Dakota Access Pipeline. That's the problem with all of this infrastructure building as it relates to natural gas, as it relates to oil production, as it relates to anything. It becomes a justification to keep doing it. If you spend $1 billion on a pipeline, if you have it there, it makes you use it. This is the goal of building the DAPL pipeline, to prevent us from shifting away.
The militarization of police forces too. They're going to use it. You're going to give them toys. They're going to use them. That's what they do.
It's the agency of the infrastructure itself. It demands to be utilized. It provides its own justification for itself. So if you have a pipeline that can transport oil from point A to point B, you're going to transport oil from point A to point B. I mean, we all see this in our everyday lives. If you buy something that you don't need, you're going to use it. Okay. It's like you're going to find a reason to use it.
Yep. And if you have a garage, you're going to fill it up with crap, because I think it's a law. It's a law of physics. I think it's the 5th law of physics that the crap expands to the space allowed. But yeah, absolutely. And it's all baked into the cake. That's why they're not talking about it. If they have to get it to put it a little bit closer to the population center to avoid a site or two, they're going to do it. They're going to spread fracking. The whole Syria thing is about, the Golan Heights is loaded with gas. They've got the Leviathan field that's right off of Gaza. To say this isn't about oil and gas is just ridiculous. And of course, of the balkanization of the Middle East, so that we can continue to control that oil and gas and everything else. But this, we all know that pretty much that Hillary Clinton's going to win tomorrow. I'd say it would be very surprising if Donald Trump pulled this out. Although New Hampshire, 1%, he's winning in New Hampshire, and Kentucky, he's crushing her with 0.01%. I don't know where I guess maybe these are write-in numbers, but barring the fact, if he wins Florida, I'd say it's probably game on. But it's just amazing to me how tight it is between these two just repulsive candidates, and that how everybody on the left, alleged left, has just got on board with this mentality, Brandon. And it's like Jimmy Dore calls it like we're adult children of alcoholics, and that's basically what we are. We're like, it's okay, the system's fine. We need to communicate better.
The left
tells me everybody. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And I'm talking to leaders. I'm talking to the Friends of the Earth executive director on Facebook. I'm talking to the executive director of the Center for Media and Democracy. I'm talking to people from Move On. I'm talking to people from DFA. I'm talking to people that are very well established, well educated, well read, well traveled activists on the issues who are repeating the same talking points about Trump. And it is so disappointing to me, their level of analysis, that they do not see these two facts. One, Hillary is actually the disease and Trump is the symptom. And Chris Hedges understands this. He speaks about this a lot. She's a neoliberal corporatist and a neoconservative warmonger. And neoliberalism results in austerity for the people because the banks and the corporations must get paid back at all costs. So you have a precarious middle class or a disappearing middle class all over the world. I'm talking about the Western world now. And then you have the neoconservatism, which results in all this regime change. And the migration from the regime change, all these populations, the middle class from Syria flooding into Germany, and they were taking like 30,000 people a day or something like that. It was crazy, caused the rise in right-wing parties in Europe, the Brexit vote, and the popularity of Trump. So just because we get rid of Trump does not mean we get rid of Trumpism. And if the disease is allowed to progress unchecked, it's only going to get worse. And in 4 years, we're going to have another Trump. But this guy is going to actually be in a better package. He's going to have impulse control. He's not going to be so insecure about anything bad said about him. And he very well may be an actual fascist and not a demagogue. I think Trump is a demagogue because he doesn't have an ideology. Like Hillary, he is saying what he thinks the people want to hear. Remember, he used to be a liberal Democrat, and now he's appealing to people's worst instincts. But from what I've been reading, it's not even the racism that our people are attracted to him by. It's the economic insecurity, the populism, the very same thing that people were attracted to Bernie by, and that people just cannot get ahead anymore. And they blame the establishment. They understand that the establishment is for the rich, for the corporations, for the banks, and they just want a non-establishment figure, and they want a strong figure. I mean, the polls are showing today a strong leader is the number one quality. These exit polls that I saw are what people are looking for. And that's scary right now because a strong leader could potentially be a fascist. And they say, nobody thought that Hitler was going to be what he was going to be either. But I'm sorry, Hitler actually did write Mein Kampf, in which he laid out his entire program.
And Trump reads that shit. So.
Well, he reads it, but he doesn't read it. I'll tell you why he doesn't read it. Because his biographer, Mitchell Schwartz, who wrote that, The Art of the Deal with him, who's now regretting everything he did to promote Trump. He wrote there was a long interview with him by, I think it was Jane Mayer in the New Yorker. And he said, Trump does not even have the attention span to sit down and talk about his own life, to do an interview about his own life. So this guy Schwartz said, well, I'll just follow you around while you do the deals. And that's how we'll write the book. He said he never saw him read an article, much less read a book. So personally, I don't think that Trump is going to be the guy that's going to go in there with the policies. I mean, even Reagan, as stupid as he was, he had a very clear ideology that he went into office to execute. I don't see Trump as that guy, but 4 years, if we don't.
No, yeah, okay, yeah. Basically, I agree with you 100% that our next Trump is going to be not a lunatic, and they are taking notes for sure. I mean, Michael Moore basically nailed it in Trump land. Why, a good portion of these voters that are voting for Trump, they don't like him, but they'll hate the system even more. And he makes a very good point that the day after, you might be a little hungover with that protest vote. But quite frankly, it's going to galvanize the left if that happens. Everybody's going to be on board and stopping him. So it may not be necessarily a bad thing. And I mean, there's been some speculation to that because the neoliberal neocon is basically going to get a mandate. That's what they're pushing for. They're pushing for her to get a mandate. They're talking about it. The campaign's already talking about it, that her speech is going to be, this just shows where we want to go with the country, blah, blah, blah. And the question really is, which is the direction? Her public voice or her private voice? Now we know we've got both of them laid out there on the table. We know they're different. She's lying to somebody. Is she lying to those donors who she's going to need in 4 years to stop the next worse than that it's going to be the most important election of our lifetime because we're going to have to stop the fascist that basically with Obama, we had a left center candidate. And a lot of us said it. He's not a progressive, folks. Everybody was like, oh, hope and change, hope and change. He's not a progressive. He's left of center. Boom, left of center. Big disappointment. Well, now we've got Hillary Clinton, who is right of center, if not all the way to the right. So what's next? You're right. Is it going to be, it's going to be a slick guy who's going to be a Pencean, very Pence-like, and he's going to have all of those same little buttons that Donald Trump, the marketer, was able to basically give them a list of here's how you got to move your message.
Well, the worst thing about it is that the liberals, these same people that I'm talking about, and these are activist liberals, by the way. Right. Let's talk about the followers, the regular people that are now voting for Hillary, even in California, where Nate Silver gave her a 99% chance of winning. These same people that are voting for Hillary because of, Trump,
my 80-year-old cousin called me up because we had a conversation a couple days before, and it said, I'm probably voting for Jill Stein. He called me up 3 days later and said, listen, I really want to talk to you about this. So it's ridiculous that, especially in California.
Yeah, now here's the thing, though. I mean, these people are all saying, like, Oh, well, we'll hold our nose and vote for her, but we will hold her feet to the fire. And so my comment to that is, well, I didn't see you guys holding Obama's feet to the fire when he quadrupled fracking. I didn't see him holding his feet to the fire when he prosecuted more whistleblowers and journalists in his 8 years than in the 100 years since the Espionage Act was enacted. I didn't see you holding his feet to the fire when he started 7 drone wars with these countries. And then I said, what exactly are you going to do?
Yeah.
How many hours are you going to spend every week holding Hillary's feet to the fire? I mean, it's such bullshit, and it really makes me mad because where were they when I was trying to call them out to my TPP protests for Obama?
Yeah, where were they? Where were they when they dropped the public option in the first week after Obamacare came to a conversation? Go ahead, Brandon.
They didn't. Not only did they not even know that they dropped the public option, they didn't even remember that he campaigned on the public option.
Right.
And they still think Obamacare is good.
Yeah.
Even though premiums are all going up, mine's going up 31%. I'm supposed to be paying, I can't afford this, $850 a month for my silver PPO plan. That's ridiculous. Only really, really poor people benefit from Obamacare. And even in the Republican states, those people aren't benefiting because their stupid Republican governors are not joining the exchanges. Right. So Obamacare is a disaster. It was basically Romney Care, which was basically Bob Dole's plan.
Yep.
And
because only Democrats can get Republican policies through the Congress.
Exactly. There was an article written the other day about all of Bill Clinton's plans that he got through. You're exactly right. The crime bill, NAFTA, deregulation of the banks, deregulation of the media, a balanced budget. These were all Republican plans that Bill Clinton got through.
Yeah, Jimmy Dore's the only one talking about this, and some of us. But Jimmy Dore and none of these, all these he call the lefto journalists are all going nuts. They're not. They call themselves progressives. But Brandon you brought this up earlier, Brandon, about incrementalism, and that's really what these Democrats are incrementalists. And a little bit at a time is okay for them. When meanwhile, half the population of the United States is in poverty.
Incrementalism is just another word for conservatism. You
Right.
know who else are incrementalists? The Amish. The Amish are incrementalists. it's like incrementalism is just another word for conservatism because conservatives classically do not oppose change. They just want slow change. Not moderate change. That's a different word, but considered change. Well, here's what I'm going to say. I think if there's one lesson to be learned from the Hillary Clinton Trump election that we should take to heart is that we can no longer revise history. So what we need to understand is that people beg for the yoke of neoliberalism. People beg for it. There's always been this myth out there that people were tricked into neoliberal policies. People were tricked into accepting them. People were tricked into somehow adopting them, and no one was in favor of them. It's like, no, we've seen it very clearly right now. Everyone knows what Clinton is about, and they are begging for it. They are begging for the yoke of neoliberalism and violent corporate capitalism because the alternative seems so much worse. And so I think that's when we have to come to terms with people. No one is being tricked here. I think anyone who's claiming to be tricked is lying to themselves and lying to you. What we have are theoretical progressives, theoretical leftists, theoretical liberals who are literally begging for neoliberalism. They're begging for it. It keeps them up at night that they might not get it because the alternative, as Malcolm X said, seems so much worse. That is where we've gotten to as a country. Or that's where we've always been. No one was ever tricked into this. It's always been a very considered choice, and people need to be honest with themselves. And I think Lauren makes a very good point that the people who are saying they're going to hold their feet to the fire are lying to themselves. No one is saying they're going to pinch their nose in voting for Hillary Clinton because that's not, to me, that is a worthwhile thing to say. If you acknowledge all of her faults and say, I'm still going to vote for her, I would think you're a bad person because her faults involve, drone war and racism and all those other horrible things. But I would say, you know what? You're making a logical choice. The illogical choice is to say she has no faults and therefore it's fine to vote for her. Because then you're lying to yourself. I can acknowledge all of the Green Party's faults. I can acknowledge Jill Stein's personal faults. I can acknowledge a lot of things and still make the considered choice to vote for them. What I cannot stand is this mentality that she has no faults, and then 2 years from now, when everything when everything people have predicted actually occurs, they pretend like they didn't know. That's the Chris Hayes method of of uh of advocating for someone. For the entire primary, Chris Hayes was preaching to Hillary Clinton, on the bandwagon, cajoling Susan Sarandon, talking down to her, making her seem like she was incompetent. And then once Hillary Clinton became the nominee, it was Hillary Clinton. Can you believe these neoliberal war hawks? I mean, they're these that she's hanging out with war criminals.
Right?
Like, yes,
yeah, not John Negroponte. Oh my God.
Yes, I can. Everyone knew that. Everyone knew that, Chris Hayes. It's amazing how as soon as it's too late to change anything, then you suddenly find yourself on the right side. It's like
right.
It's so intellectually dishonest. The liberals this season are so intellectually dishonest that they've proven a fundamental myth about the left. I'm sorry, they've proven something fundamental about the left to be true. The Democrats are not the party of critical thinking. They're not the party of strategic voting. They're not the party of any kind of individualism or rather any kind of peace. They're just a different flavor of conservative.
Of the war party. Yeah.
They're just a different
war party.
flavor of conservative. They're the conservatives who believe that women are people, kind of, and black people are people, kind of, that poor people should be allowed to die in their little hovels as opposed to in the streets. So there's not so much difference between the left and the right at the highest levels.
Well, and we're being forced, and literally, I mean, we are being talk about being harassed. We're being harassed into voting for one of these two options.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Like the idea that we've been conditioned as a country to not be able to handle the notion that people can think differently than us and not be wrong. That is so fundamentally dangerous in a democracy where the conversation has to end with you making the same choice as me, or else I'm going to deny that you're rational. Like I can as someone who's voting, someone who voted for Bernie Sanders, someone who voted for Jill Stein, I can totally understand the rationality and logic behind someone voting for Donald Trump, someone voting for Hillary Clinton, someone voting for Gary Johnson. What I can't I can understand that their reasoning, their rationale, and I would never claim them to be illogical. I would just say they have a series of experiences and desires and whatever, and goals in their life that are different from mine, and that's fine. But the people at the top of the Democratic Party, and take it just like their definition of choice is you choose what I want you to choose, otherwise you're wrong, and I'm going to bully you. Because because I don't want you to choose, I want you to validate my choice. Like I want you to reach the same conclusion as I've reached.
Sorry, guys. I was doing a little communication in the back end here. Yeah, it's pretty infuriating, Brandon. It's pretty infuriating that what we've been going through as progressives, and just to see this, I guess we've really always known that they are fair weather Democrats and progressives, and I mean we're literally the war is raging in Iraq, in 7 or 8 other countries. Syria, the final battles are going to start in Syria here pretty soon. And I'm sure that this period is going to be taken advantage of for that. And all of these progressives and Democrats are dancing to Lady Gaga and Bruce Springsteen, and they're having this amazing moment about the historical moment of the woman finally being elected to this country after 240 years or whatever it is. We finally got on board with the rest of the world to elect a woman, and we're just blinded by, well, she deserves it. She got kids health care 30 years ago.
Kind of.
And all those kids right now are living in the basement of their parents because.
But here's the problem with that, and I'm just going to break it down, and I guess we're going to take a break right after.
Yeah, we're gonna Lauren, we're gonna take a little break and sort of regroup with some more folks that are coming on. You're definitely welcome to hang on with us. I know you've got a party to go to, and you can check in later, but we are going to take a little break here in a minute. But go ahead, Brandon, finish your thought.
Let me make this point. The argument that Hillary Clinton is somehow the feminist choice, the choice of anti-sexism or anti-racism or any sort of anti-prejudice, the same way Obama was the choice of anti-racism or anti-prejudice, is so functionally dishonest or shallow that it obscures the true causes for sexism and racism in the country, and how the election of these neoliberals and neoconservatives will only make those things worse. Insofar that we know from studies that racism and sexism, either abroad or at home, is caused by anxieties or lack of power that result in communities from unequal access to resources. Or when you have a country where there's not a lot of resources, or communities, like, they tend to take it out on each other. Like we've seen, like, once mobilize, once you provide resources to communities, women see more equality, ethnic groups see more equality. All of these things get better because there's less competition, less need to, like, there's less feeling of impotency amongst the populace in the need to take it out on people who are theoretically lower than them, or have that sort of interclass or intra-class struggle. And
Well,
so
this is going to happen on local levels. It's not, at least for the foreseeable future. And that's why I basically didn't participate in the national elections, except for Bernie, or rather, except for Jill. But I voted for the state houses and the ballot measures. And Colorado, we've got single payer on the ballot in Colorado. We're legalizing weed all over the place. Although I'm not a big fan of 64, it's going to pass. But there is a seat. There are tides changing. We've got this. We have a big interest in third parties. We have folks that are like Dementer now. Dementer is a hashtag because they think they can get back in there and make some changes. But you've got the Pirate Party in Iceland. You've got the Pirate Party starting up here in California and in the United States. Lauren, you were talking about some other third parties. So can we galvanize? Can we make a coalition with these groups? We'll get some more input on that. Lauren, I don't know if you'll be able to stick with us. I thank you for being with us here the first hour or so, 2 hours, or however long it's been. Polls are going to be closing here in about 15 minutes. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. We're going to come back at the top of the hour with some results, some more guests. I think Richard Green is going to join us. We might be broadcasting over onto the Benjamin Dixon channel for a little while, but we're going to get that all coordinated. Thank you guys for joining us, the robust opposition here, for the first part of our election coverage. And we're going to be going into the next part in just a few minutes. So stay tuned, and it should go right to the same channel. I'm crossing my fingers. Thanks, Lauren. Thanks, Brandon. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay. Can I ask you a question on Facebook?
Hang on one second.
Hello and welcome back. This is Project Sanity in collaboration with the Progressive Army. My name is Richard Green. I'm going to be hosting or co-hosting this segment with, you see Dave down there and Brandon over there. And I think I pointed the wrong way. There we go. Anyway, I've been on a bit of a hiatus, but I'm back right now to give you guys some election coverage. As you've probably been aware, the election results are coming in, as you see this way. And early results have Trump ahead currently in popular vote. It looks like another chunk just came in, and Clinton has gotten ahead with 735,000 to Trump's 500,000. So that's likely to go back and forth as the night goes on, and different states and different polling places are closing and reporting. We're going to keep an eye on that, and later on we're going to have a Noah from The Way with the Noah coming on around 9 o'clock. Eastern time to join us, and she's going to take over at that time for sure. And until then, we're going to go ahead and give you guys some election cover. I'm going to go ahead and introduce DC first, and then he can bring Brandon in. Go ahead, DC. There.
I'm DC. Hey, everybody. What's up, revolutionaries? Welcome back to part 2 of our impromptu election results show, election night show. We've been sort of having a combination of technical issues and scheduling problems over the last few weeks, so we haven't really been able to bring you too much Project Sanity or the robust opposition or anything really. So it's we felt sort of compelled to come back on the air on this auspicious night where it's looking to be a little bit of a race for now, looking like things are sort of, I guess, some things that we were, I guess nothing is too surprising here. I mean, it's disappointing that Bernie's write-in movement didn't take over Vermont. But, I think we were pretty ready for Hillary to take Vermont because Bernie Sanders was supporting her there, and they love him up there. They'll do whatever he wants. So I don't think that's too surprising, although it is disappointing. Kentucky and Indiana, I don't think those are too surprising either. But what's kind of got my eye already is New Hampshire, the early numbers there, which I guess really are deceiving considering what those represent. And, of course, Florida, which really is going to be the first bellwether, I would say, that in North Carolina, as to whether this is going to be a longer night than expected. Anybody want to jump in on that idea?
This whole thing is depressing, and I'm depressed. I don't. I considered actually just breaking out into Johnny Cash's cover of the song "Hurt" instead of actually saying anything, but I figured that would get us a takedown strike.
We could do 30 seconds of it probably. We could probably do 30 seconds. We won't risk it. We won't risk it on this night because I'm sure
there's a long list of songs I got if we end up trying to do any of that.
They're gonna go. Yeah, that's the beauty of the old YT.
Yeah.
But okay, beyond the depression.
Well, beyond the depression, I want to do a bit of a retrospective on how we got to this point, because as these numbers are trickling in,
it really scares when Brandon Sutton says I want to do a retrospective. That really scares me.
I'm very reflexive. I don't think it's a surprise to any of our viewers, either regular or casual, that I think about myself a lot. And
I'm just saying Hawaii polls don't close for like 6 more hours or so we could probably get through with it. But no, please go ahead, Brandon. Where are we and how have we gotten to this mess?
That was really sort of my way. I want to segue into talking about the Republican primaries, because that was the last time I had any fun during this election season, because it was majestic. The Republican primaries were a majestic series of events, especially the debates. So, I mean, this might be a bad thing to admit, but I didn't really watch any of the Democratic debates, because who wants to see Martin O'Malley shill for second place, or rather for a VP spot, with his sleeves rolled up? But I watched every one of the Republican debates multiple times because they were just immaculate.
With 15% I just wanted, sorry to break in here, but Donald Trump's still ahead, 51-46 with 15% reporting. So it's a good chunk in Florida. That's in Florida.
Oh, that's in Florida. I was going to say 15% where in Florida? Well, it's early, but we're going to know pretty damn soon here. I mean,
I'll keep it limited, but that was a reasonably large chunk. So go ahead.
Yeah. Georgia. The other thing is, just briefly, Brandon, before you continue, Georgia's, I guess, too close to call right now too. So that's a little interesting. But go ahead, continue, Brandon.
I just biggest letdown of the Republican debates, Jeb Bush. Jeb Bush came in there, and I think everyone thought that he was the smart Bush. Like that was like the myth that we went into the election with, and we found out that no, Jeb Bush is not the smart Bush. He's the boring Bush. He's the lame Bush. Low energy.
I think they got they got a triple. They were 3 strikes in that family, man. They are all 3 of those brothers are just they got it. I don't know, something wrong. I mean, I'm sure Barbara's just going,
Barbara said before Jeb even really started to hit the ground that she didn't think he should run. that was his own mother's opinion about whether he should run for president. And she said no.
We thought she was trying to save America, but really she was trying to save him. That was what she said. We don't need another Bush in the White House, and we thought, oh man, Barbara Bush is against this idea of like dynasties in the White House. Like, nah, Barbara Bush just knew Jeb was going to embarrass himself, and like any good mother, she just wanted. Oh, I'm sorry, this is not professional, but do you remember that line during? I think it was the last Republican debate, when Jeb Bush was talking about his mother and Donald Trump responded with, then maybe she should run. That was a classic. That was a classic one.
Yeah, that was probably one of the harshest stingers out of reminiscing on the Republican primary. That was one of the tightest insults. Go ahead.
And talking about the Republican primary, I do want to make this, statement or argument or whatever. And I don't think it's going to be. I really don't think it's going to be a contentious one. Donald Trump is not the worst result that could have happened in this situation. Not only in the sense that he is not the best chance that Hillary Clinton has to beat the Republican candidate, but he was not the most, most evil, the worst. The most militant candidate.
Well, unfortunately, his VP is a little in that category. So I wouldn't, that's really the scary part of this ticket, isn't Donald Trump. He's going to tweet out a national secret in the first week and be arrested and impeached, and then Pence is in charge. So,
but see, if we're going to talk about VPs, let me talk about Kane. Kane is also Kane is also not a particularly good person. In the sense that Kane, I keep combining Pence and Kane in my head. Kane is, he's pro fracking, pro TPP. I believe he was also pro right to work legislation, maybe like 2 days before the election.
Yeah,
and he's the corporate pick. And
he's also pro life. He's also anti-abortion.
Yeah,
you guys mean the future of the Democratic Party, right?
That's right, baby.
Kane was a very conservative pick, and I think that was the first point in which a lot of people who were more amenable to Hillary started to understand what she was all about, who she was courting, what the plan was for the future Democratic Party. Because
it took you that long to figure that out, waiting till she named Kane. I mean, I guess we were all hoping she would do Warren or Bernie, but
I don't know. See, that's another question. I don't know to what degree Elizabeth Warren thought that she was going to be the VP choice for Hillary Clinton. Like, I don't know what she was. I don't know what her motivation for supporting Clinton was, or rather not supporting Bernie in the primary was. I don't know if she thought she had a VP spot coming up. I don't know what she thought the situation was, but I do get the sense from her post DNC, post convention, that she is very, very. What happened disappointed her in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, I definitely get the impression that Warren most certainly thought that what was going to happen once Hillary secured the nomination was going to be different than what transpired after, whether that was looking at her future cabinet as a position for herself, or just the type of people that she was going to put there, particularly on the Wall Street angle. And it seems as though Warren doesn't think that they're going to be very collegial to work with, I imagine, is what the impression that she's getting from the Hillary campaign about who's going to be responsible for the economic side of her White House.
Well, I'll tell you, if she really wants to get us on board, she names Warren as Secretary of the Treasury. and of course, well, we'll see what happens in the Senate, and if Bernie gets the chairmanship of the Budget Committee, maybe, but we've got 2 years, basically, is what happened with Obama. We dropped the ball. Bernie talked about it early on. We dropped the ball for the first 2 years. We had the House, we had the House of Representatives, we had the Senate, we had Obama, and it went straight to the center. So, and he was a left of center candidate. And now we have a right of center candidate everybody's on board with this right of center neoliberal neocon platform. No one's saying squat about DAPL, about Mosul, about Russia's, threatening Russia with hacks if they fuck with our voting, if they fuck with our election. Hillary threatening basically, first strike. It's just, and nobody on the left, none of these progressives are talking about it. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's few and far between. And I remember way back when Ben did a show talking about how Trump was basically the only candidate to mention the civilian casualties of our Middle East involvement, and how silent the left had been about what the left's role, or President Obama and John Kerry and the left, the people on the left that have played the role in the Middle East and the devastation that we've caused since not just getting out of George Bush's mess, but that that has been a result of our own actions.
Well, he's also started out more even hand with Palestine too. He was talking about yeah. Go ahead, Brandon.
But that's ridiculous. So I'm sorry, that we've allowed Trump to get there. But go ahead.
I know, right? Yeah.
No. I mean, I don't know how ridiculous it is. Like the left is so disingenuous. Like the establishment left has been so stripped bare of all of their pretenses in this election that I don't know how they can ever readopt that position, that high moral position of being pro peace or pro minority or pro any of those things that have typically been their shield for neoliberal policies. And I said it during our pregame show that if people should learn one lesson from this whole Clinton and these progressives sort of just, I don't know what you'd say, full-throatedly embracing war criminals like Negroponte and Kissinger and corporatist policies and a neoliberal candidate, is that at the end of the day, people tend to pretend in hindsight that they were tricked into certain things, but at the present time, we are seeing very clearly that a good portion of America, not just the right, who are theoretically in favor of these things, but the left are full-throatedly embracing neoliberalism. Like that is what a vote for Clinton is. It's a full-throated. Keep saying full-throated. I don't know why I keep doing that. Maybe I need to reevaluate my love life, but it is a complete sanctioning and opening with welcome arms of neoliberalism and neoconservatism and all these other bad things that the left, quote unquote, is historically against. That's the story here. That people are begging for the yoke of neoliberalism. They are begging for more war. They are begging for it. All of these, these theoretical feminists, these theoretical anti-racists, these theoretical economic progressives, they are begging for these policies. Because they view these policies as the opposite of whatever Trump represents. This is no one's being tricked here. Everyone knows what they're voting for. Everyone knows what Hillary Clinton is in favor of. They're using that disingenuous language of she does this trust gap. People just don't. Sorry, how can Clinton close this trust gap? It's no, everyone trusts Clinton. I trust Clinton 100%. I trust Clinton 100% to be what she's always been. That's why I won't vote for her, because I refuse to welcome with open arms more neoliberalism, neoconservatism.
Well, see, the thing is that you're not understanding that all of Hillary's negatives are actually just part of a vast right-wing conspiracy now in colleagues with Russia. There's actually no negatives to Hillary Clinton.
No.
I've been reassured several times anyway.
What I understand is that
we do have some guests coming in to join us, so I did just want to mention that as well before we go on. Adair has helped us get some guests in, and hopefully Adair will be able to join us as well to help us introduce but if not, then we will see what we can do. So I just wanted to mention that. Go ahead and finish your thought, and then we'll check on to see if Adair's going to join us. Otherwise, we'll see if we can get a description, or we'll just have our guests introduce themselves.
What I understand is that people suffer very heavily from amnesia, and that the United States, whether they be, whether it's your Sean Kings or whoever, or your Chris Hayeses, are going to do what they always do, what Americans always do when they are on the wrong side of something, is pretend like they couldn't have known in 2 years. That's going to be, that's going to be what 2018 looks like. That's going to be what the expansion of drone programs looks like on MSNBC. How could we have known? It's almost like people, like, no one was saying anything. How could, because that was the message of 9/11. That was not 9/11. That was the message of the Iraq War. How could we have known? How could we have known that Bush was lying? It's like, well, people were saying it. A lot of people. Phil Donahue screamed it for a year until you fired him on MSNBC. So, like, I don't mind people voting for Clinton. I do not. I don't mind you telling me that you're afraid and that Trump is so bad, or maybe even that, listen, I'm rich, I'm white, I'm straight. I have a white daughter. So when I elect her, it's all positive. I don't care about Muslims. I don't care about that stuff. It's all positive. Just say it to me and I'll go, okay, well, whatever. I think you're a bad person, but I understand that logic. What I do mind is people telling me, like you just told me, Rich, I know you're joking, but who can tell, that she has no negatives. Like, oh no, she is the next logical step into this great left project that I can't really explain to you. I can't detail this great left project, but I know it exists, and I know that she's the next logical step. But my question would be, okay, but I mean, I'm sorry, no, I tweeted this to Sean King, and I know I'm going on a bit of a rant here, because Sean King, brought up his little doomsday clock, and he was like, oh, it's 2 days until, like, Trump might be elected and the world ends. And I tweeted to Sean King, in 140 characters or less, when did the left become the party of reactionary crisis management? When did the left stop doing big projects? When did we stop building, roads that crisscross over America? Although, of course, those roads were built on the roads already established by Native American populations prior to, but whatever. When did we stop doing that and start only reacting to the right? Like when did the left become not its own? When did the left stop defining itself and started letting itself be defined by whatever the right is not? Because say what you want about the Republican Party, but they have plans. They're bad plans. I mean, like, they're awful for the majority of Americans, but they have them. Like, they have them, and they're proactive. The left uses the right as a shield to disguise their own really, really, really bad policies, man. Like, it's like, it's gross. I mean, I can't even.
No, Bernie Sanders
very broad strokes.
captured it really well. Basically, he said it before, but he also said it while he was campaigning. That basically that the right, the Republican Party is a fictional of the media and the Democrats, and for the reasons that you list, that it allows them to use them as a shield, as representing everything that Republicans aren't, when it comes to the positives that they lack, and lacking the negatives that they have. Although we've seen with this election and previously that Democrats have a lot of the same cons that we find with Republicans, whether down south with the transgender bill, bathroom bill, or
of
whatever. Go ahead.
Of course they do, and we're gonna bring in our guests in. But do you know why the left, the Democratic establishment and the Republican establishment have some of the exact same qualities? Because they're the exact same people. They are literally the exact same people. And I don't mean they're the exact same people like they're clones of each other, but they went to the same schools, they're in the same socioeconomic classes, they belong to the same clubs, they're the same color, they have the same religion. They are basically the same except for a few differences. And so if you ask two people who share very minor differences about their opinion on certain things, they'll have the same opinion. Of course, rich people, regardless of whether they belong to Democratic or Republican Party, view poverty as a very, very low priority, because that's not their experience. It simply is not. And we need to move past this obsession with ideology that America has. Americans have an obsession with ideology. They think that it is the main defining feature of who we are, and they tend to deny experience. They think there's such a huge difference between poor Muslim countries and poor Christian countries in any real fundamental way, when ultimately it's no. Like, what the main feature there is class. Class is the defining feature here. But let's move on.
All right. No, I think you bring up some important points, but we do have a guest joining us.
I'm still important points.
It's Nick, who is a former Bernie delegate and now a Green Party activist, if the information we're getting is correct. So, Nick, go ahead and say hello and tell us a little bit about yourself. If you're prepared, if you're ready there.
Sure. Hey, so I'm Nick Wadianathan. I was a Washington National Bernie Sanders delegate for CD9. And I basically went to the Democratic National Convention, and I witnessed in person that the Democratic Party is a sham of democracy. They say, we're having this convention, we're bringing delegates here to work on policy, to talk about the future of the party, and the mics were off in the stands. They turned the lights out on us when we protested that they were kind of beating the drums of war and promoting war. And Washington and Colorado and California and these states said, no more war. We told them to stop the TPP. And throughout the entire process, we went there hoping, sure, we had a lower number of total delegate count, but maybe the fact that a good 46% of the Democratic Party was on board with the Bernie Sanders message meant that we could negotiate about things like the vice presidential pick, for example. And we were told to fuck ourselves. I mean, essentially, there was no real set of concessions that came out of that convention. And it really kind of solidified to me the point that ultimately there was a planned coronation. And even in a planned coronation, you would expect some kind of conciliatory olive branch sent out to progressives. And to me, I just saw over and over that the Democratic Party is actually more than fine with alienating progressives and bringing in Negroponte, bringing in Henry Kissinger, bringing in, the neoconservatives. And that is just crazy to me. I mean, that's basically saying we're going to say we're progressives. We're going to do the most dubious kind of double think possible, double speak possible, that we will sell you the word progressive while promoting policies that bomb brown people in the Middle East, that create a horrible trade agreement that screws the American workers. And I read the book Listen Liberal by Thomas Frank, which to your earlier speaker's point kind of talks about the progression of the Democratic Party through this chain. And I can't believe that even after the convention, we have the Dakota Access Pipeline situation going on right now. And Barack Obama's like, we're going to let it play out. And Hillary Clinton's like, well, it's a stressful situation. I think we need to listen to both sides. It's crazy. I think the only ethical and moral thing that you can do at this point is dem exit. And is to say, listen, we've had thought leaders. We had Michelle Alexander in Why the Clintons Don't Deserve the Black Vote, calling for building a new third party. We had Robert Reich in his book, Saving Capitalism, saying, maybe it's time for a new third party. We have these people who keep saying we need to build something new, but there's still this culture of fear. There's still this culture of it's too hard. Maybe we can hijack the Democrats and kind of rebuild it from within. But from what I'm seeing, I've never seen this level of collusion in media, working with a campaign, in kind of all these tendrils of interconnection, all elevating a candidate. To me, that's really scary. I mean, that's the type of Big Brother 1984 collusion, kind of Ministry of Truth thought control, that when the media is promoting a message for a candidate and the candidate's got tendrils in foreign governments and within the government itself, the FBI is making suspect decisions based on kind of this web of connections. That's really not what you would expect from a free democracy. That's the kind of thing that you would expect to hear happening in a third world dictatorship. That's the kind of thing that we, historically have looked at other countries and said, haha, that's you, but that's not America.
I think that's one of the things that's been that stood out to me as one of the more problematic things themes that have arisen out of this election is, for me, is especially on the left, the lack of concern and urgency of concern about what's transpiring, whether it's the media colluding with the DNC or whether it's how campaign finance is being run by either party, the exposure of how their foundations or their charities are not being used for the purposes that were presumed or that are generally presumed. But then we find out, well, that's just how charities are run, and all they're doing is exposing that, yes, this is how we do this is what happens at charities, other than some of the particularly quality ones. And so, go ahead, get in there, Brandon.
I agree, but I mean that's what we've heard from a lot of people. You bring up the point that people seem unconcerned. It's like, yeah, they seem unconcerned, but a lot of people just say, well, that's just that's just politics. That's just how politics works. That's been a lot of people's excuse, and it comes down to this fundamental question about what the media has been doing to the American populace for the past, I don't know why, since Bill Clinton got rid of the communication law that allowed the media establishment to be run by 6 companies, and that media has been gaslighting everybody. The media has been controlled by a very small number of rich people, and it's been employing a very small number of political, or not political elite, but of elite, of elite minority, rather, the pundit class, we'll call them now. And they simply have different concerns than everyone else. And so they are unable to think outside of their bubble. They don't have the same stressors that that the rest of us have. And they're just their friends. I would say the most troubling thing to me about the revelation of the Podesta leaks was how casual everything was. Like, I would have preferred if I saw emails with Podesta literally threatening people, like Nixon-esque Watergate scandal levels of threatening and blackmail, and I have your daughter. You're gonna write this article about Hillary Clinton, or else you'll never see your daughter again. Mwah, ha 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 ha. But what it was, it didn't even seem like a conspiracy. It just seemed like a bunch of friends getting together to do something. Like it seemed like
Sorry, that's a key point, because we've seen there were a couple of articles that came out of Politico, I think a few weeks back. Basically, the Obama administration and liberals understand now that the media comes to them and asks for stories, right? And so there used to be a different relationship between reporters and the government, that the media would be the fourth estate. It would challenge the government. It would do its own independent research, and it would come and ask a politician very hard pointed questions like, hey, what are you doing here? And now we have a class of journalism that basically is embedded, just like we embedded reporters in Iraq so that the New York Times could sell the Iraq war. Now we're embedding reporters in these campaigns so that they can sell these campaigns. It's madness. It's exactly the opposite of what the fourth estate is supposed to do.
I mean, it brings up a fundamental question about access journalism and too many cooks spoiling the pot. And even if you're talking about what I would call the new left media, the media establishment that came about with the revolution of the internet age. So your Salons, your Slates, your Daily Beasts, your Politicos, your HuffPos, all of these places that we once thought prior to this election were these great liberal bastions, and oh my God, they're going to write the real articles, and even your Jezebels or whatever, the places that the right laughs at for being too liberal and fluffy. It's like when you have such a proliferation of sort of outlets, you can only afford to be so hard hitting. You can only afford to be so truthful, or else you're gonna get boxed out. And that doesn't even address the issues that are caused by the media establishment not only being run by the wealthy elite, but being populated by the wealthy elite at the level where most of your reporters are going to be, for lack of a better word, even on the left, upper middle class white people. That's just what the majority of reporters and bloggers and journalists are. And so they only ask questions from the perspective of upper middle class white people. And so you have a lot of people are sort of treating HuffPo or like these op-ed writers as though they're corrupt. But it's like, no, they're just a very, very small slice of America. Like, they're a very, very small slice of the American populace who has a very, very specific opinion and very, very specific experience. So it becomes very hard to get a diverse series of opinions out into the populace, because we don't have a diverse media. We just don't.
I want to challenge that opinion. I want to challenge it because I see where you're coming from, and I think that's a really valid point, because it's been made by others. Thomas Frank kind of talks about the same pundit class. I'm just going to suggest that there's another element at play, and it's a moral and ethical failure of American culture. Listen, I'm a software engineer. I make over 100K. My life's pretty comfortable. If I were representing solely the interests of my class, I would be very much in the state that, well, whatever, things are good, trade's all right. I'm getting better and better stuff. It's all okay. I grew up poor, so there is obviously a contextual thing that I understand kind of where I am versus where I was, and I have that background. But I think that there's also a level of empathy. There's just a level of honor. There's a level of ability, to be, as a reporter, what is my field supposed to be about? And maybe that's the fundamental difference. The idea that, the news, before being a culpability agent and now it's an entertainment agent, that ultimately changes priorities. That changes, if these people are You can be from a different socioeconomic class, but if you have a focus on, spreading sunlight where things are dark, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, Bernie Sanders, he makes, he got a $650,000 winter home-ish, vacation home. That's relatively small for a politician, but it's more than I can afford for a house. I mean, there are people who can work even at the higher classes. And Elon Musk, for example, is somebody who I think is doing excellent work in trying to promote electric cars, in trying to promote alternative energy sources. I think there's just a missing kind of element of, honor, duty. I don't know. I mean, these are concepts that the left struggles to talk about, but you get what I'm saying here?
I do get what you're saying, and I'm going to address the point that you just made. I'm going to bring a Darren because he's feel like being brought in. And yes, I agree with you 100%. America lacks. Sorry, Darren has a little bit of feedback there. Sorry. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Gonna either need headphones
America, I got it. America struggles with the fundamental question of empathy, not just in the media class or the pundit class or any other sort of person who has a platform, whether it be politician or MSNBC host, but in general citizenry. And so the only reason the pundit class or journalist class can get away with having this lack of empathy is because it's absent in everyone else. We have a fundamental lack of, and the lack of empathy comes from a fundamental lack of integration in our society. Whether we're talking about integration in terms of economic integration in terms of racial integration, immigration in terms of religious integration. We live in a segregated society, which has only gotten more segregated since the 60s. All of the big movements that went on during the 60s and 70s have been rolled back slowly over time. Best example, of course, is the gutting of the Voting Rights Act. And when we talk about a lack of empathy that is defining the problems of our time, it's like, absolutely. And of course, we should, the U's, or rather, I guess you grew up poor, but the Bernie Sanders is, well, when I say that, I always feel like I'm saying Precious is like, Gollum, but they should not be the exception. But I understand why they are. And from my perspective, what I'm saying is that, listen, I can't blame people for not overcoming the odds. That's unfair of me. So all I can do is change those odds. All I can do is change the structures that exist and tackle structures that prevent empathy from forming. And right now, what is preventing empathy from forming is our unintegrated society. So I can't just point to Matthew Iglesias or Chris Hayes and say, well, he's the problem because he lacks empathy for the working poor, and so he can't understand why someone like Susan Sarandon, who is not working poor, can support someone like Bernie Sanders. All I can say is, okay, I understand why Chris Hayes does not understand what Bernie Sanders is about. I understand why he can't think out of his own socioeconomic class. So what we need to do is we need to change the material conditions that people are growing up in so they can think that. That's the whole purpose of education. That's the whole purpose of a diverse society, that we are forced to come in contact with people who are different from us due to a variety of identities, and simply gain empathy through exposure.
I think that's an excellent point, and it's something we've touched on before about the empathy through exposure. And I think one of the points that you bring up that we kind of just touched on, both of you guys, but I found very valuable, is just that a lot of the times for people that were either voting for Jill Stein or choosing not to vote for Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, a lot of the times, you just hate Hillary, you just hate her, you're just a hater, hate, and a lot of that. And a lot of people say things like, they're evil, they're corrupt. And I think part of what Brandon and Nick are touching on is that there's both a social and a larger contextual issue, that people arrive at these conclusions or this behavior, not necessarily because there's some sort of evil, devil pulling their strings, or that they're lacking the physical capacity for empathy, but often just because of it's a naturally arises out of the circumstances and their innate personalities combined with that. And so that I view people aren't evil.
I'm gonna give it up. I'm gonna give it up. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna give it up. I'm gonna say something. Give it up. I'm gonna give it up. I have to say this. I don't hate Hillary Clinton as much as I think other people do, or at least I don't hate her as much as I hate the neoliberal apologists. I don't hate her as much as I hate the people who are going through mental gymnastics to justify her ascendancy to power. If you can just be honest with everything, then we're cool. But it's the people out there who are coming up with these sort of BS sophistic. So whatever BS. Yeah, I don't know what the I don't know what the adjective is. And so what you call it? arguments for why she is not a neoliberal or why neoliberalism is okay all of a sudden because Hillary Clinton's doing. Those are the people, like to quote Nicholas Nolan, the Sister Soldier fans who are voting for Clinton and are doing it because they view Clinton at, like, they've somehow argued themselves to see Clinton in sort of parallel with Sister Soldier's viewpoints, are the ones that I find incredibly problematic, because if you can justify that, you can justify anything. And like but yeah, like I said before, people are welcoming neoliberalism and neoconservatism with open arms, and they always have.
They're out here campaigning for it, trying to convince the folks that aren't on board to get on board. With that, I do want to get a dare in here.
I want to
But I actually want to pick up on that exact topic that Brandon was just mentioning about his issue being with the people that are somehow doing these mental gymnastics. I would posit that you would have to hate every single person who has tended to vote Democrat since the 1970s. Because here's why. So I had a conversation recently with a professor of mine, and she mentioned that she wonders if there's going to be a split inside of the Democratic Party because it's moved so far to encompass so many different people. And I apologize if my mic is garbage, but I'm using a Bluetooth headset, and that's the only way I can get you without feedback. But the conversation went on. She's afraid that there's going to be, or was worried about it, there's going to be a split. I argue that split happened in the 70s. I argue that split happened when the no-war Democrats were pushed out of the party. I argue that split happened when the Democrats started losing the Republicans in national and presidential races based on things like law and order and social security, that safety net kind of thing. I argue that schism happened in 1992 officially when Bill Clinton became president, because Bill Clinton did not run as a Democrat. Bill Clinton ran as a Republican, period. I don't care how you think about it. He's a very charismatic Republican, so we've seen that schism. So you can't go, I mean, to be quite honest with you, this is the logical next step. It's Hillary Clinton. This is the logical progression of the Democratic Party up until this point.
So I want to go back.
I want to let you in here, but I just wanted topically just to mention this: like Bill Clinton also opened his campaign with the slogan "Make America Great Again." Just to show you how cyclical that is. How that
has anyone ever considered that I'm tired of America being great? Maybe I don't want America to be great.
All right, Nick, go ahead and get into here.
Brandon, I think you made an interesting point, and this goes back to why people have been so focused on this presidential election. I think that the president acts as a weather vane for the country, an ideological weather vane, a kind of a moral compass for the country. And you see the entire mood of a country shift with the president. You had George Bush as president for 8 years, where not only was gay marriage outlawed, but they were looking for a constitutional amendment, and they were talking about civil unions being good enough, separate but equal. And then you get Barack Obama, and it's like, oh, well, now let's legalize gay marriage. So the president is an important role because it serves as kind of a barometer of where the popular consensus is. My concern, which goes back to Adair's point and to your point, is that these neoliberals who are doing these mental gymnastics are really part of this fringe movement that became the mainstream that basically commandeered the Democratic Party, which Paul Starr wrote about very nicely in the American Prospect in an article that I highly recommend people look up called The Fanatics of the Center, where these people have convinced themselves and each other that centrism is a value, a moral and ethical value in and of itself. That when your opponent says, I want to cut off your arm, you say, well, how about just a finger? Maybe a couple fingers. And so we've seen the Republicans, Newt Gingrich had this line on Sean Hannity where Hannity asked him, so, in the election in 2012, when are you going to go back to the center? And Newt said, I don't think you go to the center. I think you bring the center to you. And that's the entire policy the right has been following for the last 20, 30 years. And the Democrats have been complicit in going along with that by saying, oh, well, you want to quibble about war? Fine, we'll send war in Iraq. And I think that what's truly harmful about this election is exactly what Brandon's talking about. These neoliberal gymnastics where it's all about, well, I have to be reasonable. I have to be a centrist. I have to give them, an inch. I have to, find a way to make it all make sense for me so that I can support the TPP. I can think about privatizing Social Security. These types of things is just endemic. It's problematic of a social issue. And I look at leaders like Dr. Maria Santos Gorostieta, a leader that not a lot of people know about. She was actually killed in Mexico. She was a mayor who stood up against the corruption of the drug cartels. Was a very smart, very beautiful woman who just knew that she was a target, and she refused to back down. And this type of leadership inspired her community, and it inspired a culture that ultimately revolted against these drug overlords and pushed them out. And what we're seeing, you know, I took Bernie Sanders' equivocation at the convention pretty hard, because I thought that he would be, you know, he said he was going to go with the will of the Democratic Party. I really hope that he would go through the process and come to realize that there are certain lines you just cannot yield to. And when you yield, it is a cultural contagion. And I think that liberals and Democrats have just yielded for so long on the social safety net, you know, talking about, oh, we have to save Social Security by raising the Social Security age. Excuse me? How about we just raise the top end and kill the cap? There are always other arguments that can actually push it back to FDR style New Deal Democratic, social democracy. And instead, it's just been a continual series of yielding. And that's why I think we talk about this presidential election and we talk about these social issues, and what I want to kind of get people programmed about, you know, why I'm passionate about Jill Stein now is because I think we need to start cultivating leaders who don't quibble, who say, no, it's not optional for us to have single payer healthcare. It's not optional for us to have education. It's you know, we're going to fight for these things without backing down. And I think that's what causes things to change.
You're absolutely right. And I mean, what you're talking
getting here, Brandon, but I just wanted to mention that we are going to get some updates on the polls coming up soon. So, but go ahead and continue.
Absolutely. I mean, what Nick is describing is so important. This idea, like, it's a logical fallacy. It's called the appeal to moderation, or the appeal to the center. The idea that if you pick the middle point between two ideas, that middle point must somehow be the right. It's what we're taught when we're children. We're taught that, oh, there's one story. I mean, there's your story and there's his story, and somewhere in the middle there's the truth. But here's the thing: eventually you have to grow up. Eventually you have to realize that reckless centrism does not make you the adult in the room. And we've seen a lot of that during this election. We've seen a lot of reckless centrism, a lot of reckless neutrality, and a lot of people who are trying to disguise their cowardice and their nihilism about the democratic process, or rather the possibility for change, as somehow the adult position. We've seen a lot of people treat Hillary Clinton as though she is the adult choice. Like, oh, no, Bernie Sanders is the pie in the sky, you know, like the childish imagination. So is Jill Stein choice. Like, Hillary Clinton, she's the pragmatic choice. Like, when really it's not pragmatism, it's cowardice. It's people who are too afraid to do anything. They would, you know, it's the devil you know is better than when you don't. Like, they are so afraid of change, or the possibility that the status quo might end, that they succumb to this nihilism or rather nihilism or cowardice, but they refuse to describe it as that. So instead they adopt this air of, I'm the adult, and they try to explain their logic of how they came to this adult decision, when really at the end of the day it comes down to, well, you're a coward. Like you are afraid of Trump. You are afraid of what Trump represents. But ultimately, and this goes down to what Nick said earlier, you refuse to challenge that frame. You refuse, and we saw a lot in the debate, the refusal to challenge the conservative frame by the Democrats about something like Social Security, about any of these Social Security programs. The refusal to say, you know what? No, that's incorrect. If you just, raise the cap, if you just, first of all, Social Security is solvent for decades. That's the first thing. And if you just, raise the cap, it's solvent indefinitely. Like, the refusal to just say these things because either they think America's too stupid, or that's been the narrative for so long. They no longer know how to untangle it. They no longer know how to untangle the conservative framing of these things without coming across as being, disingenuous or liars or whatever. Maybe they don't want to. Maybe they've just become comfortable with this two-party duopoly, and any way they can keep it going, they're willing to keep it going.
I think there's a variety of people that fall in a variety of segments. A lot of people can calculate and realize, well, if it works out this way, I'll be in a better position. And if I align myself with the right folks, this is speaking more towards people in the media and various other areas, that, if I show positive feelings towards this person that's going to be in power, things are going to be better for me in the future. And it's just a simple, practical, it's as simple as that. And the things about making lives better for other people, they think that the best way to improve other people's lives is to have them have more money so that they can distribute it to the causes and purposes that they see more fit.
It's some of that. I mean, it's some of that, but also we got to be very careful. And I keep hating to bring up about the voices that we elevate. We elevate a lot of these voices because they do not challenge the status quo. It's not people who are out there necessarily scheming to get access, but people who just who come from a position where their desires and their experiences do not challenge the prime narrative. They do not challenge the hegemonic notion about what society is designed for. Like that's the ultimate. That's another lesson we can take away. Like, whose voices are we elevating in the media, and how do they not only reaffirm the framing of all these questions?
And that's a great point, and that's why I think that we need to, as progressives, start being very demanding on whether it's elevating alternate news sources, places like Democracy Now, even challenging up and coming sources like the Young Turks, and start asking, where are the Noam Chomskys? Where are the Chris Hedges? Where are the people that have been out and proud critiquing this entire system of oppression for decades? And how can we get their voices? Why has Ralph Nader disappeared? Why is Jill Stein, only relevant during election time? I think we need to start cultivating a group of, people who are promoting these progressive values.
If
I don't know
I
if
can
it's
come
about
in for a second.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Nick. Other Nick, please come in.
I want to first say I'm happy to be here with the Project Sanity guys. You guys are very, 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 very aligned with me. I'm happy. But the first thing I want to say is we make it seem as though we individually, as a society, elevate people in the news media, so to speak. I don't believe that that's always the case. I think, particularly when you're talking about the corporate media, those people are elevated by a select few number of people, or the institution itself will elevate particular voices or a particular narrative. And like for most people, that's just what they're going to be fed. Now, I mean, when you talk about independent media, that's totally different. But as you can see, as the independent media becomes larger and more popular, it slowly starts to transition and kind of resemble the corporate media in a sense. And I think if you look at the Young Turks, their main show, that's kind of clear. If you watch them from when they were smaller to where they are now, it's a clear difference in perspective.
Oh no, I agree, and I think what you just said, Nick, really, it's another part of the myth of the meritocracy, that the people in the media are there because they have some kind of unique insight or opinion that deserves to be shared with the public, when a lot of times the people in the media are there because they serve as a better mouthpiece for the status quo, not necessarily because they have something unique or interesting to say, but because they're like Anderson Cooper, they're a Vanderbilt. They put a pretty face on the same neoliberal policies, or like Rachel Maddow, because she has one foot in the minority door and one foot in the corporate cronyism door. So so we got to be careful about how we sort of understand the mainstream media's, the mouthpieces that exist in the mainstream media and why they are there. It's not because they're good at their job. I think God knows it's not because Don Lemon was good at his job, or Chris Matthews is good at his job, or Chris Hayes is good at his job, or Scarborough is good at their job. It's because they're just mouthpieces for the status quo. And when it comes down to independent media, you see that's how you create. That's how you can. Sorry, Ryler. You can never really have a truly mainstream progressive news outlet, because that just won't do very well. I think if you really want to make money and sort of be on the left, you have to create these narratives and these sort of talking heads that, they challenge the status quo a little bit. They want gay marriage. They want Black people to be not shot in the streets, kind of, but they don't challenge it too much. They don't challenge the whole frame. They just challenge the excesses of the system. That's what I'm trying to say. We have a liberal media that never challenges the system, simply the excesses of that system. It doesn't challenge the sort of the structures of racism, just the fact that police brutality exists in its most overt form.
No, that's an excellent point. Sorry, I've just been looking around in the back end. We also have another guest joining us. I'm guessing the name I'm seeing isn't the name.
I think we have a full house tonight. We have
Yes.
a full 10 people in this hangout.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna try to keep the conversation moving and give everybody an opportunity to speak. And so, get Adair, if you wanted to intro the guest, possibly. Is that?
Wait, I don't know if this is one of my guests. Hold on, guys. Let me check my phone. Again, sorry, everyone. I'm on my phone trying to do this.
Gotcha.
So.
All right.
I have a question. I have a question for everybody. Before we do update, who was your favorite Republican primary candidate, and why do you wish it was them now instead of Trump?
Do we really have to pick? Do we actually have to
You really have to pick? It doesn't have to be because they were more leftist. It can be just because you like something about them. They were funnier. Let's go with Richard first.
I don't know, but I'm looking at these Florida numbers, and right now they're within a percentage point with 78% in, with Clinton just ahead by about 60,000 votes, a little less, a little
That's
over
not an
50,000
answer.
votes.
That's not an answer.
I think that's more important than who our favorite Republican is, Brandon. Like, let's actually focus on the numbers here instead of the Republicans that we like to do.
Sorry, folks, having some technical difficulties. We're getting a bunch of guests in the rooms here, and my computer's slowing down a little bit. I'm going to try to get back online here as soon as I can.
if it were Clinton versus Cruz, we would. This would be I'm with her. Project I'm with her.
Damn, son. Well, that's what we're looking at in 2020.
I would no, because at that point it's just like I saw it coming, and I have 4 years to prepare myself for that.
All right.
But no. Cruz is insane. Cruz is obviously a sociopath, and I would know because I can see it. I can see a little bit of me in his eyes.
Well, not only does he want to bend the
see a lot of bit of you in his eyes.
Like not only does he want to bend the establishment to his will, and his will being really twisted, but he also knows how to do it.
It's like okay, so
he hasn't done anything.
Hey guys, real quick, can I interject?
Yeah, good.
Can I interject? Majid, are you around? I had a guest who said he got in. Majid, if you're here, let me know.
He's not. But
No,
anyway,
I think that's Diana. I think.
Diana.
Oh, it is Majid. Okay, welcome. He is another former delegate. I don't know if you want to introduce yourself to the guys before we get back on live. I just wanted to make sure everyone got to know who he was real quick.
No, I didn't introduce myself. I just jump in. I have no idea. This is the first time using this app.
Yes. So just tell everybody about who you are, Majid, your background, why, pretty much, like, I mean, your background is way, I think, more impressive than mine is by every stretch of the imagination, but.
No. I'm just a basic, normal, a person who wants to live in the, in the society, feels like the American dream. Well, my name is Majid. I'm actually from Iraq, originally from Iraq. I left Iraq in 1991. I spent almost nearly 5 years in prison just because involved in the political. And I came here and I become a national delegate. This is my 3rd time. And I'm going for Jill. And I think she is much better, than the other 2.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little bit of me.
Yeah, we'll have you come on, and so you'll have to repeat that a little bit, but definitely want to get you introduced and involved in the conversation.
You're all going out. We're hearing all that.
You guys all talking
one time. Oh, okay, everything's going out. Sweet.
Okay.
But okay, so we're going back out. I want to bring the conversation back to Virginia and the ramifications of what happens if Trump wins Virginia and manages to pull out Florida, which I think is going to end up being the case.
I think he's gonna win Virginia. By the way, I looked in the last 5 minutes ago. He's way ahead.
Oh man, he just got back ahead in Florida by 740 votes.
Yep,
like it's close in Florida. It's close.
I'm gonna call it. I think Trump wins Florida, Ohio, and Virginia, but I think he loses Michigan.
Probably so. I think so.
This is bringing out the worst in me, man.
So here is the question, and I'm kind of nervous. I was watching the CNN news and NBC, and I was kind of get nervous a little bit. If Trump actually win the election, how are you guys gonna feel about that? I mean, are you gonna get mad? I mean, either way, I'm gonna get sad if it's Trump win or Hillary. But how about you guys? What's your perspective?
My told you so bone is pretty strong, so it's gonna be hard to suppress that.
I mean, this wouldn't even be close with Bernie Sanders, right? Like that's just that's the told you so from my perspective.
Yeah.
I think that we have to be ready to fight both of these candidates. We know that the Democrats are likely to retake the Senate, so the idea of Trump being mein Führer, without a complete breakdown of society, that's still, we've been talking about president obstructionism from Congress when it comes to Obama. There's no reason why the Democrats, unless they do the whole moderate rollover thing that we were talking about earlier, can't just stop at the Senate level and in the other levels the worst of what Trump could do. And I think that what's interesting to me is that it turns into a real opportunity in 2020 to come back and say, okay, we got to go with Tulsi. We got to go with Elizabeth Warren if she wants to actually run this time. We got to come back strong. So there's an opportunity there. I do think it's scary as hell. And I think that there's a lot of stoking of the flames because the president is a weather vane and a barometer that you really have to worry about the rise of alt-right thought and what that can entail. But I think that ultimately it needs to turn. We have to be prepared to fight either way.
I don't think that the Democrats, if we've learned anything from this primary, I don't think that even with a Trump win, the Democrats are prepared to pack up the neoliberalism. I think that they will double down next time because they will do once Trump ruins everything, people will actually be glad to take whatever they get. So I don't know how deep down the rabbit hole. I don't know who they're going to bring up in 2020 because it won't be Clinton again. But if Trump wins, I wouldn't expect them to go, full progressive. I would expect them to, double down neoliberalism. They go, see, fascism. Look what happened. I think we can all agree though that we are incapable of holding Clinton's feet to the fire in any meaningful way.
Well, I want to throw this wrench in things. What if we throw the wrench in that Republicans win the Senate? They've already let's just say Republicans keep the majority in the Senate. Let's say that this Trump wave goes on, the Republicans ride that, or even worse, let's say Dems win the Senate, but something happens to Trump. And we have President Mike Pence. I think that's the real fear here for a lot of people, and I think that's where the Democrats, if you're going to fearmonger the right person, fearmonger the governor who made it illegal for gay couples to apply for a marriage license. Fear the governor who's done the crap that Trump is talking about. That's scary to me, is that Pence might actually end up as president if something happens to Trump. He's going on trial. I mean,
but we've had this conversation before. Look how awful Tim Kaine is.
That is also true.
And Trump has already said that he wants his vice president to make all his policy, right? So a Trump presidency is a Pence presidency because Trump basically wants to be the party boy in chief, right? Like he wants to show up at the convention or at the parties. He wants to, give vapid speeches. But in terms of policy, we're really looking at his cabinet and who he puts around him. And I think he's going to delegate most of his responsibilities of actual ruling to vice president. That's been his plan all along.
Here's my prediction. I think Clinton wins, and I think in 2020, the Republican Party uses the whole Trump thing that occurred as their come to God moment, their rhetorical come to God moment. Like, oh, can you believe how far we fell, and we've come to our senses that we're going to get back to real conservatism, and that's why we elected Ted Cruz to be our delegate. Who am I pointing to?
Now I think that's
because Ted Cruz, despite being literally a sociopath and a religious zealot, he can pretend to be normal. And
and more than that, the Democrats would actively support this. The Democrats, we've seen the Pied Piper things in the WikiLeaks that they were like, please give us Ted Cruz, give us Donald Trump, maybe give us Ben Carson. The Democrats would be 100% all in. They would have their media, insipid Hydra do everything it could to just pump up Cruz because Cruz is who they want to fight, right? Like Cruz is another scary. So all it does is just, more validation for Clinton. So what's scariest to me about this whole cycle is how much we're seeing the Republicrats as something that's not just a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, but how it all kind of plays in to just, the neoconservatives drift toward the Democrats. Pied Piper candidate comes up. They've got the next Pied Piper candidate ready to go. I mean, that's to me the scariest thing about a Clinton win and having such a predictable chain here is that it's very clear how they want the Republicans to play. And it's not so clear that the Republicans have any kind of counter strategy. To me, the Republicans need to start looking at leaders like
quickly there before you get in here. I just wanted to say is that we talked earlier about how the false idea that the truth must be somewhere in the center kind of idea. And I think Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, as you mentioned, Ben Carson, having them be the other side puts the center much closer to that neoliberal or like that the goals that they're after. Is if you put the right so far out there, then the center is right where you want it to be. And so go ahead and get in there.
So I want to throw this wrinkle in there. This is something that a lot of people haven't been talking about, but something that 538 has actually started modeling was the influence of the number of people that vote third party. I think our best case scenario here, regardless of who wins president, is that both Jill Stein and Gary Johnson poll 5%. Ideally, Jill Stein. That's who I cast my ballot for here in Washington State. I voted Stein Baraka because I couldn't stomach anybody else. I actually really do like their policies, but I think that throws a wrench in things. I think Green Party hitting 5% nationally throws such a wrench in 2018 even. In the midterm elections, when you start seeing Green Party senators, Green Party representatives, you start seeing state houses turn more and more green, and then you start seeing more of an implementation of a parliamentary style system. Because there's no way that neoliberalism could recover if we manage to hit a 5% threshold of an actual third party.
And I think there's a real opportunity here that there's such a big tent on both sides of the parties in terms of Democrats and Republicans, where you've got the Rand Paul, Ron Paul Republicans that are just dying for a viable option to get the fuck out of the Republican Party, right? So if the Libertarians could actually start looking like a real party, that would cut their power base in half, which then the Greens start looking like a real party, cuts the Democratic power base in half. Suddenly you've got something that looks closer to democracy again, where it's a lot less, these are the only two options. I think that we need, one of the things that I'm promoting is that we don't need a three-party. We don't need third parties. We need a four-party system. We need to give both sides, people who are unhappy with the most unpopular candidates in American history on both sides, they both need a place to go. And when you look at the debates that on PBS, Tavis Smiley had debates with Jill Stein and Gary Johnson. Listen, I think libertarians are full of it, and I think that the hyper-capitalism is social Darwinism. Like, I have a lot of ideological objections to libertarians. That was a very reasonable debate, and if you haven't watched it yet, I highly recommend that people go just watch the half-hour snippets. Both sides were very reasonable people, and I think that there's a lot of common ground that they can work on in terms of ending the surveillance state, getting marijuana off of Schedule 1. There's a lot of overlap there that really, if it were possible for these people who are in prison on both sides, the prison of the Democrats and the prison of the Republicans, to break out and actually have viable alternate parties, this would be a huge thing for 2018, 2020. It changes the game. And so I think that when you look at Maine's RCV5, that might be one of the most important actual elections going on here in 2016. If RCV5 passes and ranked choice voting, we have a template of how to apply that in Maine. We have to start looking at applying that kind of in multiple places. We do it in Washington and Arizona at the same time. We do it in a place like Oregon and in a place like, I don't know, Virginia, that kind of goes back and forth. Once you start getting ranked choice voting and you start creating the style that, I want the Green Party to be successful. I also kind of want the Libertarian Party to be successful, just because I know that it's going to be very hard to get all my Republican brothers and sisters who disagree with me on religion and everything else to come all the way green. But if they have a place to go, we can actually have real competition. And I think that's what we've seen that's gone so wrong in this late stage capitalistic system, is we're so oligopolistic, we're so monopolistic that the competition is gone, right? It's just the cadres, the cabals are able to kind of mutually reinforce each other and set up Pied Piper candidates. When we get to real political competition, I think that's where we can start seeing fundamental innovative change in the system.
Let me say something on that. Yeah. Let me say something on that. You said, 2018. I'm going to be real with you. I think expecting to see, big movements by 2018 is a little slim. The Green Party has to overcome almost like a toxic brand recognition at this point, I think, and that's only going to probably be overcome when maybe our generation is, older. So, we might be looking like maybe a decade or so of being out in the wilderness before we really start to see a lot of motion start happening, even on the electoral front. Like right now, it's just they had a small surge, but we saw that, the media's power over the largely, I want to say uninformed, but I hate to use that word because it's insulting and condescending in some respects. But the people who aren't necessarily paying attention to anything other than characterizations of people, or oh, she said this, or she sounds kooky, or I don't know if I know about that. Like the power that the mainstream media has over those people, and then the independent media that's supposed to be an alternative to that, still reinforcing the two-party system as well and shitting on Green Party candidates, also will catch the people who consider themselves pragmatists or more reasoned, or the people who are so arrogant that they just think that they're just smarter than everybody else and they have some kind of better understanding. That propaganda is probably going to catch them too. So what you're really looking at is a very small number of people who are even really just open to supporting the outside candidates. And the question I would ask to you then is, how much of the news really is, like I said before, making the news versus giving the people the news that they want? Because an excuse for the mainstream media tending to cover Trump and promote the Pied Piper candidates seems to be that it was good for their ratings, but I'm not necessarily sold on that explanation. I believe that, making news is a big deal in America. So that's possibly what happened. They made Trump news as opposed to him just being news and just covering him just because.
Okay. So I want to actually take on some of what you said, because you made really valid points. But the first one is you're saying that, right, you think that we won't see radical change until, electoral change really until for about another decade or so. I agree with you to an extent. I don't think we'll see real electoral change in a lot of states, but I do think that we have the opportunity with equal ballot access, right? All throughout the US, I think that's when you start seeing some levels of change. I think that's when you start seeing some pockets of California turn green as opposed to blue. I think that's when you see Washington State. Here we have a lot of people that are actively getting involved with progressive identities, regardless of whatever their political affiliation might be. Here in Thurston County, we have the Thurston County Progressives. It's a group of folks that meet every month to talk about getting progressive actions passed, Dems, Green Party folks, independents, whomever. So I think that's the first step. I don't think you're going to see this radical shift all at once, but I do think you start seeing a congressperson or two that has that G next to their name. I think that's what you're going to see in 2 years if we get equal ballot access now. But the main crux that I think we really should be talking about is independent media. We know what the mainstream news is going to do. They're going to do what makes them money. They're going to do, as the WWE says, what's best for business, period. It's a real life soap opera. That's what they do. It's our job here at Project Sanity. It's our job at Progressive Army. It's our job at RT News. It's our job here. These folks, we're the ones that actually have to go out and start doing unbiased coverage. I think we started to see that shift. I think the more we get out, the more we actually do this work, the greater audience we can reach, the better off we all are. And that's why we've worked here at Project Sanity so close with the Stein Baraka campaign. That's why I interviewed Jill Stein in Philadelphia. That's why I still try to reach out to David Cobb and to the Green Party, into that campaign and say, hey, can we work with you guys? Let's get some of this out there, because if the mainstream media isn't going to take you seriously, we in the independent media, we have to. That's our damn job. But that's just my opinion.
What did you think about when I referred to Trump just being good for ratings versus Trump being made news? I mean, I will say in entertainment, that's almost across the board. Like popular music isn't necessarily what people want. Popular music is what's made to be popular.
I'll address that. I think that Trump is a great example of that. We have seen for the very first time the news is not reporting the news, it's making the news. But we've seen that for a very long time. It's like the news creates these moral panics. And that's what the Trump phenomenon was. It was the news creating a moral panic about Trump and overselling him. Like I think to the surprise of everyone, including Trump, he was good for ratings, and so they made him seem like a bigger threat than he actually was. And I don't think it was a conspiracy. I think, like you said, it was good for business. And in pretending like he was real, they made him real. And that's a very frightening thing to come to terms with. And I remember Lee Fang from The Intercept said something, he tweeted out, the election's already over, Clinton's already won, and the news media is pretending as though Trump still had the chance to keep ratings going. And I tweeted back, it's like, you got to remember, the news media pretending like Trump had a chance in the first place was what gave him the chance. And so at a certain point, we have to come to terms with the fact that maybe the news is creating reality, not reporting it. And that's a very, very frightening thing to come to terms with, especially when we see who's in charge of the news. Insofar that we have a bunch of corporations that are creating reality through some kind of very, very heavy propagandizing, very, very heavy gaslighting. And so you see it for everything. You see it from, like, when people think that, the knockout game is this big epidemic, or the news is simply creating reality. And it's like, it's no longer the fourth estate, it's no longer any of these sort of lofty ideals. It is now just stenographers and I don't know, the media equivalent to the guy on the corner with the sign that says the end is nigh.
Public relations, right? I mean, George Orwell talked about journalism that doesn't challenge the government is simply public relations.
It's double plus ungood.
Right? Well, and I think from a somewhat ironic source, Anchorman 2, the scene where there's the car chase scene and he goes to it live, I think that rather encapsulates the phenomena that you guys are talking about pretty well, and that they take something that wasn't news before and now it's news, and now it becomes a legitimate thing that people are paying attention to because you brought it to their attention, and in the way that you do it with the graphics and the sound and the presentation.
And I mean, Nick made a good. Sorry, Nick made a great analogy with pop music, and it's like, how many times have you heard a song that you hate on the radio, only to be singing it later, as though you actually like it, and be like, oh my God, they've won. Not only do you sing it, but you download it on iTunes, you put it on your media, because like, oh yeah, because like you
There's
become
a word for this. It's manufacturing consent.
Right.
There is a word for it.
And Chomsky's been talking about this for over 40 years. And this is very well understood in the public relations and marketing industry. And it's something that, human cognitive patterns, we respond to emotion. And Al Gore, for whatever neoliberal policies he had in the 90s, The Assault on Reason is an excellent book. And he basically tracks the progression of how emotional content that speaks to your limbic side has become what media uses as its kind of pushing point for getting eyeballs. And, we see it on internet marketing as well. All these, one weird trick to grow your X, right? Like, these are things that are common ploys, and they're done by media, they're done on the internet. And it is something that's pervasive and that's scary. I think that grassroots media really needs to focus on, independent media needs to focus on expanding its breadth and getting people, because you do see a lot of millennials, a lot of young people who, I think, to Nick's point, like, the danger here is that people will go back to sleep after this election. Like, once all the emotional affect of the whole stress of the election goes away, give it a month or two. And we have to really see what people are talking about and caring about in January. And if they really don't want to be involved in this anymore. And that's where I think that independent media needs to be very aggressive about stoking the flames and using this opportunity to say, listen, we know that CNN is full of shit. We know that half the media sources that you're consuming. Ezra Klein was called out in the Podesta emails, the guy that runs Vox, as somebody that they could rely on to kind of promote the Clinton message. And we need to kind of cultivate independent media sources. I think what's also interesting here, and I kind of leave it up to Project Sanity, I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts on this, because I think that the ultimate problem is scale, in the sense that as the Young Turks has gotten bigger, you kind of see the way that they, Jimmy Dore is still aggressive, but you see kind of Anna and Cenk kind of, Cenk had his who I'm voting for, and that was kind of very clear. I think that the properties of organizations, whether they're media, whether they're small business or anything, change depending on how many people they have, how many eyeballs they have. How does independent media keep itself from kind of selling out as it gets more successful?
Well, I mean,
Can I interject real quick with because we haven't talked about an election update. Clinton is winning Texas, folks. Clinton is currently in the lead in Texas, and she is slamming him in Pennsylvania. Trump is back to leading in Florida, and it's really tight in Michigan and Ohio. I just wanted to draw that people's attention to that real quick. I know we're doing a lot of coverage, but I want to try to get these updates in there. But go ahead, everybody else. I'll answer that question last.
Well, I mean, this comes down to, like you said, scale. And the more people you have watching you, the more diverse opinions you have to try to appeal to. And at a certain point, the goals of a business are antithetical to the goals of let's say, a fringe movement, because a business's goals are to attract as many people as possible, and I would say the progressive movement is to challenge the status quo as much as possible. So you get to a point where you're trying to grow your business, but you've sort of saturated your market. You've gained as many viewers from your market as possible, and see if they start expanding and become more and more palatable to the general public. I think the Young Turks does a pretty good job, but like I said, they're more of the same problem I had with someone like Jon Stewart, and definitely someone like Trevor Noah, or what's his face? God, the other one, John Oliver, in that they have taken to only criticizing the excesses of the system. And it's something that Chris Hedges talks about too, about why Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert were not really satire, and it was because they only criticized the excess of the neoliberal system. They only criticized the excesses of the two-party duopoly, Trump being one of those things. They refused to criticize the fundamental aspects of it, which is what satire is truly meant to do. When you compare something like a Common Sense by oh my gosh, I forgot what it's called, by
Thomas Paine.
A modest proposal. When you compare something like A Modest Proposal that critiques the very system of imperialism in of British imperialism in Ireland, it comes across as quaint, because all they're doing is taking poking fun at the craziest aspects and not really going at the heart of the matter. And so I think that it's very easy to criticize police brutality. It becomes much harder to criticize the neoliberal foundations for racism. It becomes very hard to, to make that leap from, well, honestly, police, so insofar that they are racist and acting in racist ways, are simply reflections of our racist society. And they're not the only racist structure that exists in Black communities. So are the hospitals, so are the schools, so are the roads, so are the water treatment plants. It's just racist infrastructure. And that reflects the racist ideology that America's built upon. And that's a conversation that's very hard to have and have it appeal to the majority of people. And so, but it's like, but here's the thing: if you're having conversations about racism and people go away feeling unimplicated by that, then you're not doing your job properly. Like if you're having a deep conversation about sexism and racism and the problems of society, and one of your viewers goes away and they go, "Well, I'm not contributing to that problem," then you failed because we all are by nature of existing in this sort of this structure. We're supposed to be, we're supposed to be challenged on our assumptions, but they're no interest in doing that anymore. A lot of it is just like, here's how we make liberals feel good about their liberalism.
Let me expand that. So how would you frame that same argument in an international sense? I had Benjamin Studebaker on my show yesterday, and we spoke about he basically advocates for the left to drop the anti-imperialist message because it's not popular. And I feel like that's a mistake, because if you look at what happened when we dropped a lot of domestic issues and triangulated on those issues, we're living 35 years after the results of that. And I'm wondering, if we do that on foreign policy or continue to do that, because foreign policy was one thing that the left never really came all the way along on anyway. But what would be the effects of that? How can we say to somebody, hey, when you voted for George Bush and he did all these things, you materially supported a war criminal? That's a hard truth to give somebody, but it's just like, how do we navigate that?
I don't know. That's a hard conversation to have in a country where people are so against being criticized. I think our society we talk about American exceptionalism, but really it's American insecurity. Like criticizing the foundations of American society makes people very, very uncomfortable, especially if it implicates them. And I also want to address another thing another part of the question Nick asked about, oh my gosh, I forgot. Never mind then, I won't address it because I forgot what it was. Like it was so long ago. But I don't know. But here's my biggest fear about what you just brought up, Nick. And I brought it up on a show with Noah a few days ago, that in 2020, we're going to have 18 to 20-year-olds voting for the first time who have never lived in a country that has not been under war, that has not been engaged. Because I'm assuming we're still going to be engaged in drone warfare in 2020. I hope we are not, but I'm assuming we are. And so we're going to have a generation of voters who have never known not war. And so the idea of peace as being a legitimate political priority for the left is going to disappear because it's going to have been normalized. It's like I have cousins who are going to be voting who in 2020 who don't know America not being at a war with terror. Like we've been at the war against terror is a perpetual war, and it's obviously it's a front for imperialism, but eventually that is going to go away. That's it.
The resistance to that, right?
Yeah, the resistance to that. I mean, we've seen it already. I mean, let's talk about when we talk about, okay, I can't vote for Clinton because of the drone program and her obviously going to expand the drone program, or I don't like Obama because he has expanded the drone program. People now say, well, that's just war. What are you going to do? You're going to not drone strike Syria? You're going to not do that? It's like, yeah.
I think we see seeds though that we can take heart in. That our generation has a far better opinion of socialism, for example, and Bernie Sanders than previous generations have had. We are much more actively questioning sexism and systematic and institutional racism than any generation in the past. I agree that it's a concern. I think that one of the things that Republicans have been very successful in, that I want progressives and people who are dem exiting and trying to grow the Green Party to kind of learn and model from, they stole the language of morality. They stole the language of ethics. They talked about family values in the 80s as this idea that I have the right to go into a woman's uterus and tell her how she has a baby. There are fundamental moral and ethical questions that we have to ask about, how we have drones just at the click of a button, like a video game, end an entire group of people's lives, yeah, and the after effects that we're having in Libya and Syria. And I think that we as progressives kind of in our own circles are able to have those conversations and all kind of morally agree with it. I think expanding that, and it's very common now for the radical centrists and the liberals to really kind of intellectualize and kind of on the news give these analyses that remove the element of heart and remove the element of this kind of moral and ethical value to it. And so it looks more and more like the Democrats are this kind of egghead, data-driven analytic party, which is something that I'm sensitive to as an engineer, that seems to be kind of how we're pushing the world with software and with computers. But there is, fundamentally a question that we have to ask about universal basic income, about imperialistic policies, and how we can promote the immoral elements of that. I think that resonates with people. And
I think Nick has an excellent point about asking big questions and giving big answers and talking about doing big projects as we were earlier. I think Adair wants to get in here with an election update, I imagine.
Yes, actually, real quick, and then I want to let you finish that response to those questions, and then I'm going to pop it after you. But Texas has switched back to Trump. Ohio was briefly Trump. I think she's back to winning. It's very close in those states. It's incredibly close in Michigan, and she's only leading by 4,000 votes right now in Pennsylvania. So those are the states to watch right now. He's leading in Florida again. He's retaken Texas, and he's within striking distance in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. And here's why we watch those states, folks. Because Hillary Clinton is going to win in New York, she's going to win in California, she's going to win Oregon and Washington. This we know. What has been of concern to the pollsters are Ohio, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If Trump manages to win 2 out of those 3 states, you can in addition to Florida and Texas, you can pretty much say Trump will win the election outright, because those are going to be the states that determine what's going on. She's also losing in Virginia still, and she was losing in North Carolina last I checked.
Well, it's too bad we don't have an electoral system where that can't happen, where it can't come down to literally 2 states. It's almost like the electoral college and winner-take-all system is a bad goddamn idea. But let's not focus. Don't think about that. Don't think about that. Because if you think about that, you have to question the foundations of our American institution of voting.
Yeah, I don't remember if you did the numbers or not, but like how many millions of votes somebody could get and still get 0 votes in the electoral college. Like they could get tens of millions of votes and still get 0 votes in the electoral college.
After we have this conversation, I don't know if we're taking a break soon or not, because we do have other stuff happening and people are, tired. I'm sure we'll come back after a break.
Noah is definitely going to be joining in the broadcast right around the 9 o'clock Eastern hour, and how we're going to handle that exactly, I'm not sure, but I'm going to be handing over, trying to wrangle you guys off to her more or less. And
I do want to
try to keep it easy on Dave, so maybe some of us will take a break or whatever, just so that he has less frames.
I remember what I was going to say in relation to other Nick's point, not Black Nick, but not Black Nick. And insofar like people, like what happened after the election, I think that the media is like literally designed to make us fall back asleep, to exhaust us with this process so that we go back asleep. And part of that is the apocalyptic rhetoric, the idea that, well, we staved off the apocalypse, so now we can relax and just go back to sleep because we did something, we made a meaningful change by simply preventing the end of the world. And I mean, that's very troubling. Like we don't treat the voting process as one stage in democracy. We treat it as the entire democratic process. We treat voting for the presidency as the entire democratic process, and we just never ever try to expand that conversation about what democracy truly entails, which is the everyday social life of discussing the material and economic conditions of reality. But
what I think really important on there is the normalization of all these things, like we've touched on earlier, and how normal the idea is that going back to sleep is okay. We found people that aren't going to bring the apocalypse. We don't have to pay attention anymore. We can go back to letting them run it, and they'll be fine. I think that is a critical and really important aspect.
I love the voice.
And we have our guest who joined us earlier. You might have heard him over audio briefly, but looks like he's ready to come up. And I just wanted to go ahead and give you a chance. You started the question that spurred us off in our starting conversation, but go ahead and get in here and Dave will get you up. It looks like your video might be stuttering in and out, so maybe we won't be able to get you right in right away. But I did want to just let's see here, take a look here. Yeah, and Florida, it looks like Trump's starting to widen out his lead a little bit. And a note that has been going around is that the Florida Panhandle voting was still open for another 13 minutes, I believe. So there's still people voting in Florida, and it's in the Trump-heavy area. So, and there's still lines as well.
He's
So
ahead in the.
He's probably going.
He's ahead in the.
That's what it's looking like.
Yeah, he's
Clinton is
ahead
destroying him in Pennsylvania right now, like 72% to 18%.
That seems absurd.
He's way ahead in the popular vote too.
Well, we still have California and New York, and that'll change the results there significantly, I suspect. But what percentage do we have reporting in Pennsylvania right now?
Pennsylvania.
I'll have to double check on that. I didn't get an exact number. I think right now she's got something a little. She's got over 10,000 votes. I want to say closer to 20,000. He's gotten maybe 4 or 5.
Okay, so low vote numbers.
Low
right
voting,
now.
but she is at this point. She's dominating him in Pennsylvania. I think this is more or less. You're probably seeing Philadelphia County, possibly Allegheny County.
Probably can't.
I don't know. I'm taking a peek there. Gotcha.
I think it's time for a break because, at least for me, because I'm tired and we've been on for about an hour. So let's take a break until we can switch over streamers and bring a Noah in. If no one is objecting towards that, maybe back around 9-ish.
Let's go ahead and just give everybody a quick moment to say something before, just in case they don't come back when we come back on the air. Just to get a chance to say something about the election. So we'll start. Let me see what Dave has queued up here. We will start with, I guess, Adair, go ahead and say something before you go.
All right. Well, so yeah, I'm going to actually take a break here right after this, go have myself dinner. But I just want to say, folks, that here's the thing. A question was asked earlier, how do we do things? How do we have genuine conversations about issues that are tough? And I think it starts with who you listen to. If you are willing to step out of that echo chamber of everyone agrees with you and listen to the hard pointed questions and actually sit down and do introspection, I think that's how we go forward. I think that's how we at Project Sanity do things. One of the biggest things that we do before our shows is there's a heavy amount of introspection. Why do we believe the things that we do? Why do we say what we do? Why do we espouse the ideals and stick to the issues that we do? We do it because we truly believe in them. And one of the things that we have to do, that I know I personally have to do, is every day I have to own my own problematic issues. I have to own that ingrained sexism. I have to own that ingrained imperialism. I have to own that ingrained racism that you are brought up with simply by existing in American society. And I see you over there, Brandon, making jokes. But it is true. Everybody but Brandon here has a level of introspection that we do before the show, because otherwise we cannot truly come.
Whoa! I am part of being a
narcissist. Is introspection.
Is
Don't try to listen to Brandon here. Go ahead. Try to keep it under a minute.
It's the absolute end of the world, and I hope you're all ready for the apocalypse. So, grab your machetes, grab your cookie mask and your ATVs, and strap leather all over yourself, and get ready to, for a Trump presidency or something. I don't know.
My go bag's ready, so I don't know about you guys, but I guess
if you'd like to join my roving band of cannibals, send an email to projectsanity@gmail.com with your stats and your capabilities in Apocalypse, and we can get things going.
All right, Nick Nolan, if you want to get in here, just I believe you're going to be coming back, but if you just wanted to, before we go on break, just a quick thought on either what we've covered or what people have to look forward to when we come back. You might be muted.
I'm sorry, I put my mic on mute when I'm not talking, but I just want to kind of get that out there. Like, the introspection is important, but what we're trying to do is bring the median voter over to our way of thinking. We have to change the consciousness of the median voter. And I'm just saying, how do we get there? When we're battling against mass propaganda the way we are. And I'm not sure how you get there, because, like I said, even though the reality of the actions amount to just almost like a pure evil kind of deal, nobody wants to be called evil. Nobody wants to be associated with supporting evil. And so just that, they just don't want to accept that truth at all because it's a hideous truth. And you can even expand that across multiple issues when you try to talk about what Hillary Clinton is. You know, I'm not saying she's pure evil, but when you explain that she's actually not good and that she's very problematic, you know, they kind of reject the entire truth. They reject the entire assumption of corruption. They reject how bad that is, and they reject all the past deeds that she's done that have been problematic, all for this illusion of her being some sort of incremental step towards what they want to accomplish. So I'm just wondering, how do you overcome that? In the primary with Bernie Sanders, he comes to Black people and he says, I'm going to bring jobs, I'm going to reinvest in the schools, I'm going to get your youth working, I'm going to get healthcare for your sick, and I'm going to improve the retirement system. And everybody says, no, we don't want that. We want nothing. And it's just like, how do you fight that? You know, you basically have a populace that's no longer able to well, I'm not going to use the word rational, but we have a populace that's no longer really critically thinking and really objectively looking at things, you know, from a different perspective other than the one that's been fed from them. And I'm just wondering, how do we kind of overcome that?
I think that's an excellent question and something I think we can think about quickly over the break. One of the things that I just wanted to get out there was just, and everybody's kind of touched on it, but with the rhetoric that's out there, the propaganda that's out there, we're running out of language to describe things that are even more hideous or heinous than whatever's already out there. So like, if Donald Trump does win or Clinton does win, we stave off the apocalypse, it's going to be hard to make anybody seem more dangerous than Donald Trump was. We'll actually be running out of words to describe it in ways to pass that on. Go ahead.
If you look at what they did with George Bush, you know, they like wiped him like he never existed after he was out of there. And when he was in there, they made all sorts of excuses for him. He's not a true conservative. I expect that exact same playbook to happen with Mr. Trump.
Yep. Absolutely. And I guess any other closing thoughts? I think
that was it for me.
I might have had one more thing I just wanted to mention. What was it? I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
I'll just say that the projection is that the GOP will keep the House. So there's one branch of government that isn't going to be very helpful.
Yeah.
So see what happens with the Senate. But yeah, it's going to be a fun time, guys. Fun 4 years. Woohoo!
Yeah. A reminder, the House is, you know, theoretically one of the more powerful branches, right?
Yeah, that's where taxes are supposed to start, and so budget. So we'll see what. Yeah.
Senate is on track to turn blue. Senate is on track to be blue. House, like you said, is on track to be red. And Ohio, with 25% reporting, Clinton leads by 10,000 votes. So watch out, folks.
The interesting thing that I had noticed, and I haven't had a chance to really look closely at the numbers yet, but it does look like that Trump may be leading in some places that are legalizing cannabis, showing that not necessarily like the connection between Democrats and cannabis legalization might not be as strong as it was previously. That it might be having.
Are you
much
saying
wider
potheads are going to elect Trump?
Well, that's just what I'm saying.
They're in battleground states, right? I mean, it's battleground
the same people
states
that are voting to legalize. There are some places where Florida, for instance, right now, their medical legalization is passing.
Right,
but Trump is also winning. So Hillary's losing.
Right.
But medical cannabis is winning. So that this is a little interesting tidbit before we go to break. And Adair might have one more thing to share. Yeah. And then we're going to go to a break real quick. And Noah will be back with a lot of the same folks here and with some special guests of our own. But go ahead, Adair.
When we talk about interesting tidbits and how voting turns, I just want to point out Trump is winning almost every county in Ohio except the counties with Columbus, Cincinnati, and Cleveland. And he trails by 10,000 votes. Just want to point that out, folks. It's going to be one hell of a night, so stick with us because I'm sure after this break, and some of us have had dinner, we're going to be all right back talking about the same stuff. So keep it here. Project Sanity. I know it's coming up. I can't wait to see y'all again.
Yep. Absolutely. Progressive Army, thanks. And Grossman's going to be helping out, and Noah's going to be here. I think going to be some more guests, and Nick Nolan's definitely going to be hanging around, I believe. And so stick around. Check us out, projectsanity.org or Progressive Army, and Benjamin Dixon's channel. So thank you guys, and we'll be back shortly.
Hello, my name is Anoa Changa, and this is The Way with Anoa. You may notice that I look different and sound different than I normally do. That is all in your head. Uh, Joining me today is Anoa Changa. Say hello, Anoa.
Oh, is that supposed to be me?
Yeah, Nick, play along. It's a joke. Like, damn.
Oh. I was like, why is there two of Noahs? I thought you were going to be Noah. I was just going to be me. Anyway, I'm Nick from the Takedown. Yeah, we're just gonna basically be filling in until Noah gets in as the host, and we're just gonna kind of fill the conversation while the election is going, and we'll be giving election updates as they come in.
Okay, so ask your question, Nick, because we were talking off air about something very important, and I have a better answer now that we're on air. So ask your.
Okay, so on my show yesterday, I had Benjamin Studebaker here, and he basically has this theory that anti-imperialism is unpopular, so the left should drop that and just focus on having a cautionary rhetoric in regards to foreign policy until foreign policy that area becomes more popular to have until anti-imperialism becomes more popular, and then you can move forward with that message. And I'm wondering, if that doesn't amount to some sort of triangulation strategy, because we've seen that when Democrats dropped economic justice and mostly economic justice, because it wasn't popular at the time, we've been living with those results. And I'm wondering what kind of results would occur if we dropped anti-imperialism, even though the left never really fully adopted it. But what if we drop that and just focus on domestic? I'm just curious as to, is that a good strategy? What will be the fallout from that? It is my opinion that we shouldn't do it, but I'm just curious as to what you think we should do. And then after you answer that, I'm going to ask the second half of the question.
Okay. Well, what I would say to that is that if you fail to vocally problematize something, you risk normalizing it. If you fail to tackle something that you think is worth tackling, you become complicit in its normalization. So if we say we're going to American imperialism only became a big topic despite the fact that America was colonizing the world from way before then. But the Iraq War, the War on Terror really made American imperialism, neo-imperialism, a worthwhile conversation to have. And so I would say, when do you pick that back up? Like, so you say we're going to drop we're going to drop tackling American imperialism. That sounds incredibly risky, because then when you pick it back up 20 years from now, it's already been normalized. It's fallen into background noise. And we talked about this earlier with us having a generation of voters growing up under American imperialism, under unchecked expanding American imperialism. It's been normalized in their heads. So I would say, even if you think it's a loser, a loser electorally or politically, to not tackle it is incredibly reckless, because at that point you risk normalizing it.
Okay, and
if
so
that makes sense.
Here's the implication, though, and I agree with what you're saying. He was saying that we should maybe coach. I'm saying we have to make a moral case that it's actually just wrong, and that we have to appeal to people's sense of morality and try to align the acts and the results of these things as wrong, and that's why we shouldn't do them. Because when you have like a cautionary rhetoric, it basically says these things are okay or they're right, they just weren't done properly. I think that's fundamentally a different critique, and it fails at gaining the requisite support from people who would normally support it if we were to argue upon moral grounds. Because to say that it's okay is in its own way normalizing it to an extent. It's just saying that, oh well, what they try to do is right, or it's almost supporting the illusion that America acts as some sort of benign actor in the world. It's just highly incompetent, and I think that's just supporting a straight illusion. And we would probably get better. We would probably get farther, actually, basically showing that the emperor has no clothes.
Well, I agree with that. I think that comes down to a very, very what you're talking about is tackling one of the oldest myths about America, right? The city on the hill myth, the idea that America is the guiding light in the world, and that somehow everything it does by nature, that sort of tautology, that everything America does is good because it's America, and therefore everything it does is good, and that if things or if that something turns out poorly, it is simply because it was poorly implemented. So when we talk about critiques of the Vietnam War, we very rarely talk about, at least in the mainstream, about, hey, this was like a really, really, this was just a bad idea with bad, not only a bad idea, it had bad it was bad. The reason why we got involved in the Vietnam War, the reason why we armed rebels in these places in the Middle East during the Cold War, the foundations is incredibly negative. There was no benign intent there. It was done for corporatist intents. So my answer to that question is how, like, but that comes down to tackling the idea of a universal morality. I don't know how to make someone else's my morality someone else's, and that fundamentally the media has spent a long time justifying these wars through a moral lens. We talk about the way the first Gulf War was justified. It was some under this sort of vague notion of feminism, where Iraqi troops were going into Kuwaiti hospitals and killing babies, and then Barbara Bush getting on TV into 2000s talking about how awful it is that that Middle Eastern women are forced to wear burqas and how they're oppressed by these by the males of society, and how we're going to liberate them from X, Y, and Z. So, I mean, they're making these moral arguments in favor of these things. So, like, how do we quickly dispel the moral argument that they're making? And I think that's difficult. I think it's difficult because we're talking about competing moralities, not which is not an objective thing. It's completely subjective. Like, whose morality is most appealing?
Well, I think there's an argument that can be made that you can use the results of these interventions to back up the your side, right? If they were producing good results for people, then it would be open ended, and it would be hard to call what the situation is. But they're not producing good results for the people that have to live with those decisions. They're producing horrific results, and I think that's what puts the right. I mean, that's what puts at least the evidence or the empirical evidence on your side. It's just that how do you dispel the illusion that's cloaking that reality? It is a greater question. And now let's bring it back to the second half. How do you approach someone who possibly supports these arguments, based on the illusion, and then you're trying to tell them that the results of what they supported have been horrific and that it was all super wrong, and they are also partially responsible for supporting those actions? It's like, how do you get them to accept all that at one time? It's almost impossible. They're going to reject it just out of they see a monster, and rather than recognizing it as a monster, they reflexively just picture it as not existing, like they can't see it.
I mean, I think that comes down to how they're framing it, because it becomes hard. You can't just. I think it's naive to assume you can just show someone the aftermath of a drone strike in Syria and make them and change their mind. The same way you can't show someone a police brutality video that occurs 10 blocks from them in a black part of town and expect to change their mind. It comes down to really understanding how their morality functions, and then forcing them to come to terms with the fact that that what they're viewing is discordant with their own morality, not just my morality. I can't force you to see things from my point of view. All I can do is point out the flaws in your moral judgment. So we talk about, again, the way the Iraq War was justified as some kind of feminist undertaking in a lot of ways, that we were liberating Iraqi women or democracy or all these things. It comes down to meeting them where they're at and then dispelling their own internal logic, because you can't enforce your own logic on somebody. You can't make them see the same monster you're seeing. You just have to make them understand that something is any sense. Like, I don't believe in objective morality. I think we can both agree that killing 20, like, there's no good reason from our perspective. Rather, there is no good reason why America should be committing some of these drone strikes, especially not at funerals, especially not at especially not at weddings, especially not at places where they know civilians are going to be hit. But in certain people's minds, the people who are considering these things, they have these, so they are doing these mental gymnastics to justify it.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I'm not saying changing somebody's moral compass. I'm trying to get them to. There's a lot of commonality between people's morals in certain spaces. Like, I don't believe anybody, I don't believe the majoritarian argument would be that it's okay to kill, millions upon millions of people, all for the sake of some oil company getting, some payoff, like that most people aren't even benefiting from. Like, I'm pretty sure that, that if I made a moral case for that, people, the majoritarian argument, I mean, the majoritarian sentiment would be on my side if I was fighting up against that. The problem is getting people to recognize that that's the and I can't even say the objective reality, but that is a very, very likely reality of what's happening. More likely than the view that they have of what's happening.
No, I agree, and I think a lot of people have sort of a general morality that they can agree. War is bad, quote unquote. But then when it applies in specific situations, they can special plead themselves out of having to actually, assuage those two things. If that makes any sense, if you ask someone a very general question about equal rights, like, do you think black people are equal to you? But then you ask them a more complicated question about, well, what do black people deserve and how do we tackle equal rights? Do you think there should be special laws? Then those sort of specifics become very hard to tackle. So, I mean, it's cognitive dissonance a lot of times.
Yeah, that's a case of cognitive dissonance. When they say, do you believe black people should be equal? And they say yes, but they don't support any policies that would bring about that equality. Then it's like you said, a cognitive dissonance when, the action and the intent and the actions just aren't lining up. And I would even expand that. If you say something like you believe in climate change, Hillary Clinton, supposedly believes in climate change, but she's proposed nothing she's proposing not doing anything about it. And other people are saying, well, Donald Trump doesn't believe it. I'm like, well, if you don't believe it and you don't want to do anything, that's different from you believe the science is real, but you're still not doing nothing. To me, that's worse. So, we have to get to where we're aligning the beliefs, the thoughts, the morals with our actual actions. You'll see people, you go to their house or whatnot, and they have they have the means to afford energy efficient stuff, but they're not using it because they believe in climate change and conservation and recycling, but they're just not integrating that into the actions that they go throughout their entire lives, like every day. And that goes from political, just stuff at home, all of that. And I really want to tackle that in some way.
Well, I mean, I think that you're pointing out a very fundamental problem with the lesser of two evils politics, in that if you create a party or you facilitate the creation of a party or the movement of a party that denies very problematic things, whether those things be racism, position yourself as being less evil simply by acknowledging the problem is reality, even if you have no solution for it, or you won't even proactively tackle it. So I think when it comes to something like Clinton's climate change position, as she exports fracking around the world, that's the biggest. I think that's the biggest condemnation of the two-party system that we can point to, where you actually have one party that is less evil simply by acknowledging, even if they refuse to solve it.
I'm sorry, I've sent a text message real quick. Now, I don't know if you read this or not, or saw Yvette Carnell's show yesterday, but I caught. Oh, okay. It looks like it's just me for a second. I want to take this time to basically look at the viewers and just ask these questions. For anybody that's listening, how do we reach out and bridge the gap between people who don't see the world the way we see it? how can we get them to, at least acknowledge that there's something more to it? And it's funny that I'll say this. I'm always about educating and bringing people up in a sense to understand things in a different way. But there are certain things that I'm not going to get into because I feel like it's a waste of time. And I mentioned this to Benjamin Studebaker last night. I said, hey, we have a hard enough time getting people to really understand the economics profession, and then a lot of the mainstream economists that we see are up there spitting out the worst bullshit of the profession, and that's taken seriously, and it's led to these horrible results for people. So it's basically bankrupted the field of credibility. They just don't have any credibility with the public. So my question to the audience is, how do we bring like a new perspective to people, and it not be like us, force feeding them something, but at the same time bringing them along to our side? Because regardless of what people think, I believe one person said that we shouldn't try to bring them along. We have to bring them along. We have to change the consciousness of the median voter, because that's where the power is.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that when you bring up you can expand that conversation about the damage that mainstream economists do to really any kind of mainstream social scientist that gets on air, whether it be mainstream psychologists, mainstream, just basically pop everything. And like pop, what makes something popular is ultimately that it's the most appealing version of something. So if you're bringing a Krugman on air, or you're bringing a pop psychologist or a pop sociologist on air, what they're going to be telling you is the most mainstream narrative version of events that they can. Nothing is they're not going to tell you anything that's going to challenge the status quo. They're not going to tell you anything that's going to challenge any kind of a hegemonic narrative, because that's not what makes something pop, if that makes any sense. What makes something pop is that it's easily digestible. What makes something easily digestible is that it doesn't really challenge the mainstream, the most dominant narratives in society. And that doesn't even mention the fact that are the corporate control of the media. If that makes a sense, like makes a.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. This is something I'm going to basically be thinking about for a while, because when you're trying to basically put forth something completely different from what is mainstream dialogue, you're going to face pushback just by right almost. Yeah, and that's something we have to overcome. And I was thinking about this in the context of the Green Party. Basically, they have toxic brand recognition, because this is just my personal opinion, but I've been speaking to people, people that I respect, people that are almost just as radical as I am. And a lot of times, they'll have critiques of the Green Party that are really just what I would call perception based. And what I would say that is something that's like, you have this feeling, and it's hard to explain, and you can't really put it in coherent words. And it's just like a perception, and it's just like, where does that come from? And I'm just going to say, I have to equate that to toxic brand recognition. And sometimes it's individual based, meaning like, well, this candidate is just not the right kind of candidate they need, or it'll be like the party itself. Well, they're part of that party, so yada yada yada. And I'm just trying to wonder, how do we overcome that? Because if we can't, we might need to reconsider. Maybe all of the various progressive organizations that are on the fringe might want to consider doing a rebrand under one umbrella, or maybe even the progressive parties that are all separated perhaps should consider trying to do some sort of collaboration where they have one party, with one rule set, and do a rebrand.
Well, I think that you make a good point in that challenging the status quo will automatically put you at odds against the majority of people, and the way you tackle that is by advocating for acceptance and diversity within the public discourse, by having people not automatically decide to disregard your opinion because it's not the popular one. Because right now what we have is political discourse, political culture, that if you're not on one of two sides, or rather if you're on the other side from one of the two sides, you're automatically disregarded as being illogical, irrational, somehow immoral. And so it becomes,
or a child.
or a child. Like, how do you get people to understand that a difference of opinion is not always a matter of right and wrong? Sometimes it's just a matter of different experiences. I think that we see a lot of lip service paid to rationality and choice, but really what people, or agency rather, whatever you want to call it, but really what you see, especially in the Democratic Party, is people wanting you to validate their choice, validate the establishment with some kind of by coming to the same conclusion as they do. And if you don't come to that conclusion, you're not really making the right choice. Like, you're not like you are somehow a child or immoral or corrupt, or you're an agent of the Kremlin. So, like, I think that part of that is having a political culture that is welcoming of diversity and not simply paying lip service to it.
Yeah, and they make a I'm looking at the audience here, and I guess they're responding to something I had said when they start talking about Jill Stein as a weak candidate argument. Like, that's something that I'm keying in on, because I'm hearing that a lot. And oh, let me take this second here. I think Project Sanity, they've got some updates here. I'm going to go ahead and just read this first one.
Well, you finish your point. I'll get the updates ready to go while you finish
Okay.
your point.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and finish this thought. This comes down to the whole Jill Stein is just an ineffective politician and that she's a weak candidate. And I'm just wondering how much of that is a perception which can be manipulated by propaganda, and how much of that is a real critique. And when I say real critique, I'm not trying to say like what I view as real or what somebody else views as real. I'm saying like really, like, if you analyze it, think about it, it's just like, well, where does it come from? Like, what is the basis of that critique? Is it something that you feel about the candidate personally? Is it something that is parroted somewhere? I don't know what it is. And I'm not trying to condescend to anybody when I'm saying this. I'm just wondering, if we start to examine where some of our thoughts come from sometimes, and be open to the idea that perhaps they're not always all of our own creation, right?
Well, okay, so some updates. Ohio and Michigan are both red. Virginia and NC are both red. I'm sorry, North Carolina obviously is NC. And I believe Minnesota is red as well. Let's see what else we have going on. North Carolina might fit blue. 82% of the vote in, and Trump leads by about 1%. That's a race to watch. He's winning in Wisconsin, and the lead in Michigan is growing. 538 doesn't have faith in his chance to win. Watching these states that they called for Hillary, though, I seriously doubt her chances right now. Their model had her winning Florida and Michigan, and that was the difference. She's losing both. So that is the update of the race right now. So Trump is pulling ahead in a lot of key states. It's a sad night for America, guys. I mean, it's been a sad couple months. But to address what Nick said, yeah, but that comes down to our culture. We are taught reckless individualism in America. So the idea that you might have thoughts in your head that do not belong to you, the idea that you might not be totally in charge of your own decision making, is a foreign one to most people. Like that's not what America's about. We're supposed to be very, individualistic. So the idea that you are actually susceptible to media brainwashing or propaganda or gaslighting is sort of, it runs antithetical to what Americans believe to be true about themselves, especially Democrats and progressive, which is that they're quote unquote critical thinkers. And I think, if anything, this race has proven that the Democratic Party is not full of critical thinkers. It's full of people who consider themselves to be critical thinkers, which is very dangerous, to be convinced that you're a critical thinker, but to be so demonstrably not one. When I hear critiques about Jill Stein from people on the left, though, what I hear a lot of them, I hear a lot of these kind of respectability critiques, that she doesn't act like a real politician acts. I hear a lot of those, like, she is, an attention seeker, that she lacks that kind of gravitas, and that the Green Party doesn't have, a real plan, quote unquote. Like their plans are sort of pie in the sky plans. Something I addressed earlier about that being, ridiculous. But I hear that a lot. I hear that because of, like, her getting arrested a lot, her doing a lot of protests, that she doesn't come across as being very presidential.
Let me ask you this then: have you seen that parroted on progressive media?
In what sense? What media would you? What media would you?
I mean, well, let me just say, like the Young Turks or Majority Report or any of those places, even the Ring of Fire. Like, have you seen that view expressed there? I'm trying to figure out where does it come from, and I hope it can't be from like printed publication, because I do remember a lot of ones saying stuff like, well, the left deserves better than Jill Stein. I was like, oh my god, this is terrible. Now she's not good enough to be the progressive candidate, but she had to vote for Hillary Clinton, who's even worse than her.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She like damning the good with the perfect. So pick the shitty. like, well, if we can't have 100% good, you might as well have 0%. It's like, what? Like what happened to incrementalism? Like what happened? Like what happened to making small steps in favor of progress? But the only media I would say that has actively attacked Jill Stein that I can think of off the top of my head is John Oliver. Like honestly, the only one who I can think of that has given her enough attention to attack her has been John Oliver. I've seen a lot of more social media-esque smear campaigns about her anti-vax, position, or her being or her somehow having stocks in the big oil or something, or big pharma. I've seen a lot of
those are mainstream attacks that are are kind of, but propaganda is layered. There's a specific narrative that's going to capture a specific type of person, and we would all like to think that we're all super individualist and we can't be caught by like an archetypical attack, but that's not true. Like most people fit into categories, and so you'll see like a multi-layered attack that's supposed to catch most people, and if the people don't get caught by it, they're rare individuals, and they're just not enough of them to really matter. So I've seen the Jill Stein's just not a good candidate. I've seen the Green Party's not serious. Then I've also seen like she's weak or she doesn't act presidential, and I'm wondering to myself, what does presidential act like? I'm really unsure if I would see somebody walking down the street, or if I would see somebody at a protest and be like, oh, well, this person is presidential, but again, it's my view, right? So I can't push that on everybody. But to your point where you said she doesn't act presidential, or she's not like the other politicians, I've also heard that she just has no experience, and that if you want somebody to be president, they should have a lot of experience. And I'm questioning, so far we've had experienced candidates be president, and they haven't delivered demonstrably different results from unexperienced candidates. And I'm wondering if government experience really is a prerequisite to be president. I think at a certain point, most of them are just going to be leaning on policy experts in the specific fields anyway. So, where does that experience really come in to play other than campaigning?
I mean, yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that ultimately it's a moving goalpost. If you have X, we need Y. If you have Y, we need Z. It's defining the criteria by whatever the establishment has the most of. And when it comes down to experience, I mean, that's Hillary Clinton's big draw. She has all this experience in government, but I mean, I hate to parrot other people, but it's also bad. She's been on the wrong side of so many different issues, and she not only has she been on the wrong side of so many different issues, she's never adequately shown herself to have grown from those positions she held from before. Like she's shown no growth over 30 years. If you're telling me someone has 30 years of experience, but they haven't grown any from that experience, they've never, like 30 years of neoliberalism have been shown her that neoliberalism doesn't work, that makes her worse than someone with no experience. Like that's the whole, I always say this, like that's like telling me that the town arsonist should be the fire chief because they've been at the most fires. It's like, yeah, that makes sense, kind of, but ultimately it's a very perverse kind of logic. Proximity to something, especially something bad, does not mean you somehow gained anything from that experience, from that exposure to it.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I even bring this up is because I have a legitimate concern, and my concern is that it almost seems to me like there is no candidate that that the radical left will get behind and really fight for, because there'll always be a candidate that's missing something in some area. And I feel like, at some point we do need to be able to get behind a candidate and fight for that candidate. And at the same time, we shouldn't not do so because the candidate doesn't do something quite the way we like it, or basically, or we have this perception of that candidate that's really on a personal level, as opposed to bigger picture goals. And what I mean by that is saying like, well, Jill Stein's a bad candidate. We need somebody else. It's like, okay, well, who is this something else? And they can't name it. They don't know what they're really looking for. Nobody has a clear cut example of what they're looking for, but they just know they want something else. And I'm just like, you're basically in that position where you're searching for something that may never come unless you build
Well, I mean,
it.
that's because the left. That's because the left has been so downtrodden for over the past 30, 40 years that they have not been in the position to come up with any sort of long-term political, platforms. But they've been constantly told that a prerequisite for being in government is that you have this kind of experience in these long-term plans, that you can't just make a step in the right direction without knowing 15 years down the line what that ends up as. I do want to remind you that you're watching The Way with the Noah, and I'm a Noah Changa. With me, we have a Noah Changa, and joining us soon, we will have a Noah Changa. You may have noticed that my voice sounds different and I look different, and there's 3 of me now, but it is what it is. It's a weird night.
Hey, Noah, I don't know if you.
That's my producer talking. I know what.
I don't know if you heard the conversation, but really,
No,
I was
I'm
just
coming in.
Oh man, this would be an excellent question, I think, for you. And before you go ahead and shift it to where you want to go, I was just asking about the critique of the Green Party individual candidates. I was like, I'm trying to figure out where, some of it may be, basically from a position of a campaign or a position of personality or a position of perception. And I'm trying to figure out, hopefully we don't have a situation where we're stuck in this endless cycle trying to get this candidate that can unify everybody by having all the things they each individually are looking for, but that person may never come unless we individually build that candidate or something. I think that was kind of what I was getting at, and I want to get your perspective on that. I'm just curious.
Okay, so I just had to just rock my, I'm rocking my vest tonight. I'm my favorite Hillary Black supporter, blue vest, yay! Shout out to D-Ray. Anyway, no, but seriously, being all serious, I'm sorry, y'all. Welcome to The Way, Project Sanity, Progressive Army. Shout out to Big Brother Benjamin Dixon for letting us use the channel tonight, because he's over on the big show over there with David Packard. But that's okay, because we hold it down the way that we do. My kids locked me out of the house. Like, this day has already been a day. I mean, we're about to either elect the first cantaloupe for president or the first woman, right?
I've always been more of a watermelon fan myself.
I mean, we're gonna do. I mean, they kept saying that Texas was gonna go blue. Sorry to go off script because I know Nick asked me a question. I'm going to get to it, but I had like this whole thing. I've been driving, and then we got locked out. And I was talking to my sister and working it all out in the car. I was like, yeah, I'm going to say this. And then, yeah, this is funny. I'm going to use this. But anyway, but Texas was supposed to go blue, y'all. And it did it. So we'll see what else happens tonight. But to your question, Nick, I don't think that the issue, the more and more I thought about this, and I know we've gone back and forth since, mid-primary about Jill Stein and the Green Party. And I have not necessarily been the most favorable, in some of my commentary. I think the issue isn't so much as finding someone that is charismatic or that we can all get behind us perfect. Because Bernie Sanders, think about it. A lot of us came together around Bernie Sanders, but Bernie Sanders isn't perfect. Bernie Sanders, there's a lot of things that are actually very off with him. A lot of things that I wish that maybe we had in different packaging, but he was a very good candidate, overall. And he had most of the things that many of us were looking for. And I think that that's just what it should be. I think some of the issues I've seen, just from looking from the outside, and people might not publicly admit this, but I know that people have privately admitted this about the Green Party. There are issues structurally. So, because you can have a really good candidate, right? But if you don't have a solid team around them, or you don't have the resources and things put in place, and I know we've had this conversation again about the ballot access, because if you don't have the ballot access, if you don't get the funding, then you don't get the resources. But I also think that when you have that strong grassroots support and people actually building up the movement, you can help support a candidate that might not be the most perfect candidate. And I think that some of the things that strategically the Green Party started to do with the little time they had, it was a gamble. And maybe instead of really getting, maybe more of a presence in certain areas, it's just there's so much going on. So I know, it's just so many different factors. And I think that, like the Democrats, like the Republicans, like any other party, I think the Greens really do need to have an honest sit down with whatever their federation conglomeration actually is, in terms of leadership, and take stock about what works, what is not working, and versus it just being the big bad evil duopoly empire against us, because that's part of it. But at the same time, there are some internal issues. And again, there are people who work with the Greens, who are lifelong Greens, who will admit that there are issues, but they seem more focused on, we're fighting this external battle, that we don't work on these internal issues. And I know we've talked back and forth too about, well, we need people like us to go into the party and, make things better. And I think to some extent that's true. I mean, I look at Maryland, I look at the Baltimore Greens, and it looks like, from the outside looking in, from talking to folks a little bit, it really looks like that they have, the way they've been organizing and doing things and really building relationships with the community and local activists, that's a very strong model maybe for other maybe major cities and stuff, parties, or even statewide parties to build. I'm trying to find out how much of the vote Jill Stein actually got here. I early voted for Jill Stein actually, and so did my sisters did not early vote, but they both voted today for Jill Stein. Sorry, girls, for revealing your vote to our viewers. But go ahead, jump in.
I want to jump in with like an update about the election.
Yes,
apparently,
we love it.
Trump is crushing expectations. He's pulling ahead.
He's the nominee, so of course he's crushing expectations. Here, let me change my camera.
I mean, he's crushing the expectations laid out by 538, and in places like Michigan, North Carolina,
Nate Silver needs to quit.
Minnesota, like he is. There seems to be a very a sizable, silent population of Trump voters who, at last minute, may be voting for Trump as opposed to somewhere else.
I think this might be a case where the polling was manipulated to favor Hillary, trying to create a reality that may not have existed to begin with.
Well, and this has been your wheelhouse. This has been your wheelhouse since the primary, though, right, Nick? The way the polling has been manipulated, and this goes back to your points about the importance of looking at the exit polling and earlier polling, pre-election polling and exit polling, to see kind of how it's been matching up. And you've talked a lot about that, throughout this cycle.
But in this particular case, we also have to add in, let's not forget the typical ways that are used, at the same time, with the typical suppression, closing down of polling places. This stuff is still, it's all one huge strategy, and I hate to say it like it's all coordinated and things of that nature. It may not be, but it's all happening at the same time and producing a certain effect. And I think it's something we have to examine, because we're seeing him beating all these expectations. And I'm just thinking to myself, when the pollsters were doing this, what were they doing? I think 538 may have just gotten itself into a bubble where they just felt like Hillary Clinton couldn't be beat. They just underestimated the media. I'm sorry, the ability of someone like Trump campaigning on change to they just underestimated his ability to get people to come out and vote. And then they overestimated Hillary Clinton's ability with her checkered history and her checkered past, that everybody would just forget that. Maybe some people did forget, but a lot of people did not forget what Hillary Clinton really is and what she represents. And I think that's playing out.
It's funny because I remember arguing with people over this exact same thing and having people shout me down about how Nate Silver and how math can't be wrong. And I was like, I don't think you understand my critique.
I think wrong if it's manipulated. I mean, statistics. It's data.
Yeah,
data.
But I mean, we have a sizable portion of our population who don't understand statistics, but worship them regardless. Like they don't understand how statistics work or how polls work or how any of this stuff works. But if you give them a number and like put a whole bunch of variables in math there, they go, oh well, this must be science, so it can't be false. Like, oh, you don't really understand how science and definitely not statistics works. But I do want to address the Green Party a little bit first to go back to what Anoa was saying, because I mean, like I don't know. I'm not a particularly. I think people are so much more willing to settle if you're a Democrat or Republican for you, and they demand so much more from you if you're not a member of one of the two major parties. Like people are so much more willing to just settle for mediocrity if you happen to have a D or R by your name. But if you don't, they demand you fill these criteria that they don't demand from anyone else. Which I don't know if that's fair or not, especially considering what the Dems Republicans have been getting up to for the past, forever. But it's the reality. It's like if you tell to people about the Green New Deal and the green, like they want to say, well, that's unreasonable. That can't happen. Like the Democrats have a real platform. It's like, okay, well, what makes the Democratic platform more reasonable than the Green Party platform? They can't answer that other than the fact that it's the Democrats have a platform. If anyone else has that, sort of parallels that opinion of mine, but I think that. And that's what I've seen from a lot of people, like this idea that the Green Party the Green Party's platform, by nature of being the Green Party's platform, is somehow inherently unrealistic when compared to a Democratic Party platform.
Yeah, I spoke about this earlier on your guys' show when I said they have at this point maybe like a toxic brand recognition, and perhaps we would need to consider like a rebrand. I mean, well, I say we, but they would need to consider like a rebrand. That they can bring in people that are skeptical of the of the brand green, but are down with the actual policy, and perhaps wrap it in something that can be sold as something new. I'm just not clear as to how that can be overcome. I'm actually very, very disappointed that I'm just basically coming to the realization that you might not be able to break people out of the duopoly. It just might not be workable in the way I picture it may happen, but I'm trying to figure out a way that maybe it could be achieved through other methods. And that's what we have to be open to. We have to be open to other ways of getting things done. Perhaps the way we envision as the best way might not be the way for everyone. So, I was just asking that question. It's something that just came to light when I was talking to people who are, just as radical as I am, but, they had these amorphous critiques of Stein. And one of them even went so far as to say that she has damaged the party so bad that, it'll take them a decade to recover from the damage she did to their image. And I was like, well, what are you talking about? And the best they could say was that she said she was going to cut defense spending by 80%. And I was like, well, that could be a desired goal. Maybe it's a desired goal to cut it by 80%, but everybody knows, you can't just do something like that on the drop of a dime. Right. So I don't understand, but I'm just getting amorphous things like that. And I just wanted to kind of pass it by you guys and see what you thought.
I just want to give you one more election update and see that. Well, while Anoa gets her microphone set up, I want to give you some more election updates. So Minnesota has flipped back to Clinton. Ohio. So Minnesota has flipped back to. Minnesota has flipped back to Clinton. Michigan is still Trump. Colorado is Clinton. New Mexico is Clinton. Virginia is Clinton. Pennsylvania is Clinton. North Carolina is Trump. Georgia is Trump. And Florida is Trump. New Hampshire is still leaning towards Trump as well. So keep your eyes on. Well, then Adair, why don't you come in? Because Anoa is doing her best mime impression, which is pretty good.
Well, actually, just wanted to, because you were just talking about the states with what's going on. So yeah, Minnesota is teeter-tottering back and forth between Trump and Clinton. And 538's initial projection that came out about 12 hours ago had Clinton winning by just enough that it would be all right, that they thought they projected her to get about 288 electoral college votes. Unfortunately, she's not going to end up anywhere near that. They projected her to win Michigan and Florida in addition to North Carolina. So right now, the states that we're watching, the ones that you should really be keeping your eye on are Florida, Michigan, Virginia, and North Carolina, those 4 states. Because if she loses Virginia, the state that her running mate is from, that signals things to come. She's going to win New York. She's already won New York, rather. I believe they called it for already. She's going to win California. She's going to win Washington and Oregon. That's going to give her a boost. But the problem comes when she loses the 22 electoral college votes, 29, in Florida, and the 13 in Michigan. That is enough to give the electoral college to Trump, regardless of who wins the popular vote from here on out.
So what if Trump? What if Trump wins? I'm sorry. This is just. I've fallen into melancholy now. I've now fallen into melancholy. So what do we do how will everyone feel if Trump wins? I won't be devastated. We still can't hear you, Noah. I don't know what's going on. Sorry.
Maybe you have to restart your machine. Yeah.
What about you? Nick? What if Trump wins? What are you going to do?
Well, I think, as much as I hate to say it, this is a political opportunity that is provided to the left to really get in there and first off, call the neoliberals, use their loss at the hands of Trump to basically, how can I say that, to say that those ideas are no longer viable and sort of like take a primacy in left discourse. Okay. So it should lend us a lot of power in opposition if we use it correctly, and I think that we should. So there's opportunity there. Now that's not to say it's not without risk, because he has the potential to do enormous damage. But again, if we play it right, this could be a positive thing in the long run if we were able to use this terrible situation to turn in a better direction.
I mean, this is, we keep saying like, oh, things like the Supreme Court don't matter, this, that, and the other. I mean, a Trump presidency, we really don't know. I'm at the point right now where I'm really numb. I really don't care either way who wins, because we gotta get this work. You gotta get this money, you gotta get this work. But seriously though, I mean, that has been my one concern, has been what could happen with the Supreme Court when we're looking at, the way the case law has gone in terms of whether it's abortion rights, whether it's, hopefully Abby will not get another affirmative action case up to the Supreme Court anytime soon. But when we have so much that is reliant on, Supreme Court jurisprudence, potentially, on the one hand, it is concerning, but the fact that, that Garland she's not going to take Garland off the table. She'll push for him to be confirmed. And Garland has a problematic stance when it comes to Citizens United. He's really not that much less conservative than Roberts, for example. And it's the Roberts court that set us in this motion that we're in with the VRA right now. So like, that's really the only thing that concerns me. Or if Trump decides like in a week, he doesn't really want to be president at all, he quits, and then we're left with Pence. That actually concerns me, because Pence is awful. He's awful. He's not quite Ted Cruz awful, but he's pretty awful. But in terms of like life, am I afraid for my Black son or my daughter having her stuff snatched because Trump might be president? That stuff could happen anyway. And I really think that we've had this problematic rhetoric. Like people have built this whole identity around a fear around whether or not Trump becomes president, without looking at the fact that many things people say they're afraid of already exist. So we need to focus on working to address those issues that are causing, collective anxiety for people, versus, feeding into this notion that somehow Hillary Clinton, who is still amenable to being friendly with him, he's such a monster, but she wants to be his friend. What kind of nonsense does that even make? So you're worried about your people getting deported? Well, let's start working on that issue. You worried about, sexual assault? Let's worry about that issue, because unfortunately, sexual assault is still going to go unreported. It's still not going to be addressed properly, whether Hillary is a president or not. So I don't know. So I'm agnostic on the whole thing. Well, I'm just happy because my microphone's working. So
you should be, because you're on the way with the Noah, and I'm a Noah Changa. And welcome to Way with the Noah. Anyway, but no, I think you made a really good point in that the left, and even large portions of the right as well, have been able to scapegoat all of the negative things about America into Trump. And I really fear that whether Trump wins or loses, they're going to use, and by they I mean the establishment, they're both the right and the left, are going to use Trump's loss or victory, or use Trump in general, as a way to say that, oh, well, you know what, we defeated racism and we defeated all of those negative things that Trump did, as opposed that he just represented or adopted. And we're going to go back to this, you know, this myth of post-racial, post-gendered America.
Right.
And no one's going to actually ever tackle the problem. We're just going to go back, and then 4 years from now, you know, we're going to have this exact same problem come up again. My big issue, I would say, and then I'm going to bring Adair in after I make this one statement. I see you there over there, is that people are going to go back to sleep. Whether if Trump wins, people will not go back to sleep. At least people are. It's like the old Malcolm X thing. Like, you know, if we have someone who riles up a large portion of the left, they won't go back to sleep, and that is what the right's base has always had over the left's base. The right base never goes back to sleep. They live a life of perpetual aggrievement. They're not motivated by fear, but they just live a life of perpetual fear. Like the right has been able, rather the Republicans have been able to keep their base in a perpetual state of aggrievement. They live their life afraid that the minorities are coming, that the government's going to take away their stuff at X, Y, and Z. While the left, the progressive base is more likely to fall into melancholy, like I've fallen into tonight. They're more likely to just fall back asleep, and wake up 4 years from now. My big fear, of course, is that if Trump does win, the Democrats will use it as a way to double down on neoliberalism. They will use it as a way to the next candidate to be even more neoliberal, because America will accept whatever they give them that's not Trump. But, Adair, what do you think?
Go ahead, Adair. Hop in there.
Adair. Here's my my thoughts on this. And here's what I want to ask everyone up on the panel right now, especially we as Black folk, right? Like, we've got such a history of just dealing with stuff as it comes in this country and managing to find a way to persevere. One question is, do we think that America can do that? Do we think white liberal America, that has never had that same issue, can learn to persevere through a Trump presidency? I personally don't think they can. But the bigger problem that leads to that, though, the Senate right now is tied. There's an equal number of Republican senators and Democratic senators, and the House is looking to lean Republican, throwing in addition to that, Trump winning the presidency and being able to select a Supreme Court judge. They've got it all set up to do what they want. And I think what we see is not so much the left going to sleep. I think we see the left go into disarray and lose their collective minds, because the comfortable white liberal doesn't know how to persevere through a time in which everything is not going their way.
Before anyone tackles that, I want to remind you all that you're watching the Benjamin Dixon Show channel, and my name is Brandon Sutton. And joining me is Anoa Changa and Nicholas Nolan. We all have wonderful shows on this channel. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you find it in your heart to be a patron of the Benjamin Dixon Show channel, the link is in the description. Thank you. So whoever wants to tackle that, point of view.
I want to say something.
Go
ahead. I want to say something about that before I ask another question. And here's kind of where I flaunt my blind spot. And I've had conversations with people about this before, but I'm basically going to show my ignorance here when I ask this question. But in regards to white liberals not being able to handle a situation where they don't get what they want, I believe that it won't really affect them in that way. And what I mean by that is they'll lose, but they're not going to lose anything materially, right? They'll be embarrassed by the fact that there's a racist or somebody who's aligned with those things that are unsavory, but they don't necessarily lose anything materially. They're not going to lose their jobs. They're not going to lose their incomes. They're not going to lose their credibility. None of those things are going to happen. So those things may not hit them in the same way that they would hit maybe like the African-American community, which is already used to being dealt the crappiest hand at all times. Now, I will say, if you're speaking about middle-class suburbia, which has been losing ground constantly, not being able to cope with the fact that the establishment no longer represents their interests, that's a completely different story. But if you're talking about the elite white liberals, I mean, the Ivy League educated, lawyers and things of that nature, then no, they're not going to be affected at all.
Let me clarify that, because I'm not talking about the educated elite. The elite's going to be the elite, though I do think there will be some issues just based on the policies that we'll see thrown out. But the self-professed base of the Democratic Party is the middle to working class white person on the left coast over on the East Coast, especially up in the Northeast. These people that, for whatever reason, feel things are set up for them, the people that still have that belief in the American dream, I don't think they can cope with a Trump presidency, a Republican Senate, because Pence will break any ties there, a Republican House, and a very conservative Supreme Court. I don't think white middle-class working American can handle that. I don't think that, I just don't think it's going to happen. I think the middle class is going to shrink further. I think you're going to see a lot of blame being placed on people of color in this election because we were energized to just go out and vote for Clinton no matter what. That's one of the biggest issues the Clinton machine made, is they assumed based on the primary results in the South that black folks were just going to go out and turn up for her like we turned up for Obama. That's not the case. I'm not excited to vote for Hillary Clinton. I'm not excited to vote for the person that called me a super predator, and she underestimated the voting ability of millennials this year.
Not only that, she also overestimated the abilities of most black males, because I train very hard to be a
Well,
super
y'all don't
predator.
vote. Well, y'all don't vote. Only black women lead and vote. So
I voted. Well, I'm trying to say,
and all the sisters, all the girls were in the yard for Hillary. So like, she didn't need you. Super predator.
First of all, yeah, I'm a super predator. Nick and Adair are just like basic predators. They're mediocre predators. I can deadlift 3 times my own body weight. You putting me on the same level as these other two randos. We're all
I can still deadlift a couple times my body weight. I'm just not.
I can still
Nick is
deadlift.
pushing 30. Leave him alone.
Yeah, like come on. When I was 25, I was a super predator too.
I remember that. I remember when Ben called Nick a Nazi. And Nick was like, whatever, man, I don't give a shit. And I was like, Nick is 31. And he was like, whoa. I'm like, whoa, I'm 29. He got offended by me getting his age wrong. He's much more comfortable being a Nazi than he is being over the hump.
To the question about, adjusting and what's going on, I mean, I really do think that in terms of us getting the blame, because everybody's already been putting it. When you look at Twitter, we look at Facebook, many of the same people who kind of, it seemed like they were in the tank for Hillary in the primary, right? And they helped put forward some of the worst narratives about Bernie Sanders and Bernie supporters. There are all these declarations like, yep, if she loses, it ain't our fault. You know what I'm saying? You better blame the people over there. But I absolutely agree. There has already seemed like it was already being lined up beforehand to not just to blame voters of color, but specifically blame black voters, right? Because there's been a lot of hype in the media about how the early voting for black voters was down, or even weeks ago, how she wasn't quite getting the numbers Obama got. Like you guys said, like, I don't even understand why anyone expected that. They expect, but they did expect it, because you had people like Michael Eric Dyson. It's almost a year to the day with that ridiculous New Republic piece he wrote about why Hillary Clinton was better for black people than Barack Obama. Not Bernie Sanders, who she was running against, or Martin O'Malley at the time, but Barack Obama. They set that bar so high, you know what I'm saying? Because they just figured, the gatekeepers and the Negro whisperers just figured that they were going to be able to just bulldoze right over us, because as long as they got Obama on deck, all of them are behind her, because this is who they wanted in the first place in the beginning anyway. Remember, the Congressional Black Caucus, that is who they lined up. But when she ran against Barack Obama, they didn't support him. They ultimately supported him when the voters got behind him, but they didn't support him. She was their chosen candidate. Why? Because as she said in an interview at the beginning of this cycle, they all know what I can do for them. The Clintons hold the keys to the castle, and all the political elite are going to line up behind her every time, hands down, because they feel that they can get something. That's how they were able to repair her image in South Carolina. She ran a very racist campaign in 2008. There was no coming back from that, except for the fact that they had their little payola, just like DJs when they got to go get their records played. That's how they went around South Carolina with a little bit of donations here and there. Here, let me help, boost up your little local campaign here. Let me put your kid on with a job over here. And you build in brand loyalty so that when you decide to run, because we all know that she knew she was running before she even decided, allegedly, right? Like they knew they had to rehabilitate her image with black people, because it was kaput. And it seems like she ain't rebounded.
Let me ask you a question though.
I don't think you can repair her image with Black America. We don't look, you got it, because it's a changing of the guard. And I think that's one of the things Black voters we vote overwhelmingly Democratic. We're basically tied to the Democratic Party. But the issue is it's a changing of the guard now, especially in the South, where you saw those early voters tend to be elderly. You saw that generation before this one really that got behind Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton back in the 90s. And they're like, oh, no, Black people love us because Bill Clinton plays the saxophone and he took a drag on a marijuana cigarette. But that's not the same people today.
Yep.
We lived through the policies. We understood the ramifications of what was going on. The latest polls had her down 66% among Black millennials. Black millennials were voting for Gary Johnson and Jill Stein. 3 to 1.
Really?
It's nuts.
Let me talk about what Noah said, and I do say I'm in agreement as far as millennials and being outside of the bounds of the Clinton snake charmer, basically. But when we talk about the presidency in those terms, why is it that that's something that can be traded for favors? Why are people, tied to individuals that are definitely using their flock to enrich themselves? Like, how is that even really possible?
It's like poverty ministry. I mean, not prosperity ministry, right? It's like these prosperity preachers we have. I mean, politicians today are like these. They're the same. They preaching you this gospel. They selling you this dream, and in the meantime, while you over there, hustling and grinding, trying to get this little 1/10 of 1%, they over here like, yeah, give me them tithes, special gifts. Y'all watch Greenleaf, but seriously.
No, I 100% agree with you. This is not something that should be traded and back.
I agree. We don't, but it's going to have to be us.
Address that. We have to actually.
One of the things.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
One of the things that I am afraid about if Trump does lose, and the same thing I was afraid about when Bernie Sanders lost, was that, and I hate to be a person, Trump made a lot of good points. Like, Trump said a lot of things that were not entirely false, but were not taken seriously because they were coming from Trump. And so the left was able to dismiss them offhand. When I was reminded about this when Noah brought up the whole racist strategy of the Clintons during 2008. When Trump brought that up during the debate, that was entirely factual. The Clintons really did start the birther thing. It's like if they didn't actually start it, they contributed very, very much.
They didn't start the birther thing. Someone in the campaign did kind of suggest that he might have been Muslim or Kenyan or something or the other, but it was an accident. They totally didn't mean it.
Absolutely, but
then they ran with it.
I don't. I just don't.
Because it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. Yeah,
I feel black, but no. I feel like this is going to be a loss for Trump is a blow against populism. I mean, for at least in some form, it is the establishment winning again and solidifying itself over at least one form of populism. Now, I don't want Trump to win for obvious reasons. I feel like I don't need the qualified statement, but he is the only theoretical populist or someone who's representing vaguely populist rhetoric in this race. And I do feel as though if Trump loses, the establishment's going to be able to, wipe their brow and say, okay, well, ultimately, neoliberalism, neoconservatism wins again because Trump and Bernie lost. And so obviously I know before we get negative comments that Trump is not a true populist, that's obvious. But I'm saying that, he does use populist rhetoric to push forth his neo-fascist or whatever agenda you're trying to.
Here's the thing too, especially when you're looking at how he's doing in some of these states where you think even the states, even looking at the breakdown in some of the states, when you look at the breakdown of some of the states, just at some of the states, because like I said earlier, I was stuck outside in the car, but it's looking at some of the states and looking at the percentages, where they're still waiting. We're waiting right now. He's slightly up by 140,000 or so, 135,000 votes in Florida. He's up in Michigan, it's 50 to 45 right now in Michigan. He's up in North Carolina. And granted, North Carolina is a little bit different because there were some of the, on the one hand, I got asked this question a little bit earlier when I was on with Eugene Perrier and Brian Becker. You know, they were talking about how North Carolina and whether or not the suppression, do you think the voter suppression had an effect? And obviously, of course it did, right? But my issue is, and you all have talked about this at length over the cycle, we all knew that North Carolina was going to be an issue during the primary and before, right? I mean, heck, with that case from 2013, the VRA being gutted the way it is, I'm surprised the South didn't completely just lock everybody up and say black people can't vote anymore. Like seriously, right? Because that's what we saw in North Carolina. They were comparing it to a Jim Crow era type of law. What did you expect, Judge Roberts? So for everyone to be like, oh my God, I never knew this could happen in North Carolina, voter suppression. Y'all knew this 7 months ago. You just didn't give a damn because Hillary Clinton still won in the primary. You know, she still had black people voting for her. So you did not care about those people who could not vote for her. Ari Berman talked about it 7 months ago in an article for The Nation. It's almost identical to the one he wrote last week. So like, as I'm looking and we're looking and, like I said, I'm looking at North Carolina, he's up 50% to 47%. Virginia is very, very close. And again, this gets back into so in North Carolina, the Senator Richard Byrd has won re-election. It is kind of clutch in terms of the GOP keeping their minority.
Can I say
majority
something?
in the Senate. Regardless of what happens tonight, if you get your queen, you lost your congressional majority. You got people getting blown out because you didn't support them. I'm so sorry, Brendan, but I gotta get this out. Swinging right did not fucking work. F-bomb, I dropped it. It's election night. I don't have to get over it. But seriously though, y'all swung right. Y'all thought y'all was gonna get your good friends, the Koch brothers. Yeah, I mean, y'all wasn't paying attention to what the hell was going on. You just thought, like, if we could just get her in there, like, what are you people doing? Wake up, okay? You got people getting blown out all across the South and the Midwest, but it's okay. Because Hillary still might do it for us. Slay queen, suffragettes. Go ahead.
I want to say, as someone who has always been secretly supporting Trump, that I can't wait for America to become great again, and for you heathens to be shown the light. See, I mean, obviously,
he is killing in Ohio right now. And again, Ohio is another place that had voter suppression. But why would you not think this was a problem months ago? Because it's been a problem. It's been a problem
if it negatively affects you. Don't you realize that?
Ohio's a special place.
Go ahead.
Ohio's a very special place. I got a lot of family from there. I got a lot of family from Ohio, a lot of family from Western PA. Sitting out there and talking to these folks, even people of color in Ohio are like, man, if anybody's going to do something for me, it's Donald Trump. Like this idea that he's going to do anything for anybody that's working class is insane, but he's managed to spin that because his opponent is Hillary Clinton. Like, I'm not surprised, honestly. I've thought Donald Trump would win. I've said Donald Trump would win since the moment they elected Hillary Clinton and we walked out of the DNC. Like, it's been over since that happened. But listening to people of color, in particular, some of my Latino family, even my black family down south, like, I think I might vote for Trump. And it's the question on everybody's mind is why. But to your point about voter suppression, they did. I don't think they knew, though. I really don't think people knew the extent of what voter suppression would do. I don't think they realized.
I don't think they cared.
I agree. I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
We represent a community that something happens and people are like, oh, well, it ain't me. It ain't mine. Well, guess what? Now with Trump, it's going to be y'all too. Like, it ain't just going to be us anymore.
See, I'm sorry. One second. I want to give an update. Before you go. Apparently, the New York Times has Trump winning by 75%. I mean, I'm sorry. They predict Trump. Trump have a 75% chance of winning now, according to New York Times. Go ahead.
Nate Silver needs to kill himself now. Okay, apologies.
You can't say that on air.
I can't say that. This is independent media. We ain't getting that much money.
If he commits ritual Japanese suicide after this occurs,
Harry Carey.
You'll be blamed for it.
I'm going to come in real quick. Nate
You have all
Silver
seen to your family.
said that the man had 35% chance of winning.
35%
He almost went from
nuts.
1 quarter to 3 quarters. Granted, it's not the same source, but that's. Can I just?
Well, Nate Silver had that meltdown. Y'all saw that, right? Nate Silver had the meltdown at the Huffington Post folks for questioning his methodology. Oh, he lost it because they were complaining. Basically, they were saying like what Nick says, like he adjusts his models or whatever to account for expectations, and it's not just real math. So they basically, was like, yeah, you a sellout. Just stick to the math, dude. And he had
had Clinton winning by 98%.
Well, yeah. So again, we're not saying that they was right, but but it was just funny because he had a real man baby moment on Twitter the other day, and he was upset. I think this is hilarious. I think this is hilarious for so many reasons. One, Bernie Sanders. I hope whoever you mentoring, never let them make a pact with the DNC that they're not going to run as an independent. Bruh, you could be president right now tonight. I mean, I don't even think you understand the army. Like, because there, you were a delegate. You were there on the floor. Folks would have walked out with him, right? It would. I mean,
I tried to make this point to everybody.
Snipers. We had people point live ammunition at us. We were locked in a media tent with police linking arms in front of the door, riot cops shoving us to the front of the tent. I got punched, pushed, kicked, grabbed, spit on, called the N-word, told to go back where I came from. Like, I don't think people understand. I don't think Bernie understands the amount of what people were willing to go through for this dude. But you gonna tell me to vote for Hillary Clinton? Nah.
Let me say something before you go off on this.
I'm a quick statement. My name is Brandon Super Predator Sutton, and you are watching The Way with the No and a takedown with Nick and Project Sanity coverage of the end of the world as you know it. So if you
I'm gonna listen to disco music all day long, and I'm like, I wonder if we can play disco on the air. It's kind of old.
I've been listening to Big Pun, and for our listeners in French Canada, La Fin Absolue du Monde.
So, see, looky here. He's trying to looky here. That's how he gets the girl speaking that French, speaking that yaya.
I don't know how Brandon get anybody. The more I guess getting them isn't that hard. It's keeping them for Brandon. I don't know how any of us have managed to stick around them this long.
Anyway, let's talk about something.
53 said like I don't even understand why are they trying not to call it. See, okay, look, I'm in Georgia. Oh, shout out to all the opponents of OSD Amendment 1. I always want to say Occupy School District.
Salty.
It was
Nick is salty. Stop interrupting Nick. Nick gets to go first.
I'm so sorry, Nick, but I just had to shout this out though. But this no. I just gotta shout this because this was an effort that people across party lines actually shot down and organized and mobilized against. So shout out to parents and teachers, students, community members. You even had like deep South Southern Republican school districts passing resolutions saying vote no. So Governor Deal, back to the drawing board. Sucker, go ahead, Nick.
Okay, so
wait 1 second, real quick. I got something to say. No, I'm down. I'm discussing with you. Go ahead.
I think that when we start talking about Bernie Sanders, I hate to say this because people don't like to listen to this guy, but there was a guy, everybody knows him, everybody's probably seen him. His name is Chris Hedges. He said the most critical thing. He said they got Bernie Sanders so scared that he walked away from his moment. And when you think about that, I had to think about it too. And you have to think about what leadership is and what it represents to you. But to me, when I look to someone who's going to lead, they have to be able to make decisions that are unpopular and do things that, might be right, but other people can't understand, or other people can't see them. And I think that Bernie Sanders didn't want to be blamed in case Hillary Clinton lost, and so he made the wrong decision. I think, and that's why when he did that, I said he failed a test of leadership because he placed himself at the head of this movement, but he was unable to really have the strength and the stones to really carry the water all the way. And we give him as much credit for what he did do, but at the same time, we should also acknowledge that in the end, he failed. And when you look back at this, knowing now that this is what he did, in this moment, I really do raise questions to say that if he was president and the power structure really came against him, would he stand up or would he cave? It's a serious question now.
I agree with you. But I'm gonna go first. I'm gonna go first because I'm gonna go.
Sit your super predator tail down, boy.
I'm going to go. I think that's a badge of honor. Anyway, I'm going to double down on what Nick said, and the reason why is because his behavior during the primaries made me question his ability, his desire to win. Because at a certain point, he was handicapping himself by not going after Hillary Clinton as hard as he could have. And I'm not talking about a smear campaign, but just confronting her with the things that she did. He didn't once mention that she called black people super predators. He didn't once mention her racist campaign against Barack Obama that I can recall, because and if he did
it not directly. He kind of made reference, but it wasn't direct, because I think he was too afraid of being attacked. Because when he got attacked, it was like awful. Go ahead, Brandon.
No, I think he wanted to go high while they went low, or whatever, center. And at the end of the day, he martyred him. He didn't just martyr himself for his own standards. He made us all martyrs for his standards. He made everyone who supported him and everyone who he could have done best by a martyr for his sort of view of what politics should be like. But at a certain point, I wanted him to get dirty. I wanted him to show me.
Hold on. Here's something I haven't told anybody before. I actually got to see Bernie Sanders in person. Like, he came to the Washington State delegation breakfast and he spoke to us. I was sitting less than 10 feet away from Bernie Sanders himself, and I saw a man that wasn't Bernie Sanders anymore. I got to see him in Seattle at Safeco Field. I stood outside in line for over 12 hours to watch that man. And when he came onto the field 3 hours late, there were 15,000 people outside Washington State in Seattle in the middle of daggum September, when it starts to get cold and we ride on the water so it's windy, shaking Safeco Field. You could hear the walls vibrate with people shouting Bernie. And when I saw that man up close, I saw someone that wasn't who he was anymore. I saw someone that had been so beat down by the DNC by trying to go through every avenue he could that he no longer was himself. This was not a fight he could have won ever. And we experienced a lot of that at the DNC. We started hearing about those leaks when things were coming out. We started seeing the lengths the DNC would go to, everything from installing white noise machines to literally dragging delegates off the floor.
Here's the thing. He did not have done anything.
We have to cut the man a break.
Bernie Sanders Bernie Sanders and Nina Turner could have made the Green Party a national party overnight.
I'm gonna stop you right there. I've always objected to this. I've always objected to this. Bernie should have went to the Green Party. Nina should have went to the Green Party thing. I mean, when Nina going VP would have been different, but Bernie going into the Green Party thing, because that is such an imperialist mentality. We are so upset about people and the way things went in the Democratic Party. The Greens had their own damn process, and Jill Steiner herself said that they would have had to make certain changes at their convention to even allow Bernie to come into the ticket. And for someone who has shunned, I'm just thinking about it from just a basic standpoint, for someone who has shunned that party, who has refused to work with them for decades at this point, to now bring him in because they're going to leverage his presence to build up their party, I think you end up selling out the people who have been your base and actually worked for you for so long. Do I want to see the Greens do better? Absolutely. Did I want to see it happen that way? Hell no. And I have argued down people so much all the time. Even the way Jill Stein was put forth throughout their primary process, as if she was basically their version of Hillary Clinton, because it was the inevitability. She had the name recognition. She had already run before, blah, 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 whatever. It was the same damn thing. And when this argument would come up about Bernie Sanders and the Green Party, it was problematic for so many different reasons. We're upset because, someone who has a lesser name within the Democratic Party is not getting a fair shake. And yet Bernie supporters are expecting Bernie Sanders to go into another party over other people who have actually been a part of the party and actually lead it. That didn't make any sense to me.
My point was, hold on, let me come in here for a second, because I was going to say, with the difference though, with Bernie, I do understand the snub point, but if they had to make changes at the convention, if the party were not going to go along with that, then there is a democratic process to actually override this. It's not like Jill Stein or whatever structure was there could just do this unilaterally. They actually do have a structure in there for the delegates, and they don't actually override through. Everything in the Green Party really does work on consensus. So a massive rule change like that probably requires a 66% vote, not just a majority vote, a 2/3 vote.
Yeah.
My larger point was not that he should have done that, but my larger point that he had choices. He made them. I don't accept the idea that Bernie
Agreed.
Sanders had to do what he did, because that's fatalist logic. Just because you don't view the choices as legitimate does not mean they don't exist. Just because you don't like the implications of the choices does not mean they don't exist. But he could have. Sorry, what?
Okay, so Hillary is pulling it out in Virginia. Guess Tim Kaine wasn't completely worthless, and Trump is taking Ohio.
So, but my point is, just to continue
the problem. I can just say this is the problem. Again, Ohio is another state that we had the suppression, but here comes the issue, right? People are going to be really quick to blame the AG and the voter suppression that happened. At the same time, remember, y'all the same people that were praising Kasich just a couple of days ago, and he's the current governor. So, and he has never disavowed his Republican Party, which has always been behind Donald Trump. It's a problem. It's a problem. Okay, so we're getting more information that MSNBC has actually announced those. CNN and other outlets have not yet. So when we get a final, we'll let you know.
Yeah. So
Brandon, I want to back you up on your statement too.
I didn't finish my point yet, though. So let me finish. Let me back you up on it.
Nick's agreeing with you.
I will back it up. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant you were gonna back me up, like literally push me back. I'll back it up for you, baby.
Dude.
I got that fat dump. But anyway, no. My point, but my point is that not only did he the way in which he handled his loss, quote unquote, showed a distinct lack of backbone. The moment it came out that it was rigged against him, he should have stopped stumping for her. I don't care if it meant Trump won. I don't care what it meant, because at a certain point, it just shows a distinct lack of, I don't know what you'd call it. And I feel bad sort of falling under this sort of masculine view of politics, but it made him look incredibly weak. He looked, at the end of this whole thing, Bernie Sanders looked incredibly weak, and it was incredibly unattractive to me in a leader. Like the way he handled what occurred. Go ahead, man.
And I want to back that up, because I was going to actually say something along similar lines. Like, believe it or not, as bad as it may seem, but when people look to leadership, they look first for strength, especially in times of desperation, especially when everything's uncertain. They look for a strong man. And as much as we like to, put down the strong man that the right produces all the time, we have to also acknowledge that to combat that, we can't not put up our own strongman. We need to put up our own strongman that's going to be strong and unapologetic and bold, and it's going to put forth a progressive vision to counteract the vision from the right. And I think that that's a fundamental problem when you have a candidate like Hillary Clinton, because she represents everything that people have a passionate dislike for. And she doesn't have the charisma of, say, Bill Clinton or Obama when they're in a room with somebody to bring them around to see the humane side of them, so they can overlook that what she represents. And it comes full circle. But in the primary, I'm gonna make one last point. In the primary, I remember one of the debates where they talked about the Export-Import Bank. Well, the moderator goes, "Hey, you say all these things about the Export-Import Bank, but Democrats supported this." And Bernie Sanders looks, and it was like, this was just like his last moment where he was really going to defy the system. He goes, "I have news for you, but just because Democrats voted for it doesn't mean that Democrats are right." And when he said that, that was the only time I had ever heard him really go against him. And he never used that messaging ever again. He dropped like anti-corruption. He dropped all that stuff almost entirely after that debate. And I'm wondering why he did that. But again, when you talk about how he bowed his head and, he was just not the same man that you had saw before, it makes sense. But, now I'm going to step back and let y'all say something.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. When you look at appearances, even when he speaks, like I mean, I haven't seen him in person in the latter part of. I hadn't seen him since earlier, but earlier on, I saw him like 4 or 5 times between October and like February or March or so, and he was upbeat, vibrant, very energetic. It was a very different Bernie from the Bernie that we started seeing, towards the very end, around the time he announced. Even by the time he announced, it has always seemed very awkward and clumsy. I'm not on the bandwagon with the threats and all that other stuff, but I do think that it's the price that you pay when you decide that you're going to play nice with people who don't play by the rules. Go ahead.
No, I just want to give you an update. Apparently, the New York, I'm reading stuff from our chat. So apparently, the New York Times now has Trump winning a presidency at 86%. Wow. And it seems like as though Nate Silver has changed his prediction to 55% for Trump.
What is this? This is The Simpsons, right? Like
which is something you can't do. I'm pretty sure you can't wait till night and go, oh yeah, by the way, I changed my mind. He's most likely going to win. Like too late, Nate Silver, too late.
Well, that's the thing. His model was shattered early on when Florida didn't go Hillary. His model 12 hours ago had her winning Michigan and Florida, and if she won those two states,
it was over.
She would win. But if she lost those states, it was done, and Trump had the victory. Period. She couldn't afford to. That had her winning North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, California. I mean, all these big states, but it all came down to her winning Michigan and Florida, and she lost them. Period.
I'm going to use this Trump victory to take advantage of so many sad young women and who need comfort, who need comfort in the hands of a big.
I remember this supposed 11 point.
You're such a bad hombre.
And she was just going to.
I'm a nasty woman. Sorry, what? Go ahead.
I remember this 11-point lead that she supposedly had, and how she was polling just as good against Trump as Bernie Sanders, and she had the same amount of appeal. And she's, just as good as he was and all that. And all that seems to be unraveling. She was a horrible candidate, always has been. People were saying that. That's why that's why some people did go to Bernie, because they never liked her as a candidate. And now that stuff is coming home to roost.
Mm-hmm. She lost in 2008 because she was a bad candidate. And I think no one ever stopped to think that maybe if you're the first white person to lose to a black person in America in the primary, one whose middle name is Hussein, maybe you're just a historically weak candidate.
How do you lose
not to say
someone named Barack Hussein Obama?
That's not to deny. Yeah, but see that was the messed up message that, America is somehow more sexist than it is racist because they would rather a black man than a white woman. And I was like, no. At a certain point, you have to address the individual aspects of these two people. And Hillary Clinton is just a historically bad candidate. She's a bad politician. She has too much baggage. There's such a thing as too much history. There's such a
yeah.
I wouldn't trust someone to date who's had 5 marriages just because they've been in a lot of them. It's she is the consummate, I don't know, she just has too much baggage. She and the party shot themselves.
Ohio's final.
They shot themselves in the foot. But honestly,
Ohio is final. Ohio went to Trump.
That's it, folks. That's it.
So we got.
I for one want to welcome our new Russian overlords.
I mean, California. California going to come in and save the day because that's what them Californians do with their dry grass.
Let me tell you the thing about the left coast real quick. Because I moved from a predominantly
left coast is the best coast. What did she say at that thing we were at? Coastal supremacists. That's right.
Oh, good Lord. We are the best coast, though. We are the best coast.
Okay, I'm from New York. No, you're not.
Please. West Coast, our music is better. Everything is better out here on the West. But I digress. So out here on the West Coast, it's surprisingly conservative outside of the major cities. I moved from a predominantly black city about 30 miles south of Seattle. I now live in the middle of white people nowhere in Olympia, Washington, where my campus is 4,000 acres. My college campus, 4,000 acres. It's mostly woods. Everywhere I go out here, I see Trump signs. Everywhere. I moved to a place where for the first time in my life, 2 white women about 50 to 70 feet in front of me stopped on the sidewalk stepped on opposite ends, stared me down until I passed them. I made it about 50 feet in front of them. Then they started to walk behind me again. That's the left coast. So she might be able to get a few electoral college votes, but people don't we have this narrative that the left is so progressive, that we're so great. Like we're these bunch of nice hippie liberals. No, that's not what
right? You're not hippie liberals?
Nah. I go to a university without grades and folks just tapped out. Like,
yo, I'm gonna be so shitty to my white girlfriend. What? Sorry. we back on it.
Okay, wait a minute. 95% of precincts reporting in Florida, Trump holds a lead of about 134,000 votes over Clinton.
Yeah, go.
Yo, Gore, come on now. Like he's supposed to make this right. Come on, dude. Like, you suck. Bill, you suck. This is your fault. Blame Bill Clinton. Blame Bill Clinton. I'm getting messages from some of my Bernie fans talking about yo, this is hilarious. I know we all gonna be living in a bomb shelter someplace together, but this is hilarious. No, seriously. I mean, for real talk though. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. My connect from Shanghai just said it looks like Trump's gonna win, huh? Actually, I got interviewed about my thoughts on the Hillary Clinton presidency by a Shanghai news outlet, and she just messaged me the article, and she was just like, "So it looks like Trump's gonna win. What do you think?" I'm like, "Ha ha ha! Let's talk tomorrow, or I guess in 2 days." But
Yo, my Canadian friend just sent me instructions on how to move to Canada.
we going to Belize. That's what my kids already said. My kids said if he wins, we going to Belize. Well, actually, my sister said it, but yeah, like and what Ann Coulter said earlier that if they had the rule where all 4 of your grandparents had to be born in the United States, then Trump would be winning. Trump would not have been able to vote for himself, nor would his children been able to vote for him either. Like, I don't understand what is going on right now. Like, hubris is a mother.
Hey, can I be real with y'all for a sec? I feel like it's one of them times when I was a kid where I got that one whooping where you just got to sing a Negro spiritual afterwards. Like, I feel after this is done, we just all gonna join hands and start singing, man. I'm telling you, it's what's gonna happen. You're gonna see every major city in America. Black folks is going to come together, talk about we wade in the water. I'm telling you, watch.
Well, that's what people were talking about on Twitter earlier about singing Negro spirituals because they're going to have us on the field picking cotton.
Wade in the water.
Damn, I'm about to start looking into my asylum papers now. I should have got Max's passport earlier.
God's going to trouble in the water.
There are tweets out here. Picture people picking cotton with iPhones in their hands.
In the water. Trump is gonna trouble the water.
But see, here's the thing, right? Remember back in the primary, we kept trying to tell you, you want to beat Trump because it's gonna be Trump. Bernie Sanders is your guy. Bernie beats all the Republicans. Why? Because even Republicans like Bernie. Then there's options. But if you want it, seriously, Bill Clinton, you fucked up, dude. If you wanted this black sister, because seriously, I'm a force. So if you wanted me in my squad behind your girl, behind your wife, you should have made sure Ted Cruz was the nominee. See, you bid on the wrong horse there, right? Like Ted Cruz should have been a nominee.
Here's the thing. The Democratic Party, they love them from Hillary Clinton, like even locally. Mm-hmm. All the Democrats. And I mean, I know just about everybody in the party here in Washington from having been involved. Every single one. Oh, Hillary Clinton's the best thing since sliced bread. What are you talking about?
White bread.
They're speaking a completely different language. They're looking at a completely different worldview, and this is what I was talking about.
I just got an update hit up, and we can double check this. But they're saying that Hillary has barely gotten 50% of women in swing states. That's still a mess. But that's still a mess, though, right? Because here's the thing: like,
Okay, so
there was a big
calling
push, and I talked
Wait,
about
no,
this.
they called Florida. They called
They
Florida.
called Florida.
Yep, that's it.
Trump. They call it's over.
I'm so sorry, Ben. I'm so sorry for all the cursing, but I don't know. I mean, the censors, iTunes, everybody just gonna have to forgive us for this tonight because, yo, like,
that's it.
Can we keep Obama?
You know, I just like how everybody counted him out. Like he couldn't possibly win. Wait, does anybody remember how all this talk like he couldn't possibly win and that, you know, the reality was this and the reality was that? You know, they wrote those same articles about Barack Obama, by the way. I went back and saw a treasure trove of articles about how Barack Obama couldn't beat Hillary Clinton. And here we are again looking at another kind of like an upset, right? Like they're that Washington bubble, the whole thing about demographics just being against him and he just can't overcome these things. Nobody's going to vote for him. My friend told me there's no way he's going to win Florida. Look at this. This fool has won everything.
See, that's what I've been saying. That's the thing. People expect people of color to just come out and vote for whoever the Democratic nominee is, no matter what. They expect black people, Latino people, Asian people, Native people to vote against their own interests by voting for Hillary Clinton. Ain't no way in hell it's gonna happen. It's just not.
One second. I just want to apologize to any of our viewers if it seems that we are overly excited about Trump victory. None of us are Trump supporters.
Not at all.
None of us voted for Trump. None of us wanted him to win. But there is a perverse irony in this because we all recognize that Bernie Sanders would have won. Bernie Sanders would have
This motherfucker needs
Trump.
73.
And that
Can he actually get
let me finish. The Democrats wagered all of America on the most historically weak candidate they could possibly. Yeah, the Democratic Party, the DNC, wagered all of America on the back of Hillary Clinton. They made the most reckless gamble that could possibly be made in the history of the United States of America, and they lost. They bet the farm. And
so, what do you think fallout? What do you think the fallout is for all the elites that did not support Trump?
Nothing.
You know, he might actually punish the factions that didn't support him.
We gonna have executions in public square.
I gotta commend you. He might punish the establishment or the elites. He might.
Well,
there should be no doubt. Trump
is guys. He might punish the hedge fund managers. He might punish the people that really were out and against him blatantly. He might even punish the people that refuse to support him, you know, by not giving him money. And the people he's going to reward are the people that bankrolled him, the people that did come out and pour some money into his campaign. I mean, that's the spoil systems in a nutshell, right?
My latest question to y'all: How your degrees look overseas? Because I know for damn sure my physics degree is going to look real good over in Europe because I'm gone. I'm gone.
So I'm a lawyer and an urban planner. Not really sure, but my boo is an iron worker, and I know they need them over the Middle East. I can live on an American compound somewhere where he makes some money.
I have a personal training certificate, and I can get recertified pretty simply. And you know, you always need to be ripped. So
I'm not gonna lie. I'm really not gonna lie. I'm really glad I'm majoring in physics and chemistry because I can take this anywhere because I ain't staying.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Absolutely. And Nayla has already been planning on going. She's trying to go to college in Germany or Switzerland or Canada or someplace anyway. So yeah, she's working. You know, this kid, my daughter. We're gonna take a moment and getting to back up to what Brandon said before. No, it's not that we're making light of this or this is not serious. We're just trying to help people be at ease, right? When we talk about something that's very serious, because seriously, and when I talk about the anxiety, I'm not like just being silly. Like it's a very real thing, and we've all experienced some form of it, whether you've actually been diagnosed with anxiety or not, because there's been so much fear mongering, right, over this election cycle. I mean, they've preyed on the worst of the worst in all of us, and really, like, people's lives are at stake in any given moment because of the way without Medicaid expansion, how many people in the South or in other places that don't have Medicaid expansion, how many people are really struggling? Like, I mean, there's real stuff that and these people looking at Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party and then Trump and the Republicans on the other side are playing around with all of our lives, right? So we do need to pay attention to what initiatives, what groups, what organizations are forming and fortify them and support them going forward, because it doesn't matter who wins tonight. It is very clear that neither of the major parties have our best interests at heart. So we're not making light of this, but we're trying to make light of the situation this evening so that.
Okay, so I just want
you know what I'm thinking right now? I wish I had put $1,000 on Trump.
So I just want to be very clear. Trump needs 73 electoral votes to win, and it does not look like it's possible for that to not happen, because he's going to win Georgia, he's going to win Arizona probably, he's going to win.
You're married to one of the most popular presidents in the last 50 years. How the hell do you lose?
He's going to win
Utah. He wasn't that damn popular.
He's going to win Wisconsin. So
how do you lose?
I don't think there's a path.
You can't make this about respecting women when you marry to a man who don't respect you or any other women in his life.
Oh, what did Donald Trump say? How can she talk about me when she married that nasty man?
Everybody tried to say, well, why don't they talk about the rape case? Why don't they talk about the rape case? Because the guy that he's accused of raping the girl with is the same one your husband used to kick it with on his little sex island. Spirit cooking. I mean, like no mind blown. Mind blown. Damn, you putting.
What's going on, Gerald?
I'm sorry. Earlier this evening, I was at my dad's house. I took my dad. I made my dad. I'm a nerd, black nerd, blurred Society of Black Men tats. Whoop whoop. Anyway, I made my dad a shirt that said it's a men tat thing, right? Because that's something that he says. Men tats are from the series Dune. Then I also got him a shirt. Like I mentioned before, my dad is sick. He has a rare form of cancer. We just found out 2 weeks ago. And so I got him a shirt. Again, I'm a nerd and he's a nerd too. He's a big old nerd. So I got him a Han Solo shirt. It's the Millennium Falcon flying through the asteroids and it says, never tell me the odds. Cheesy, I know. But it worked and made his day. So I had been talking to him earlier, and Atlanta traffic is brutal during rush hour. So I drove over there because I had been talking to him and he was really down because this is his second week of treatment. And he was just talking about some of the things going on. And it's just for someone to be so capable, right? That's why, like I said, like all this stuff, Trump, Hillary, whatever, just like we all got stuff going on, and whoever's at the top, I mean, we gonna have to get this work and do what we got to do anyway, no matter what. So anyway, long story short, I take over this box of stuff. I was going to put it in a gift bag, get him some snacks and stuff for his treatment sessions. I was gonna do all this stuff, but he sounded so down when I was talking to him earlier. So my sister and I, we drive over there. It takes us like an hour and 15 minutes to go like 12 miles. It was ridiculous. But I also got him this really cool thing, a Chris knife. So he might need his Chris knife, which is it's like a replica from a sandworm tooth. But anyway, I digress again. Big nerd, I know. But anyway, like we were talking and stuff, and it was just such a high point. And he was like, I'm not watching the election. I don't care. I voted. I did what I was supposed to do. They didn't do what they were needed to do. So my dad starts watching, when we were leaving there, he starts watching Starship Troopers. And that's what he's been doing all night. I'm sure he's in bed by now, but he's been watching movies, his various sci-fi favorites, because there's a lot going on in our lives. We all have a lot of things going on. We're all going to still have to get up and struggle. And it's going to happen regardless. You know, Obama came in 2008 after the financial crisis happened. And yeah, he was able to stop the hemorrhaging of jobs and economic wealth from the country. But what can and replenish and brought jobs back. We've been replaced with low wage jobs. You know, Black economic wealth was essentially wiped out. There's so much that's been so wrong in the last 8 years, and no, it's not all of his fault. But let's just be real. Everything has not been perfect and peachy keen. Folks have still been struggling and trying to get by. You know, whether or not Donald Trump's presidency will plunge us into some abysmal, downpour of economic, I don't know what the words would be, or, whether this would spur some real action with the left and actually we have a comeback. So the next time we come back in 4 more years, because if he actually does become president, if he actually takes the job, it's a lot of ifs, a lot of ifs in this sentence.
There aren't that many ifs this time. This is like this is happening, man. Don't soft pedal it. This is happening. We got he won. He beat her. He got it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. She might be able to pull it out. There might be some funny machines. I mean, she's coming back. She needs 80. He needs 69.
Funny machines. You want to talk about that real quick? My signature was challenged here in Washington State. And the only way I found out was because I had the foresight to check online to see how my ballot was doing, because we're entirely vote by mail. If I hadn't done that, I would have got nothing but a letter after the election saying, oh yeah, your vote, your signature was challenged, sign this and return it by the 20th. I just moved 25, 30 miles south and I don't have a card. I can't
already calling California.
So be careful with, check your votes. If you voted by mail, if you voted early, if they got a tracking system, call your auditor, call whoever you got to call. But make sure
They're already estimating, nothing's come in yet, but they're already estimating that she won California expectedly. They still have not called Georgia yet, which I don't understand. Georgia's now, it's still 54%, 43%. I don't know what the hell they're waiting for, but Kasim Reed, all you little lion, can't wait for you not to be mayor no more. And whoever you supporting to replace you, we gonna shut him down. He ain't gonna be mayor, or she, whoever it is. We gonna make sure your predecessor ain't mayor. Gonna make sure you don't get any other office in the state, boo.
Yeah, Trump has Trump has a 300
lead in Georgia and other places. Sorry, I'm just a hater right now because I hate our mayor. Our mayor who sucks up to racist white people, like our governor who calls black people colored on television. Like, say word. Our governor just called us colored people last week when he was talking about this.
I'm mad at niggas on the phone. He's just on the phone on air talking to his friend.
No, this is like on the Dave Chappelle show when it's the band and then he's like, oh, that's what you're gonna do next? You gonna do your taxes while I'm talking to you?
What I was gonna say is that Trump is winning Georgia by 300,000 votes.
And Atlanta,
he's winning Arizona by 50,000 votes. He's winning Michigan by about 20,000. Nevada by all of them. He's winning New Hampshire by 10,000 votes. He's winning North Carolina by almost 200,000 votes.
Hey Brandon, you want to start
and the problem with this is her punk self is gonna make it really hard for the next woman.
Yeah.
Like, the next woman. Go ahead.
According to, hey all, this is David in the production end. According to Gizmodo, whether you count them as a good source or not, Canada's immigration site is experiencing repeated outages, presumably due to surges in traffic. I'll just leave that there.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I'm already looking at transferring from Evergreen State to the University of British Columbia. So, your boy.
Everyone just needs to. Fear is the mind killer. Everyone just remember that fear is the mind killer. Fear is the mind killer.
Y'all need to get hit with some doom. We about to get our Fremen on. We about to get this desert power Fremen riding sandworms. Don't worry, the Harkonnen might think they took it over this time, but we gonna get them.
Here's
y'all need to get your sci-fi game up.
Here's what I'll put on the table. Progressives have true progressives, and I'm gonna even say anyone that didn't support Hillary, but is on the left, had God knows how long to mourn. Whether it was Jill or Bernie, we knew the candidate that we would prefer wasn't going to get in there. Don't start mourning now that that we're taking another step even further away, but figure out what the hell you're going to do to start building back and to start climbing back. Because, I mean, the one thing, for all his lack of proper coverage and for his show really sucking with the election, one thing John Oliver said repeatedly for the past few months is we're 10 times below rock bottom. Rock bottom is way up in the heavens. We're below Schitt's Creek. But what are we going to do to get out of there? Because if we just keep wallowing in it, we're just stuck.
Yay, history was made. The first African-American woman from Delaware was elected to Congress tonight. When women vote, we lead. Go sis. That's the woman I can get behind. And also in Minnesota, I just forgot her name. Iman Omar won her race. She's the first Somali American woman to be elected to the Minnesota State House. I believe that's correct. If I've messed that up, I'll correct myself in a moment. I'm just, trying to do this all off the dome here.
Speaking of women actually winning congressional races and making history, Seattle, Washington, we have Pramila Jayapal. She will be the first, I believe, Indian American woman ever to make it to the United States Congress. And she's been projected to win for a long time. And then a personal friend of mine whom I love very much, Aaron Jones, is looking to be the very first Black woman to hold statewide public office with the office of state superintendent here, though she is running against Chris Reichdahl and a very, very, very aggressive anti-Aaron campaign, led of all places by Seattle's most quote-unquote liberal. From my understanding, she's going to win. I know most people I know voted for it, but places like The Stranger, so Dan Savage's newspaper, they have ripped her numerous times. So her first language, to my understanding, was not English. She grew up in Europe, right? She grew up in Europe and came over here. She and Chris, who is a white male, both did a questionnaire with a conservative group here in Washington State that said, should kindergartners be taught transgenderism?
I remember this.
She responded with, I just don't think kindergartners need to be taught about gender. Let them be kindergartners. And the Dan Savage's newspaper jumped down her throat and were like, you should have corrected them with this and this. This isn't where she's from. I know Aaron. I love Aaron to death. I will go to bat for Aaron any day of the week. That's not who she is. People know that's not who she is. But they still continue to come at her. They still continue to treat her like she's just some second class citizen. So I have a lot of faith in Aaron, but we got some work to do, folks. And
we do have a lot of work to do. But how you barely, even if she pulls it out, let's go ahead.
I have some bad news. Jesse T. Smith, friend of the show, lost his race in Alabama.
Jesse lost. Peter Jacobs, I believe, lost his race as well in New Jersey. But this is the problem. But this is the problem with Democrats swinging rights and not supporting down ballots. Go ahead.
I do want to say one thing. I'm actually pretty disgusted by the turn of events, not necessarily by Trump winning, because like David said, this is not a big surprise to me. I'm disgusted by America and that they could produce a situation that someone like Trump could win, regardless of whether you think Trump is actually racist or not. I'm disgusted by the fact that we got to a place where someone could be that openly racist and win. And this is a condemnation not of Trump but of America.
Absolutely.
Trump is what America is. Trump isn't what Trump. This Trump who we see now is not who Trump is. I don't believe that. I've never believed that. But this is exactly who America is. And America, and at certain this, I'm not gonna say I'm glad, but I can see what Malcolm X said. This is the chickens coming home to roost. Maybe the establishment Dems need to be embarrassed by this. Maybe middle class white America, maybe upper elite need to be embarrassed by a Trump presidency for 4 years, and so that they understand what it's like. And that's fucked up. I'm sorry, no one's watching. No, that is fucked up. Like, Ben doesn't rule my life. He's not watching right now. He's on with David Pacman. That's some fucked up shit, yo. There's things have gotten this bad.
It is really bad though. When you I'm looking at this tracker, this election result tracker on Google, and when you look at it, look at it by district, by congressional district. The country is so damn red, and why people think it's going to be anything otherwise. I mean, right now, Republicans only need 36 more seats for their majority to hold their majority in the House. They only need, like 3 more, a few more. It's very few. What's a couple more in the Senate? I mean, even if Hillary Clinton does pull it out tonight, she continues to have a very entrenched. They didn't do anything. All they did was elect her, which is what we've been saying is the problem with their strategy overall. If she doesn't pull it out, then we are stuck with Donald Trump is president and a Republican Congress. And that is insane. And the only ones that are to blame, and I will stay up all night writing this piece, are the Democrats. Are the Democrat establishment, are those people who lined up and colluded and allowed this farce of an election cycle to occur. The blame is on you. All the rest of us, unfortunately, who are innocent bystanders in all this, well, some of y'all ain't so innocent. Not necessarily our listeners, but other people out there. If you wasn't among the how many percent of it? 10% of the people, 9%, whatever percentage it was that participated in the primaries, this is on you. Because we could have had Bernie Sanders right now and we wouldn't be looking at the possibility for Trump presidency tonight. Like, seriously, this is unfreaking believable. This is like some bad 80s B movie stuff about to happen right here. Like,
Nah, see, I'm sorry, but this is what happens when the Democratic establishment spends fucking 8 months demoralizing their base. This is what happens when you do that. This is what happens when instead of picking, an Elizabeth Warren or Tulsi Gabbard,
I thought everybody loved them in Arkansas.
No one likes them in Arkansas. No one likes the Clintons. But they're donors and the people they give money to. That's a myth. No one respects Clinton overseas, especially not Hillary Clinton. She should be embarrassed, yo. It's just like she should be like, yo, this is like I could have beat Trump in an election.
See, this is what I was going to talk about. I was going to talk about that. Everybody makes it seem like they're just really popular. Like I remember people keep referring to him as one of the most popular presidencies, but that popularity really is manufactured. It's a retelling of the history of their time period in office. Because I remember when I was a kid, I had always heard that they were so great. And it wasn't until I was in college, I said, well, what did Bill Clinton actually do? What is his legacy?
Yep.
And I looked it up and I was like, no, he's terrible. He didn't do anything. So
he hurt people. That's what he did.
But guess what? You have to think about this in the context.
Y'all super predators. I'm a lazy welfare queen. No, true story.
I'm a super predator.
But true story though, because I had my kids. We had kids when we were in college, and I remember I was 19 going on 20 when I got pregnant with my daughter, and I remember I was sitting in a philosophy class, and we were debating about this is after welfare reform had been passed under President Clinton, and maybe like 2 years before it was up for reauthorization under George Bush, and we're having this debate in class or whatever. And some people just thought I was just fat. They didn't realize I was pregnant. But I remember I came out of class crying and met Craig for lunch. And he was like, what's wrong with you? I was like, what's wrong with America? Because we're young and we're having a baby and we're in school and we don't have jobs. He's like, we're on scholarship. We both work. Calm the fuck down. but seriously, like we get taught that what's wrong with society when it's not us. It's not us. You guys get taught that, people who look like you are what's wrong with society. It's not us.
Interrupting. They called North Carolina for Trump.
Yep.
So Trump is now about.
I gotta call my grandparents in the morning.
54 electoral votes from winning.
Now let's be honest though. I compared the reimagining of the Clinton history to how they reimagined Reagan. That's what really kind of put me on to how, like, when people are the people who are alive during that time period are now dead, they kind of go back and rewrite that history, and the people who didn't live through it and experience it or weren't aware at the time, how they're not there to provide a counter narrative, and so that narrative is the one that sticks. And Reagan is a prime example of that.
I want to point something out because you said this, about being in college and being told, you're what's wrong with America, and how we're just as a group told we're what's wrong with America. I'm a black person. Well, I'm a mixed person, being a whole bunch of things, but I identify as black.
Oh God, here we go.
Dude, wondering when he grows.
I identify as black.
No, but seriously, I'm teasing.
It is
What are you, Black Rican? Come on, I was joking.
I actually am. But anyway, for real.
No, but for real, I'm teasing. Go ahead.
But sitting in a class of 50 people, there's 3 other people that look like me. In a cross-program mixer with a 400 level physics class, the one black person in that class came up to me and said, please don't drop this program because I can't be the only one of these programs anymore. There's no black people in science at the upper levels of college because we're told we can't do it because we're not given the resources to do it. And then America turns around and says, well, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, get into STEM. STEM pays well.
It don't pay. It doesn't. Look, the more people that get into it, the less it's gonna pay. So,
I'm not gonna lie. I'm really not
Stem
gonna lie.
these
We've
nuts.
had almost half our class drop because it's too intense. Because physics and calculus and chemistry is too hard. Half the class have dropped already, and it's the first quarter.
Wait, you're taking physics, calculus, and chemistry at the same time?
Yes, at Evergreen we take one program, and so it combines multiple things.
Okay.
So it's a whole year.
Wow.
Whole year. And it's intensive.
You can roll through that, man. That's child's play. Go ahead and roll it. You make it.
No, I'm props to you. Most definitely. I was an engineering major, you know. I was an engineering major. Then Naila came along and I was a sociology major. So because yeah, it was already gonna be hard enough going to law school with a baby. So I was like, I need this. And now you texting on screen. What is going on? Like, yo, weird. I think we should just give up the independent political news analysis and just go straight comedy now, because this one over here texting his girlies, his honey dips. What did Fresh Prince call them? His honey dips. He took a phone call. This was over there texting.
Guess what they were saying? Everybody's like,
black men and your priorities.
They were saying like this is all the voters' fault for not taking Trump seriously. I was like, the spin has already happened. All these millennials that like Bernie or whatever didn't want to vote for Hillary. They should have realized that votes have consequences. I was like, oh man, here it comes. And I straight up told them, I was like, hey, you know, if you subscribe to the notion that, you know, when people don't vote for a certain candidate, it's the voters' fault for not liking them, as opposed to the candidate's fault for not having to require whatever the people want from them. Then I guess it's okay to take that logic. I just don't agree with that logic at all.
Right.
You know, and he was like,
how dare you, Nick? How dare you imply that it's the candidate's job to appeal to the voter? What the fuck is wrong with you? this is America.
Can we let's get serious for a second here, because someone actually just made a really good point on Twitter. Shout out to folks who are hanging out here with us, because seriously, like, I mean, we're trying to keep it light, you know what I'm saying, to some extent, because this is some crazy stuff. This was supposed to be over already, right? Like, this was supposed to be donezo. Like, here's the problem though, right? Because, you know, Hillary stands, y'all ain't need us, you didn't want us, but y'all don't got no game. You got no ground game, you got no text game, you got no digital game,
and you looking mad unfamiliar.
Sit down. Ooh, Riley, you don't sit down with that.
Game recognized, game Hillary supporters, and you looking mad unfamiliar.
We gotta behave ourselves. I think Ben's gonna come in.
Oh, okay, hold on. Wait, I gotta put some pants.
But seriously, for a second here, we're struggling in Michigan. We're struggling in Wisconsin. We're struggling. And I'm saying Democrats, right? Because this is what we were supposed to do. All of us were supposed to get together, kumbaya, and be behind the nominee. Okay. You're struggling in Wisconsin. You're struggling in Michigan. These are states that Bernie Sanders most definitely could have handled.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't even been no question. You saw the way he handled that in Michigan before. There wouldn't been no question tonight. The fact that you lost Ohio, I mean, like, that's just so hyper problematic. You know what would have won you Ohio, because you know who they love in Ohio right about now? Nina Turner. But you dissed the sister and did nothing. Right?
She should have supported the TPP too. I know they don't like that in Ohio. Or
no, the rumblings of her likely support. Oh, just a shout out, because it don't matter who gets elected tonight, because there's still the chance of a lame duck session on the TPP. There's an action that is starting next week. We'll be tweeting out information tonight, because I'm gonna be up all night, because I'm lit. And I've just been drinking Coca-Cola. I haven't actually done anything. But seriously though, there's an action against TPP next week. It's a 3-day call-in action, and there's actually going to be a Washington D.C. Event, I believe, next Thursday as well. So people are still moving. There's still stuff going on. Don't despair, because no matter what, we got this. We might not got this as in this election, but guess what? 2018 is around the corner, baby. Better watch your backs. What?
I mean, here's something I found was interesting. I got a call from the DNC while I was in class. Like, I'm in the middle of a physics class and they decide to call me. So I call them right back after I get out. And the person on the other end of the line is like, would you like to be on Washington State's Victory Council? We're setting these councils up for every state to help direct Democratic policy, you know, now and going into the future. So in the back of my mind, I'm ready to hang the phone up because I read the Podesta emails. I read their fake Clinton grassroots thing, but then I was like, but wait, what if Clinton loses and Trump wins this, right? What if this ends up being a real thing where we have a real opportunity to start shaping Democratic policy? Because they're calling Bernie supporters. They're calling Bernie delegates. They're calling all these folks up here with actual progressive ideas. And I'm like, you know what, man? I can't take this chance. So I signed up. I'm on Washington State's Victory Council. I'm going to sit up here. I'm going to try to put that work in, even while going to college, even while trying to help, you know, the other Berniecrats take over Washington State's Democratic Party, because you can do it at the state level, folks. Like, you can get, if you can get involved, or you know somebody who's involved and you can help them out, help them take over the state parties, because we've done it here. Washington is flipped from Hillary to Bernie, all top to bottom now. We are doing the reorg. We're going to get all the way up in there. But that's what's got to be done, is we've got to be willing to put in the work and work with those folks that we might not necessarily agree with, especially in the light of what's happening tonight with Donald Trump winning, you know, the United States presidency.
Everyone, wait. It seems as though Clinton might actually win it.
No.
Nah, I'm fucking with you. No, she lost.
I mean, maybe she can still do it. Minnesota, no. Wisconsin, Minnesota, maybe. Nevada's turning around for her. Yeah. Benjamin Dixon is in his house. God is not a Republican. Woo woo.
Oh man, how is that? Wait a minute. Go back to Nick. Is that Nick?
Yeah, I'm pretty sick right now, but I'm here.
Oh man,
that's pretty Nicky over there in the cut.
Nick always looks like $1 million when he's on the air, man. It looks like he's going through like the plague, brother. You okay?
Oh man, I don't know. I'll be all right. I think I had like some kind of horrible virus. It's destroyed me.
Hey man, you get
That's
well.
called neoliberalism.
We need the pretty faces. We need somebody to look good on the channel, please. Come on,
All right, I'll be back to normal tomorrow.
Whoa.
I mean, if I had a wardrobe and a hair budget, I mean, you know, it'd be on and popping up in here. But it's just to be struggling. Natural hair is hard. 4C hair is hard to take care of. Okay.
Don't see the sweat on my forehead? That's not because it's hot in here.
Hey, seriously, did anybody see it going like this tonight? Did anybody see it going like it's almost definitively going from not playing?
It's amazing. This is like if it does actually go for him, it is definitely a referendum against the Clinton brand and against dynasties.
Absolutely. I was saying on in the studio here, you can't blame this remotely on Jill Stein voters. Like, this is a complete repudiation. Right. And I'm glad if it happens, I'm glad it happens exactly like this. Even Gary Johnson is helping Hillary Clinton. Right. Third parties are helping Hillary Clinton. Jill Stein is at what, like less than 1% nationwide. This is 100% at the feet of Hillary Clinton. And you know what? It is what it is.
I've already gotten a call from someone saying these young millennials that didn't like Hillary Clinton, they're the fault that we're losing, and people need to understand that votes have consequences. And I'm
Our age group was going for her over compared to everybody else. You know, like, it wasn't us. It's the old white people. And apparently it's white women that don't like her. She got a problem with her own people.
The Dow has dropped 700 points.
Donald Trump winning white women. He's winning
Oh,
white
I
women.
was telling somebody the odds.
What he's
Oh, speak up.
I
Ben.
can get closer. I don't want to put my face closer. Hang on. Hang on. Let me just do like this, and then I can get a little closer and talk a little closer. I was saying that Donald Trump is winning white women by he's getting 52% of white women. Hillary Clinton can't even win white women. What the hell?
Well, that's because, you know what I'm saying, we witnessed Anne, Slay Queen, Shondaland. What?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so like personally, right? I voted for Jill Stein here in Washington State. It's going to go Hillary regardless. So I voted Jill. I voted my conscience. But I've been called it for Trump since the moment Bernie lost, because the idea during the primary was black folks were going to come out at Obama levels, that Asian folks, that Latino folks were going to come out at Obama levels for Hillary Clinton. And that just wasn't going to happen. But as an aside, the Dow has dropped 700 points.
I don't think any of us are in states where our votes would have mattered if we had voted for Clinton or not.
Yeah.
I think that the only one who's only almost kind of in a state like that is Noah, because she's in Georgia.
No, Georgia was always a red state. Georgia was never. They lied to y'all. Georgia was not about to be. I've been saying this. They lied. That was manufactured by John Lewis. I'm pretty certain, so they could get a little bit of money because the CBC was begging for that money a little while back. Georgia ain't never been a swing state. Wasn't going to be a swing state. Georgia wasn't going blue. Wasn't never going to be blue. I don't know why they lied, but we did defeat the school takeover amendment. So that's all I care about.
Hey, real quick, Progressive Army. Hey, depending on how this plays out, like if Clinton wins,
we're losing you a little bit, Ben.
Or something. So I got to get back to the studio over here, but I'll be back. Hopefully I can go home and get into bed, because I'll be honest with you, I don't have time to be dealing with racists for the next 4 years, but it ain't gonna be my fault if we do. It's gonna be 100%.
I mean, I think it's gonna give us great material. We're gonna break the Patreon bank. It's gonna give us great material.
Oh, it's going to be great for business for us. Like our viewership should quadruple, like exponentially. It should be great for us over the next 4 years. But I do feel bad for some key demographics that are going to get hit on day one. But I digress. I got to get back to the studio here, and I'll join you guys. If Donald Trump wins, I'm broadcasting all night.
It's just so wild. It's so wild though too, because like this one Ben said about the Obama numbers. This is what everyone kept saying, because this is what they told us about Bernie. She got the Obama coalition. Obama coalition, where you at? Oh wait, I'm right here.
Yeah, why do they keep saying that nonsense?
So one small piece of good news electorally is that Sheriff Joe Arpaio, whatever the dude's name is, whatever that racist guy's name is, he lost.
In Arizona?
Yes.
Well, that's good. Need to get him out of there.
Oh, Zephyr Teachout is trailing, but it's still a very close race. This is
really?
from Salam.
She's
Salam. She's trailing with 67% and 52 to 47. And my fingers are crossed. So here's the problem though, right? Bernie hopping on board with the Clinton train. Did it taint the progressive down ballots? I don't really know. But if Zephyr Teachout is struggling, that's disconcerting.
It actually is a problem. I was shocked that she would even be struggling, but this really comes down to, it might be that just Hillary Clinton being at the top of the ticket may have tainted some of the down ticket stuff.
Well, this is the problem with swinging right? Like people might have said like, okay, because this is what was driving me nuts for weeks of watching commercials here of Republicans saying, well, I can't vote for that man and I'm voting for Hillary Clinton. Okay, but just because you're voting for the top of the ticket, like you're saying, Nick, okay, people might have been crossing lines to vote for the top of the ticket, but they weren't going to vote for the bottom of the ticket, and the Democratic Party was not supporting these candidates. And then on the flip side, Bernie Sanders pissed so many people off. People weren't really as engaged as they had been, in supporting down ballot candidates. This was a gamble of epic proportions. It was absolutely unnecessary. It should have been more important to make sure that we could get as many seats as possible across Congress instead of worrying about coronating the first woman, because suffragettes, Susan B. Anthony, who was a racist.
Right, I was just going to say,
but wait, since we're talking about
day, people tell me, oh yeah, that Susan. People keep retweeting that live stream of her grave, and people going putting, I voted.
Some sisters out in Chicago, they started going out to Ida B. Wells' gravesite apparently, and leaving their I vote, and people started tweeting that out. When I saw it this evening, even though I think the whole thing has been ridiculous around her candidacy, that folks recognize Ida B. Wells, Sojourner Truth. So mneed people, Shirley Chisholm, Ella Baker, Fannie Lou Hamer, so many people who actually like grind. We need to start having some real conversations. And I know David has mentioned before, we need to bring in Yvette, we need to bring in Antonio Moore, we need to start, it's about to get real. Y'all hang in there with us. But we really need to start talking about not just building progressive political power, but we need to talk about building real Black political power. Not just real Black, but like real political power, you know what I'm saying? Because it drives me nuts. And I talk about this with the women from my women roundtables. We talk about this, how like this whole thing about Black women vote, Black women lead. It drives me nuts because we saw a prime example of how Black women vote, Black women lead until they're going in a direction that the Democratic establishment doesn't agree with. And Donna Edwards, who got her hand slapped for not following the line, and how dare she step out of line. We saw the same thing happen with Barack Obama. He just happened to have enough juice or enough people who liked him that it didn't matter that he was stepping out of bounds, so to speak, right? But we need to be able to support our own candidates. We need to be able to build our movement. And I know we're at a disadvantage because we're broke. We don't have the same money and access as
in
the
regards to
establishment
Barack
does.
Obama.
Go ahead.
It doesn't hurt that you're also friendly to the power structure too. Like remember, Barack Obama was already friendly to the power structure, and they knew him before a lot of the people really knew him. So they were okay with him being up front if he was just a better person at selling their brand than Hillary Clinton. They were totally okay with that. So that wasn't the issue. Then it really did come down to personalities and who can sell better, because both of them basically were assuring the power structure of what they wanted. So I don't think that it's necessarily all about the person per se, but when the person is not palatable to the power structure, that's when it really comes down to who's going to be supported, who's not, who's going to be considered prominent, who are the surrogates in the mass media are going to be behind and give a fair shake.
Yeah,
here's our issue though. Like trying to have actual political power as people of color is right now our biggest enemy is the prison industrial complex. That is enemy number 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's it. That's who we've got to get beyond that. We've got to take that down. We've got to start finding ways to restore the rights of people who have their right to vote taken away, their right to run for office taken away. We've got to start dismantling that system, because it doesn't matter what the demographics look like. It doesn't matter by 2025, white folks are going to be the minority. If we still are incarcerating Black men from the ages of 18 to 30 at such an astronomical rate that they're just basically gone.
Okay, they're calling, Google anyway, I don't know about anyone else. Google has called Washington, Oregon, and California. Nevada is leaning that way. We also have Colorado, New Mexico in the mix. So from Google's estimate, it's 209 to 216 right now. 209 Clinton, 216. But you still have, they have not, from what I see, they have not called Michigan or Wisconsin, Utah, Arizona. And I don't understand why they haven't called Georgia yet. Georgia, stop. Y'all need to stop playing. Georgia is not turning blue. It's not purple. It's not any of that. Any chances of it going blue went out the window when her bus dumped the crap in the middle of the street. You can't be dumping crap on people and then expect them to vote on you. For real. I mean, I've been telling people, I work in Trump country. There's the Trump pin signs all over the place. And what I think we're seeing though too is I know down here, what I realized was that people who had really large signs for their Republican candidates, our local ones, people wouldn't put Trump signs in their yards because they don't want to be identified as racist, but they would have a whole bunch of other Republican signs. And more than likely, I mean, down here, since the Republican Party down here, he's at 232. So what did they just... He's at 232 right now, according to Google. He needs 38. So what just swung his way?
Georgia.
Did they finally call Georgia?
Florida was called again. So Florida got the secondary call.
Okay. So according to what I'm looking at on Google, he is at 232 and she's at 209. I wish I had the big CNN screen for you guys. Again, this is why we need to invest in progressive independent media, so next time in 2018, we can have the fancy screen for you to press the button so it can light up and show you what's still possible. But yeah, I might have to go back to West Virginia because at least there, I know all the white people with guns. They love us. We're the token Black family. No, seriously, but my babe is taking me shooting this week, and I did ask him very nicely to take me. I have shot a gun once. Funny. That's another funny story. So my first and only time shooting a gun was with white undercover narcotics cops in West Virginia. They were showing off for my friend, and they took us shooting on the side of the highway. 33. So we're out setting off M80s and they took us back to where they keep the drugs at when they raid people. It was really wild. I'm like, you guys are wild. Cops are crooked as hell. But that was my first time shooting a semi-automatic weapon of any kind. We shooting up signs on the side of the highway, but that's West Virginia too, So I mean, yeah, good times. I know I got lots of stories tonight.
That's where the apocalypse really gonna hit. is West Virginia. You got them hillbilly zombies out that way. You ain't got regular people zombies.
But you know, you have the mountains, and there's like you can go miles and miles with no people. So like, I'd go someplace like that.
If you don't stop being a damn fool talking about you got mountains in West Virginia, you bet nah. One of my childhood friends is white from North Carolina. She's like, "Well, why don't you just come up here and go camping in the mountains?" Are you crazy?
I love West Virginia. I actually had the chance today to talk to Charlotte Pitt, who should be the next governor of West Virginia, but people got their heads stuck so far up their butt that the Democrats are voting for their own version of Trump for governor tonight. But she is the Mountain Party candidate, which is Mountain Party in West Virginia is the Green Party affiliate. And we had a really great conversation. I'm gonna tweet it out again. Y'all check it out. But I think no matter what happens, I'd like that we have so many optimistic leaders because the energy that has happened over the past year, again, all of us coming together and stuff. And you got people like my daughter who will be able to vote in 2020 coming behind us too. And they pissed at y'all. These little kids coming behind us, the high school kids, they pissed because y'all done screwed them up. You know, because if my kid can't go to college, she gonna come see you with some fisticuffs for real. But no, seriously, like I mean, no matter what's happening, like Ben asked, did any of us see this panning out? Did we see it at 11:38 with Clinton trailing Trump? I mean, she might still pull it out. What does she have? She has Nevada, Pennsylvania, Maine. Is that enough? So
she's not gonna pull it out. There's no way. It was a tight race with her winning Michigan and Florida and possibly even Ohio.
Yeah, because if he wins Michigan, that's 16. He's at 232 right now. So if he wins Michigan, that's 16. If he wins Wisconsin, that's another 10. That's 26 right there. And then what does he need? He needs 38. What's another 12? New Hampshire's 4. If he picks up everything he's supposed to pick up, how are they tied? How will they be tied? So if they all pick up what they need to pick up, so that's 10. I'm doing my math real quick. That's 10. That's 16. That's 32. That's 36. Will he fall short? Arizona's 11. No, Arizona's 11. Iowa is 6. If he takes those, that's 17. If he takes Michigan, that's 33. New Hampshire puts him at 37. And Wisconsin will put him over at 47. So if he takes everything that he's anticipated to take, you know, Arizona, Iowa, Michigan,
also Alaska,
New Hampshire. Alaska won't be in. We're not going to be up when Alaska comes in. Utah and Wisconsin. I mean, if he takes those, then it's done. Can she pull it out with what she has on the map? Minnesota.
Michigan has been.
That is so wow. Michigan is going to decide the election.
It's fascinating. Almost every county in Michigan except a handful had been red, and Michigan is a largely rural state. Detroit went red. I mean, that's what got me.
Well, remember, Detroit has been revived. Remember all the urban revivals that's going on in Detroit? Of course, it's going to change demographics. Come on now.
Yeah, that's the problem though, right? And that's what I said earlier. You know, I saw, you see people out there and they're in their suffragette white. I should have took a picture of the women so I could have put this. This really been burning me up all day. Because I don't understand how y'all act like you're voting. You're voting against racism, misogyny, and xenophobia, but you're voting in the name of racist. Like that don't even make any sense to me. But okay, do you, white women? But anyway, but seriously though, like there is just so much so wrong right now. I can't even remember my train of thought. I'll turn it over back to one of you guys. Brandon, what are you doing? Brandon.
Oh no, he's preoccupied. He's preoccupied.
Which one of your girlfriends are you talking to?
I'm talking to this girl I'm dating. Anyway,
I've been taking this time to troll people on Facebook because people were already talking about how Trump is done and he ain't never gonna win, and
I just want to say shout out to Marcus Farrow. Shout out to Marcus Farrow because the Progressive Army, Benjamin Dixon showed way for Noah Project Sanity. We about to have some real shit coming your way in the next couple of days.
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be throwing so much goddamn shade for 4 years. I'm gonna make a goddamn solar eclipse look like a fucking umbrella. That's how
Nah,
much
bro,
shade I'm gonna be
you
throwing.
want to talk about throwing shade? Remember Majid?
Shade for days. Shade for days.
We had Majid on Project Sanity a little earlier. He originally from Iraq, was a political prisoner under Saddam Hussein. Immediately got on Facebook and started cussing out the state party chair, talking about whose fault is it now? What are you doing? Y'all are a disgrace. You need your job took from you. You worthless. You're garbage. I mean, Majid is going off on Facebook already. Robert Satayacum is a good friend of mine. He's an electoral college member this year. He said Washington State's going to Clinton, but she's not getting my electoral college vote. So we do got to watch that as well. We got to watch that. There's I talked to a confidential source of mine. They're in contact with 10 to 11 other faithless electors. So there's a whole lot of faithless electors out there this year. So don't be surprised if something change on December the 8th.
What I want to see actually though is I want to see her concession speech. Like I want to hear concession speech.
America didn't believe in my greatness. You know, voters need to realize
America's
that there are
just
consequences
sexist
for
and
your
racist
actions.
and xenophobic.
America is just tired of not being great. I don't know why you guys are so satisfied with mediocrity.
Who was that that said?
Really, that's the question, Nick. Why don't you want to be great? Why are you resisting greatness?
Who was that said
the turgid shaft of greatness?
Empower the racists, and I was like, wake up! What country are we living in? Racism is built into the fabric, every strand.
Who said that?
Racism
Me?
is built in that. Well, I said this part, I know, but I know you probably said the same thing.
We probably got the same brain then, because I be saying almost the same thing verbatim. Like, yo, where y'all been at?
Yeah, like where are we? This is America. It's built into the fabric of this country. It was built on it. Built with
this college. Being in college, right? I get these really liberal, wealthy, upper middle class white kids first time away from home, and they're like, "Aren't you afraid of what Trump will do to your people if he wins?" And I'm like, "Look, man, I already deal with what Trump folks already. I've been dealing with racism since I was born. This ain't nothing new. Y'all are just seeing it for the first daggum time. Welcome to my life."
What it is it's just finally coming out in the open, and it's embarrassing them. I think they're embarrassed.
Welcome to my life. We deal with this all the time. Like, it ain't gonna go away if Hillary Clinton won. They could just ignore it again. That's all it is.
Yeah, I said this too. Is racism just gonna, just fade into the night? Just go away in the night and just disappear because Hillary Clinton won? No.
Phoenix. That's fascinating. Because they're
I
always like
him to win Phoenix.
I mean, I did not expect it, but like, I don't even understand how people blaming Jill Stein for anything. Like, I mean, I was really hoping the Green Party would do better. And I really think the fact that she's not doing better is because people bought into the fear that I know people who would have wanted to vote for her, but they really felt that it was more important to vote against him. So, I mean, they tried.
I mean, at this point, we should be asking ourselves, if she was going to lose anyway, why are we not supporting a real alternative? Like, we shouldn't be trying to hitch our wagon to neoliberalism for any reason at any time. Like, neoliberalism is dying, and there's no point to be associated with it. If you're a progressive politician, you don't need to be up there shaking hands and holding hands with Hillary Clinton and trying to give validation to something that's already dying out. So, like, all you're doing is losing credibility for yourself. You're not giving them anything because they're already, untouchable, basically.
So then, what's our road forward, guys? Like, what do we do? And I mean specifically, what do we do as Progressive Army? What do we do as independent media, as folks who are actually going out here trying to report stuff that's going on? And what do we do as individuals?
Well, what I'm going to do right now is sing "Hurt" by Johnny Cash. By Johnny Cash. Okay,
Brandon, what substance? It's all mirrors, man.
It's all smoke and mirrors.
I need some. I don't want to de-engage, but I do need some downtime after this. To be honest, it's been a very long. Yeah. Like, then there's no glory in killing yourself to rail against the machine. I do need some time to like just not do this. This is emotionally exhausting, and I realize that it's supposed to be emotionally exhausting. That's the point, to emotionally exhaust you so that by November 9th, you're like, oh, thank God it's over. No matter who won, thank God it's over. So
Yeah, like I would think that our goal right now should be empowering people, those people who think that, oh, my ideas just aren't popular, to empower those people to help spread those ideas, to open up those conversations. And I think the number one thing we should be trying to do is basically, neoliberals have lost. They can't beat, somebody like Donald Trump. They can't beat incompetence, bigotry, and racism combined into one candidate. That's what neoliberalism cannot beat. Therefore, neoliberalism is defunct and it has to go. We got to get rid of it. We have to start calling them.
Absolutely agree. But what I'm going to say is, cheers to the freaking weekend. I'll drink to that. Yay, yay. We about to be some alcoholics like a mug up in here. And Trump is president. Whoa, whoa. No, I'm joking. But seriously, though, no, I absolutely agree. Yo, I'm here to be comedic relief, right? Like, I got to take the boy to basketball practice at 6:30 because life is still going to move on. We're going to keep it going. But I also, my daughter's a prepper. My baby's a prepper. I also watch enough sci-fi to know that everything comes back around and vengeance will be ours. Oh, yeah. It's going to be so sweet. Got me a child of Gom Jabbar already. I'm going to be dropping Doom references for the next 4 years because that's about how long it took Paul Atreides to come back from the brink of death in the desert. But anyway, no, seriously, I absolutely agree that for us, one, we're to keep you guys sane, right? Forget the same progressive and all them other people that maybe appeal to a certain sense within you, but we're going to keep it factual. We're going to keep it honest. We're going to keep it 100% like over here, Progressive Army, because I'm actually using this to jockey for us, our people in our programming right now. Okay, we will always keep it with you 100%. And I'm gonna speak to you real. I'm not going to talk down to you. We're not going to give you misinformation. If some of us say, any of us ever across all of our shows, if we ever say anything that might not be factually accurate, you best believe one of us or another one of our partners is making sure it's corrected. We don't do that. We're not just going to just pump you up with delusions of grandeur without some actual factual basis of what's going on, because we want you to be successful. We want us to be successful, right? Because we can't do this without you. You can't do this without us. That's just the way it's working these days. But I do think as individuals, like Nick was saying, we do need to actually empower people to believe that their ideas can absolutely happen. Because who the hell ever thought, well, I guess Ronald Reagan was an actor. And I guess if Arnold Schwarzenegger had been a U.S. citizen, he could have been president too. So never mind then. But who would ever thought that orange being the new black would be like our presidential situation right now, right? Like seriously though. But we need to take it seriously. We cannot rely on the party and the party brass, whatever party it is. It doesn't matter what party it is. Whatever party. Whether or not you even feel the need to actually even be a part of a party process, it might be beneficial because it's the way some of the rules still work on the local level and stuff. But we need to make sure that we're grooming and supporting people who can step into these roles at state, local, and congressional levels, and that we're supporting the potential of candidates, the best of the best, coming out of primary processes. We have 4 years. Regardless of who, because if she's able to pull it out, you best believe they're going to groom somebody to come back and smack her back down in 4 years. Because if Donald Trump, as flawed as he is, can get close to winning or actually win, you're giving the Republicans a new lease on life. And we need to change that. So we as a progressive left, we need to be an intelligent version of the Tea Party, a bigger and more intelligent, more methodical, progressive version of the Tea Party, and not just influence the no. We need to actually be influencing policy changes. We need to be involved in legislative action, and we need to be a people's lobby. We need to be a massive national people's lobby, people's movement for sustainable change in America. This is not going to happen overnight. But Bernie even said that himself during the process. I'm sure he's kicking himself in the ass right now.
Yeah.
I'm sure Jane is kicking him in the ass right now. And I can't believe Michelle probably kicking Barack too. You had me talking like I like that woman. Like, what is wrong with you? You know me and her ain't friends.
We already saw the email. She said after this election, y'all on your own. and basically now she's probably sending emails talking about, look at, we did all that for you. You still couldn't win. That's probably thinking of something wrong.
They had Jay-Z, so I'm dropping some insider information I found out. They sent Usher to Killer Mike's house to try and get Killer Mike to endorse her. It's how desperate they was. Like, seriously.
They couldn't find
Usher.
Killer Mike probably told him something pretty choice.
Yes, and he has not been silent.
Since in the whole neo R&B group,
Well,
neo Chris Brown.
I think they use Usher because he and Killer Mike and Jermaine Dupri have done the Bank Black movement right together, and I think that's why they figured maybe they could slip Usher in there. I don't know, as the way Mike was talking about y'all during the primary, I don't know what you thought he was going to do.
Well, he did have that one line where he said he's going to be behind whoever's for the people. He did say that when he was a Bernie surrogate, but
Right,
he worded
whoever's
it
for
just
the
right.
people.
He worded it just
Now,
right.
that's somebody, Michael Render. You know what I'm saying? You want to run for something, you holler at your girl. I will gladly take a leave of absence. And Nina Turner, whatever Nina Turner. I mean, seriously, like we need to start looking towards real leadership. We need to stop downing people. I mean, I mentioned this when I spoke earlier today. We talked about how people are so quick to dismiss people for not having experience or whatever. I mean, Nick, you've pointed this out. We've talked about this with Jill Stein too, that people dog people for not having experience, never run for anything. Hillary Clinton, the hubris, right? Your husband and your crony crew hand pick a position for you. You get to be a U.S. senator with no damn political experience of your own, aside from being the president of the Young Republicans at Wellesley, right? Like, she never actually held her own political office. She may have had positions handed to her, appointed positions handed to her by her husband, but nothing she actually worked for herself and earned. That was something that was handed to you by the political establishment, and then you get to run for president. Also but you was upset because then, like, Barack, here comes this little funny looking African kid that done totally messed up your game, and now here she is again. Y'all try to stack the deck. You get your buddy Trump, Mr. Cantaloupe himself, to run against you, and you're losing. I don't think this was a part of the deal. Like, when Bill, do you think maybe Bill set her up to teach her a lesson about it? I don't know. Like, why would he sit there like, oh my God, when the memoirs about this come out? Like,
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, especially with everything that's going on, and I really do want to say this, especially because people at home don't really know that Brad and I just get on each other because that's what we do. That's what's done. I really do respect everybody here at PA. Like, I mean, honestly, working with y'all has been inspiring to try to get out and do more. And I think that's one of the things that we have to do. I mean, I don't honestly know. I mean, I don't honestly know how to handle going forward. I mean, I've got my own personal goals. I'm still trying to get into medical school, so I'm still going to work my tail off doing that. But I think we've got to come out. We've got to come together. We find out what you can do. If you get, down ticket stuff. Get involved in your local area. Talk to your school board folks. Talk to your city council. Read what initiatives are going on. But I mean, by all means, folks, take a break. Take some time off.
At the
Life's
same
going to keep going, but we got to recharge because I mean, after this.
okay, Google is saying he now has Utah. He's at 238. He needs 32 more to win.
That's it. That's game. It's game over. It was game over when he won Florida.
It was, we're still waiting on Arizona, Iowa.
Daggone.
I really think that fear. I mean,
pretty effective though. That smear campaign was really effective though.
Yeah.
You would. What I was trying to get at earlier today when I've been talking to people, even on radical people, they all had these criticisms of Jill Stein that they couldn't even explain half the time. And a lot of times when you have that, it is a perception, and perception is easily manipulated. And I can't help but say that, I think their smear campaigns against the outside parties are highly effective. And we need to figure out a way to kind of get around that. Just being a part of the Green Party, period, is almost a toxic brand recognition to a lot of people. And I said this earlier. So, even if the more radical people can't get behind it, what chance does somebody who's in the middle, what chance does a median voter who's just being force-fed stuff by the mainstream media, what chance do they have of recognizing the potential of the party? Because even when you do recognize that maybe, Jill Stein as a candidate may not be somebody you may like, there are still people out there who will probably still vote for the Green Party because they want to build an alternative. But then, there are people who won't even get to that point. They can't even get to that level of discourse because the Green Party is just like, can't go there. And so what I want people to marinate on, I know everybody's going to take a break because they're tired. This election has been draining. what I want everybody to remember is if we want to accomplish these big ideas and these big goals that are hard, we have to have a militancy. And that militancy means we have to be willing to play to win. And when we play to win, that also means that it's possible we will lose.
This shit gonna make me curse.
The reason Nick, by the way, was talking about, I've got myself unmuted in the back room here, about the Greens and Jill Stein is because when I was muted, I was pointing out that Stein has not even gotten 1%, at least at this point in the results. She's at 0.9%.
I mean,
Joe Manchin is a turd, you know, because I was just talking about my love of West Virginia. See, this is why y'all need to rise up. I done told you when I lived there, I said y'all need some Appalachian consciousness, building on the Black consciousness movement that rose in the 70s. Y'all need some Appalachian consciousness. Joe Manchin, who has been a Democrat in name only for quite some time, talking about he might change and become a Republican. So that's another Democratic seat. If he does in fact do that, that's another Democratic seat that we lose in the Senate right now. Yo, this is real. Democrats, y'all need to be vacating immediately.
Who was that guy that we were talking about in Florida that beat Grayson?
Patrick Murphy, who lost.
Yeah, and they ran him. I was like, who is this? Multimillionaire ex-Republican guy that they're gonna run? And they actually, Barack Obama went down there personally campaigned for this man. And I'm like, what is wrong with you guys? Alan Grayson, despite any misgivings about him, he was a fighter, at least for the working class, a lot of working class issues. He was definitely, I'm jaded on Democrats, but he was definitely somebody I would have considered voting for. Same thing with individuals that refuse to endorse Hillary Clinton. If you refuse to endorse Hillary Clinton while they were at the peak of their power, I have more respect for you than those people that just kind of bowed their head and moved out of the way. And I think when we talk about Nina Turner and even Tulsi Gabbard to an extent, when they showed that they weren't willing to just go ahead and just endorse Hillary Clinton outright, that's when they actually gained a lot of respect from me. I was actually on the fence on Nina Turner for a minute, even when she was a Bernie surrogate, as far as me being, 100% in support. I was like, okay, I don't know enough about her politics and et cetera, et cetera. But when she said she wasn't going to be endorsing Hillary Clinton, and she's supposedly a member of that party, and she refused to bow up and toe the party line, that showed me that she has an independent politics where she will put that above party affiliation. And that's what we need in leadership. And so that's when she earned, my respect in that sense. And I'm looking for politicians, and I hope we all should be looking for politicians that do something similar.
I mean, it's doggone. Yeah, well, I still think Trump wins Michigan. I just don't see him losing that. But
well, in the counties, when you look at the counties that are outlying, it doesn't look like they're areas. They're in that northern part, so it doesn't even look like it's areas that she's actually going to win. So I mean, if she does that, but.
Oh. It is a clincher, 1% between them on that one.
Well, I mean, what I want to make a point is that one of the reasons why Trump was able to win was because he was so palatable to not only the virulent racists in America, but those people who don't necessarily consider themselves racist, but are willing to tolerate a certain amount of racism if it gets them what they want. And I was just watching TYT's coverage to see what they were talking about, and they, John Iadarola brought up like, how can so many races exist in the country? It's like, no. Not all people who voted for Trump are racist.
Beyonce still get their money.
It's like not all the people who voted for Trump are racist, but what we have is the Democratic Party has failed to adequately address racism for almost 40 years.
Over 40 years.
Over 40 years, they have failed to make racism and sexism and prejudice a non-starter for a political candidate, because then they would have to address the racism, sexism, and Islamophobia in their own party. So for the most part, we still live in a country where all these things are infinitely palatable to a vast majority of voters. And and like that's why Trump was able, because so many people were able to balance disrupting the establishment with that racism and just move ahead with it. They just wouldn't consider it. Like, racism is not a non-starter. Otherwise, they wouldn't vote for Clinton either.
I mean, we get to a point where we've got to start deciding, though, it's not just about the president. It really can't even just be about the federal level.
Exactly.
I've been voting down ticket.
Vermont's governor, the Republican candidate, won in Vermont.
Yep.
Bernie.
This is what happens when you swing to the right. Your down ballot people suffer.
But that's a candidate that Bernie endorsed and campaigned for.
Here's the thing,
Bernie's not on the ticket.
No, I'm just saying.
No, I know. I'm just saying, Bernie's not on the ticket.
When people are given a choice between a Republican and a Republican light, they're going to choose the real thing. Like you shouldn't be trying to.
That's like diet soda. If I get to drink the real thing, why am I going to drink that aspartame or that stevia? Like, ew, it's nasty.
Yeah.
We need some real sugar.
Why would you even try to compete for those votes? Why don't you pick up the votes from the radicals? Why don't you pick up the votes from the people that are disenfranchised?
Are you saying, Nick, that the Clinton campaign and the Democrats should have tried to find a way to work with Bernie Sanders progressives and others on the left?
If nothing else,
that's a novel idea. You're so brilliant. Oh my God.
I mean,
if nothing else, I think Nate Silver should lose his job.
They still need his ass down somebody with that.
Nate Silver, Kate Hart, go.
Where is Bacardi Sanders? Did anyone see Bacardi?
Sellers, Bacardi,
Where's Bacardi? Where's Bacardi at?
If I'm looking at the map, if I'm looking at the map, the Democrats can't. If I'm looking at the map, right, the Democrats, not to be the party pooper, but the Democrats can take the Senate still.
Oh, can they? Okay, but if that's yeah, they still need 5.
According,
need 3.
I'm trying to.
Louisiana says it's going to be a runoff election.
Pennsylvania, exactly. PA and Nevada weren't decided yet.
PA and Nevada are leaning. Well, that would be a plus. Katie McGinty in Pennsylvania is leading, and Catherine Cortez Masto is leading in Nevada as well. Oh, let's go look and let's see some, because I'm pretty sure they did win, but let me look in the state level. Oh, I can't find it. I need to see if our clean elections team won in Arizona while I'm talking.
Trump is winning. Trump is winning Michigan by 51,000 votes. That's how it's close. That's how.
But
close.
But the argument, the commentary that has been going on, the complaint, because the complaint, and this is something that I shared with David and Michael Salomon and Ben and a few other people, maybe Wendy Muse. We all got, a couple of us got corralled on a Progressives for Hillary phone call, basically is what it ended up being. The idea was, what can we do? What messaging are we, as people who are social media influencers from Bernie Sanders, grassroots side, what were we going to do, with the last 30 days, last 3 weeks or so? This was about a month ago. What were we going to do going into the general election if we were going to do anything as collective? And that's when sometime after that is when that piece from the 40, however many activists came out saying, okay, hold your nose and vote for her, but this is why we're doing it. This is what we're going to do. We were basically on the phone with, and this is right after the first Donna Brazier email dump, right? So we were on the phone with a senior staffer for her, as well as the progressive outreach person for the Hillary Clinton campaign. And basically there was this whole notion about how all the outsiders are trying to divide us, and we're all good Democrats. We need to get it together. This is some last minute half-ass shit. Excuse my language, happening in early October when you spent months. Adair, again, you were there at the DNC. We watched it and streamed it. I had to talk my girl down in the middle of the night who was crying. I got friends who were single parents. I know people who are on disability who scraped together money to get there because they felt they were doing their civic duty. People thought they were doing what they were supposed to do and being part of the process. The Democratic Party absolutely shitted on them. When you got Michael Bloomberg, when you're doing the things that you're doing, when you're totally just the way people were treated, talked to. I mean, just the way, even when people are waiting, anticipating Nina Turner getting on stage and her getting called back at the very last second and told she's not allowed to speak. Ben Jealous was even supposed to speak on a panel because they had panels and stuff today. He got pulled from the panel he was supposed to be on. You know, the retribution against Bernie supporters, surrogates and supporters alike, was swift and hard, because how dare they go against, you know, the machine basically during the DNC. But then looky what happens. You need us. You needed us.
Well, I mean,
here's
apparently, I'm sorry, I was doing the math. Apparently, Trump does not need Michigan to win. Like, he can just win it by pulling everything
If he gets
else.
Wisconsin, he's fine.
Yeah.
He'll pull everything else and he'll win anyway. So, like, Michigan is not really that necessary. I will say, apparently, Trump outperformed his polling by about 6 points. So,
he was within the margin of error. He was within the margin of error up until today.
At the very far end. At the very far end.
No, not even at the very far end. Like, he was within reputable polls, was polling within 1% with a 4 to 5% margin of error. It was not. People kept making it sound like it was much. Like, it was much farther away than it was. It's been a really tight election forever.
But at one point, she was 11 points and 15 points at one point, and I was like, "That's all bullshit. There's no way she's that far ahead."
Yeah, you guys break it down all the time with the polls and stuff like that. So
Does anyone know what the minimum wage is going to be increased to in Arizona? Prop 206 in Arizona passed, raising the minimum wage and mandating paid sick time for employees.
Will you check Washington's real quick? Because I know we had one on the ballot to raise it to $13.50 statewide.
I'm doing all this on screen.
Okay,
too,
yeah, let's
so
look at some. Yeah, let's look at
following.
some of the ballot issues.
Because I know here in Washington we have a carbon tax.
Do you know which one that was? Do you know what? There's a whole list you guys have in Washington.
I-745 is the biggest one. That's the constitutional amendment to end Citizens United.
745? Oh, 35.
735.
Right now it hasn't been decided, but 64 yes, 36 no.
Nice. So that, like,
you know what's really sad?
We've got a few things like that. So we've got that going. We've got a carbon tax initiative here in Washington State. We've got a $13 an hour minimum wage. Mm-hmm. We've got a law on the books that would take guns away from people who have a restraining order put on them, especially because in Tacoma, Washington, where I grew up, the police chief, he beat his wife. His wife got a restraining order, and then the next day he went and killed her and committed suicide. There's now a law, there's now an initiative being written that would have guns taken away from those who have restraining orders put on them, and those who are considered at risk for suicide, who might be of harm to themselves or others, and the family can go in, get a court order, and remove the weapons from them to prevent that kind of violence. I mean, this is why down ballot stuff is important, because these are the things that are going to affect your daily lives. These are the things that could save people's lives, right? You can save somebody's life by voting yes on common sense gun initiatives. You can help combat climate change by voting yes on a carbon tax. You can help people lift out of poverty to some extent by raising the daggone minimum wage. As much as, you know, I want to gloat about Trump winning because I done told them after being told F you by all them Clinton supporters that they didn't need me, that I was worthless and I just need to go back to where I came from and stop being uppity. It's the down ballot stuff that matters.
It is the down ballot stuff that matters, absolutely.
Recreational.
Trump is now winning Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Recreational pot use. Recreational.
Trump is now winning Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's a wrap.
It's 244. He's at 244. What did he just win?
He didn't win anything. I'm saying Trump is now beating.
No, but his numbers increased from 238 to 242. No, well, he went up to 238. But
I'm looking at Google.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
at
what
244.
238
Google
to 244.
projecting, so Google is using a model.
Thank you. I love having smart people with me. Okay, Google's projecting, but Google keeps being right. So, I see what you guys are saying. Pennsylvania is now switching a little from being girl.
Well,
it's a wrap in Pennsylvania.
It is the ancestors of, because I saw a post earlier, and they were just talking about how, wow, the first Black president and the first woman president are holding a rally in the street, in the birthplace of our nation. The forefathers, how they must feel. I said they probably rolling over their graves, pissed. Their property is getting busy and trying to run some stuff. I'm like, hello, the forefathers, like, they were slaveholders. They probably beat their wives and raped their slaves. Like, come on now. Like y'all be, some of y'all be saying some dumb stuff. Like seriously, but like if Donald Trump is president tonight, it's not just because they're racist white people. It's because peak white corporatist feminism has run a freaking muck. You've let the Amanda Marcotts, whatever the hell her name is, the Lena Dunhams, the all these knucklehead ass people, the Joan Walshes, dictate how we're supposed to engage in the political process. And this is a problem. We have not been real on the issues. You've been so gung-ho on a damn woman. Elizabeth Warren, I blame you. Because you know what? When they said run, Lizzie, run, you just should have ran. You wouldn't even have to be dealing with this right now.
Dave, Ben wants to join. You'll get your Twitter DM.
All right. Recreational pot one in California.
It's going down in the DMs.
Hey, you know what the really sad part is? We talked about this earlier. But they're still going to blame Bernie. For all.
People are already blaming us and blaming Bernie, and you know what? Go ahead.
I don't give a shit if you blame me. I didn't do nothing. Yo, if you want to blame me, let's
go ahead. Because you know what? You can be upset that people like me didn't vote for Hillary Clinton, and I already said it. I wasn't going to vote for her until my daddy sat me down and told me to look at Bernie Sanders in May 2015. I was not voting for her for the first time in my eligible adult life. I was not going to vote for a president. And I totally understood the plan that Dr. Eddie Glaude sat on the Benjamin Dixon show and talked about in terms of blanking out. Because the Democrats need to be sent a damn message. And I understand a lot of people are like, oh, well, you're gambling people's lives. Yo, they gambling people's lives. Don't blame me because I don't want to hand my vote over to some aristocratic nonsense. Like, seriously.
Right. Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
The Democratic
this is some BS.
Establishment was never as afraid of Trump as they wanted to make everyone else. Trump was an acceptable risk.
They thought this was hilarious.
They thought it was funny. They thought they had extorted. They had kidnapped the entire voting populace to vote for their candidate. And then it turns out that when you don't fight racism for 40 years, you have a country full of racists. So hey, you know what?
And wait. Since we're talking about that, I forgot to say this the first time we talked about that, but let's not forget, you're right, they didn't fight racism, for 40 years, but at the same time, they also stoked it and used it within their own party in the 90s to gain political power, And I watched this on Annette Carnell's show yesterday. I don't know if anybody's taking a look at it, but she had a guy on there that wrote the book, Super Predator, the Clinton's use and abuse of black people. And
it got tweeted out by Current Affairs earlier today.
Yeah, it's a very good summary, discussion on how, the history with black people in particular is very checkered. And so when we look back at that, not everybody really can be, tricked with that rewriting of history. I went back and looked it up and saw that it wasn't quite right and I shouldn't be supporting it. But other people still were alive in that time and they specifically remember. So there's no reason for us to really make it seem as though black people are really supposed to be excited about this person when she really hasn't been a friend to black people in the past, and there's no reason to believe that she'll do the same in the future.
Shout out to Wendy Muse for her awesome piece this week. Rachel had a great piece. Kieran dropped something too. But definitely Wendy laid it out. Like, let's be real, Hillary Clinton ain't really she ain't for us. And people are like, well, Trump isn't either. No, he's not. But we need to not be deluded that somehow supporting her and getting behind her, which obviously, it'll be interesting to see what our numbers are in terms of voting for her too. But we wasn't the problem. We've never been the problem. We're 13% of the population. Seriously, you need to get with your white people. Seriously, why is it always black people's fault? Well, Latinos people's fault. Why are we always the ones that gotta fight prejudice? We not the ones that's racist. It's your people. It's your uncle. Ben laughed at me earlier. He was like, Uncle Charlie. I was playing on Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie is your uncle, so he Uncle Charlie to you. Y'all need to go get your people. Yeah, I might need some backup on this historic moment of the worst loss in history by a woman candidate. My friend Nancy Coleman might come on from California. And then Ben's coming back in. You might have Ben as well.
Just real quick, I want to point something out that this election, especially as traumatic as as it has been for a lot of people, there's something called epigenetics, right? So epigenetics is what happens when trauma actively affects the expression of your genes.
Mm-hmm.
That this election cycle, what's going on, regardless of who wins, whether it's going to be Trump, but even if it was Hillary Clinton, there's going to be a generation of people who are physiologically altered due to this election. And I just want that to sink in. Like, I want people to understand that this is where y'all have sent folks. This is where you guys have sent us. Like, your epigenetics happens in everybody's daily life, period. Stress is a thing that releases cortisol. Cortisol is a whole other thing. That's a whole lot of anatomy and physiology some folks don't have, and I don't want to sound like too much of an elitist jerk. Basically, y'all, you're changing the way humans are going to behave from here on in, just based on your gene expression, because you're going to put people under so much pressure. I just hope it was worth it to say F you to Bernie Sanders. I just want to throw that out there, y'all. Y'all are changing the way children are
Bernie
gonna...
Sanders was not talking about black people issues. Bernie Sanders was talking about economics and jobs and education and the environment and the financial crash and the loss of wealth. He wasn't talking about anything that black people care about, except the fact that black people care about jobs and education and the climate. Affordable housing. What'd you say? No, I don't have anyone on Skype, no.
I want to say something about when we talk about the down ballot candidates. I know we're saying we need to be supporting the down ballot candidates, but when we say that, we don't mean just support anybody with a D next to their name.
No.
Because I know, like in Houston, we've got a guy, Sylvester Turner, and he's come to power here in Houston as our mayor, and he's supposed to be celebrated as some progressive moving the city forward. But, you know, the first thing he did when he got in here is cut the public sector pensions. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have time for that. And what I want everybody to do is just make sure that they realize that Hillary Clinton is not some sort of aberration. She is not out of the ordinary for the Democratic Party. She is their preferred person in this particular instance, but she is stereotypical of what the Democratic Party has become. The people that are not like her are the outliers. The Nina Turners, the Bernie Sanders, they're outliers. The rest are mostly like Hillary Clinton. And so that's why I can understand why some people who are outside of our ideological bound would see that in those candidates and not want to vote for them.
I'm coming. I dropped my headphones.
So we just have to keep that in mind when we're saying everybody needs to vote down ballot.
Ben is joining you guys. Ben is joining us via Skype. Ben called in. What's going on, Ben?
What's up, everybody? Can you see me? Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you okay. Yes.
All right.
Pramila is Seattle's new member of Congress. Woo! That's something I can get excited about tonight.
Hold on, let me send a text. I might be able to get Pramila to join us. Let me send a text. I got somebody at a victory party right now.
Oh.
Well, sorry, Pennsylvania is reporting 95% of its districts, and Trump is winning by a few thousand votes. So it looks like Trump is going to take Pennsylvania. And I just want to say that HuffPo and 538 should be shut down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ariana Huffington has already caught in a Podesta email saying that she can be more useful, to them by not being on the board of the foundation and yada, 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 helping push their stories. So, it is what it is.
Have you guys been watching this bullshit about blaming Gary Johnson, saying that actually, no, we talked about that when I was on the call last time, but they're really pushing that narrative already that it's the fault of Gary Johnson that Hillary Clinton is losing, that if Gary Johnson had not run, that Hillary Clinton would be winning.
But he's taking Republican voters. Oh, he's taking the Republican voters that Hillary would have gotten. Is that what it is?
I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking, but somehow I think this makes sense to them. It's everywhere. Everyone is talking about this, and that's utter. Anyone who's pushing that narrative knows absolutely shit about politics. Gary Johnson is the only reason we're still up wondering if there's a race. Otherwise, all of those votes would have gone to Donald Trump. At least a vast majority would have gone to Donald Trump, and this would be over. This would have been over at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
Once they call Pennsylvania, I'm going to sleep.
I pointed it out before. Jill Stein didn't even get to 1%, at least not the last time we checked.
Yeah. This Jill Stein would have been, they're thinking Ralph Nader 2000. This is not that. This is absolutely not that. Jill Stein did not even get 1% of the vote. Even if you take her 1% completely, she doesn't even get close. Gary Johnson's vote. I have people actually tweeting this to me right now. Somebody saying, I told them they don't know shit about politics and they're blaming Gary Johnson. One guy comes to me and say, yeah, but the 200,000 votes he got in Florida puts her ahead there, doesn't it? You dumb motherfucker. Learn something about political ideology. People are not just going to say, "Oh, I'm going to vote for a random third party." People vote for a third party that closely aligns with what they believe. If anyone was going to support Hillary Clinton, they would have gone then to Jill Stein, period. They would not go to Gary Johnson. This is nobody's. Hillary couldn't get the white vote. Hillary couldn't get the white male vote, the white female vote. That's where she lost, and that's
Get the white female vote, and this was supposed to be like the coming of age, like, yes, oh my God, but people don't trust her. And like, I know folks are saying, like, you know, okay, people who support Trump are racist, but like, there's a lot of people who voted for him, who I know who voted for him. I know them in their personal lives, and you know, maybe they got some issues, but I'm not going to say they're card carrying racists, but they don't like her. And race is not an issue. Like, if you're a white person in West Virginia, race is not something you deal with. So the fact that somebody's racist, it doesn't affect you. So you're not thinking about it. And we have not been able, and that's a lot of America. We gotta be honest, right? Outside of, you know, a lot of major areas in certain parts of the South, America's very white and insular.
Yeah.
Right?
Very much
we have
so.
yet to make the case. We have yet to make the case about why these places and these people should actually care about issues that don't affect them or touch their lives at all. You know, and it's a problem, because here we have this situation now where the fact that Trump is bad, Trump is evil, Trump is racist, all a lot of people have seen is that this is somebody who stands against the establishment all across the board. He's a self-made man, allegedly, which is really stupid because he's not. I mean, if the Clinton campaign had stuck to facts, like I was talking with Craig this morning, or yesterday morning now at this point, about the union workers, and he was like, you know, actually rank and file union workers, when you tell them what he's done and how he's anti-union, they actually hate him. They hate him, and they would choose her over him because of the simple fact that he doesn't believe in giving us jobs on his when he does stuff. That right there was something that could have, in Ohio, which does have quite a bit of union work. You know, that those are things that could have been done in a more skilled way in outreach if they had actually invested in outreach and engagement. But instead of outreach and engagement in Ohio and Florida, you're too busy paying Jay-Z and Beyonce however much you paid them to do that concert, which clearly didn't work.
Do you believe that would have overridden her support for the TPP and past trade deals that have really hurt those areas really, really bad? I don't think she could have told them anything that was going to get those votes.
Well, that's it. I mean, that's one of the things that is affecting her here, at least in Washington, with a lot of, and it's caused a huge schism in the Democratic Party, that we might lose Democratic representatives to the House, and we might lose Patty Murray in the Senate because they supported the TPP. And unions are strong here in Seattle and Tacoma and Everett, over in Bellevue as well. The big cities are really heavy union because they're all right on the Sound. So they got the longshore workers union, right? Yeah. We're going to lose those seats because no matter what you tell them, and I mean, I've marched with these guys in Philly, they're not playing around. They're absolutely dead set. If you ever supported the TPP, you can kiss that vote goodbye.
And you know what? That's the kind of
so
attitude
glad.
people have to have if they want to get their stuff addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Dave.
Let's look at some of these states. Like, I want to see Michigan, right? So Michigan is going. In Michigan, Jill Stein has 1.1%. Michigan, Michigan would have given her enough. Right now, 78% reporting. Michigan, her 1.1% from Michigan would have been enough for Hillary to win Michigan. But that's still not, that doesn't take into account of Florida. Florida, Stein got 0.7%. If you add that 0.7% to Clinton's 47.7%, it still doesn't add up to the 49.1% that Donald Trump won by. Not to mention the 2.2% that Gary Johnson got. If everybody who is online right now thinking they are political scientists blaming Jill Stein, you can't do simple mathematics. Please go the fuck away, because you are the reason. There are people who have influence and enough reach for people to think that they are smart, right? They have 100,000 followers. They say something on Twitter and they think they look smart. No, you don't know anything about politics. This was a complete repudiation of Clintonism, of Hillary Clinton. There is no way you can look at this any other way. And they're trying to conflate Gary Johnson with Jill Stein. That just shows us how ignorant and desperate you are. If somebody is following you after tonight, they are even dumber than you are.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, anybody.
No, I mean, I'm with you. And that's one of the things that we've been hearing a lot here in Washington. And one of the things that friends of mine in class are like, well, you can't vote for Joe Stein. You're risking it. You're splitting the ticket. I'm not splitting any ticket here in Washington State voting for Joe Stein. Even if I was, I'm not going to vote for Hillary Clinton. I'm just not. She doesn't represent my idea. She doesn't.
I mean, ultimately, all the people who are saying
I was never
this is the
voting for
voters.
her.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I've made this case
Exactly.
before.
I was
All the
never
people
voting.
that are
Charles
saying-
Blow is on Twitter apparently blaming so woke Black intellectuals for suppressing the Black votes. This ain't our fault, bruh. This ain't our fault, bruh. Like, this ain't our fault.
Who said that? I'm sorry.
Charles Blow.
Hey, Charles
I want to know
Blow can
who
go
went and
kiss.
knocked on doors
Anyway.
in Black neighborhoods other than Black people. I want to know who spent their weekends getting up and going around through every project in Baltimore and Ohio, down in Georgia. I want to know who went and did that other than other Black folks. I gave up my weekends to go back and talk to every single body from the hood.
Who's going? What? Why is it every? I broken record. It's everyone's fault but hers. It's everyone's fault for not coming to Clinton. That is the definition of white privilege.
Exactly.
It's everyone's fault for not. It's everyone's fault for not meeting you where you're at. And even though this is a democracy, it was never your job to meet people where they were at. The most that was expected from you was that you were you should pander to them. You should pay lip service to their ideals, but really you should bludgeon them over the head with the idea that if they don't vote for you, they're voting for a misogynist, no matter who that other candidate happens to be.
I was trying to say that before.
It didn't, and see, that was the problem, man. Like, when you called Bernie Sanders a sexist, you made that claim against Trump meaningless because only the dumbest people thought that Bernie Sanders was a sexist. Only the most misogynistic, shallow thinking, unable to critically engage with the reality of the situation ever thought Bernie Sanders was a sexist. So what you made yourself was the person who cries wolf. Like, Hillary Clinton is a wolf crier, and by the time it came time to deal with Trump,
listen,
they were unable to.
Let me tell you who's to blame. Let me tell you who's to blame for this. Who's to blame for this are the people who, just like you said, Brandon. But I got to unpack this a little bit more. If any Black person is to blame, it's Charles Blow, it's Joy-Ann Reid, it's all these people who didn't realize the simple reality.
Smith,
America was ready for populism, and what we did instead of getting, can y'all hear me? Is my mic on? All right, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, they didn't realize that America was ready for something populist. They were ready for a rejection of the establishment. And instead of embracing the reality that we could have a populist from the left with some real excellent economic populism and social populism, they allowed a populist from the right to come who is a national populist, right? A nationalism populist. And so we have to blame the people who were so entrenched with making Hillary Clinton win that they end up giving it to Donald Trump. And this is across the board. So you're going to have a lot of people pointing fingers, but I am so glad that the data is piling up the way that it is, that there's nothing, except for Michigan right now, and it's not even over yet, there's nothing Jill Stein took away from Hillary Clinton that could have helped her overcome the ass whipping that Donald Trump just gave her.
Right. I want to just introduce real quickly a couple of my people, my Bernie Sanders family from California. It's still a little early over there. I love this couple, Larry and Nancy Coleman, coming in from California. I just want to just kind of get their take a little bit because I was the only woman for a while, so I figured we mix it up. And then, so how are you guys doing? I think they're muted. You guys just unmute yourself. It's a little icon at the bottom. 2:15 to 2:44. Like, I can't believe, like, and everybody kept saying, like, oh, it's gonna be done by 9 o'clock. Oh.
Okay, well, while I think they're getting that situated, but yeah, I think Ben is absolutely right, and you can't lay this at Jill Stein's feet. I think I think the 5% movement could have been stronger. I will say this: had that been the call from the very beginning, consistently, because you had a lot of people coming out of the summer who were just like, "Yeah, we're going to win this, and we can take this because the Bernie people vote for Jill Stein, she's going to win. It's going to be all over." I think consistently built the argument from July, August, that 5% and why it was needed, and actually did the groundwork in maybe larger urban areas to actually get that support, we would have seen a different outcome than barely 1% of the vote right now. I think the visibility, I think I just think that there were a lot of good things that happened with the Green Party. Maybe it's karma for stealing Project Sanity's idea for the debate. I really don't know.
I'm sorry.
I did throw salt. I'm sorry. They did some really greasy shit. So
I'm sorry. This is what happens. Sorry, Clinton. This is what happens. Clinton losing is what happens when you are not held responsible for anything from the primary up until the moment of election. Clinton has not been held accountable for anything that she has done that has been immoral, if not directly illegal. And now she's being held accountable by the voting. And now the neoliberals are being held accountable, and she's the avatar of neoliberalism by the American populace. It's unfortunate that they put themselves in a position where the populist candidate be a fascist or an analog of that, or a demagogue if you don't want to go that far. But it is what it is. This is what being held accountable looks like. It's losing. They did this is holding her feet to the fire, guys. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, I was gonna say something too. I want to say two things. Number one is
I don't hear them anymore.
We might not have had anything to basically.
There?
Yeah, I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Hey guys.
Hey.
I'm muted.
Okay, so what are you guys thinking?
Okay, do you want to start or do you want?
I'll start. I feel like we're really you feel like we drew lines when we were campaigning for Bernie and we were trying to get Hillary to be more progressive. You think you might have lost some friends, all the Trump supporters and everything that were just like, oh, we're unfriending you on Facebook or whatever. I think it's going to get worse for people like us, only because we are all coming from the stance of, see what we told you? We're going to be doing a lot of finger wagging at the DNC, right? Like, based on the DNC, this is what you got. I liken this election right now to an athlete given steroids while he's training, and all of a sudden he gets drafted to the NFL, right? And then he stops taking steroids, and then he sucks, right? So they did all they could to give Hillary the primaries. They pumped her up. They tilted the scales in her favor. And then when it came out, when the public had a good look, especially with all these damn leaks going on, she's off the steroids. She's getting it handed to her. But I mean, I think now people should be recognizing that the DNC are the ones that did this to. That's going to be the hardest thing for us. Excuse me. That's going to be the hardest thing for us moving forward, is convincing people that the DNC is responsible for this. The people spoke. I mean, it was loud and clear. The people spoke. I mean, what was it? Hillary just had her largest rally last week. How many people was it?
40,000.
40,000 people. Well, Bernie was turning Mary, for Christ's sake. I'm just saying. People spoke, right? And they wanted something different, and now they have to reap what you sow. And I have a feeling I'm gonna be having this conversation. I just left my mom's house, and she's at home, heartbroken, on the phone with her best friend. Like, what the heck's going on? She's like, did you vote for Hillary? I was like, hell no, I didn't vote for Hillary.
It's all your fault. Yeah, both. So what did you guys, if you don't mind sharing, what did you guys choose to do out there in California?
We wrote in Bernie Sanders.
Okay.
Bernie himself hates write-in votes, and I personally, if Nancy didn't do it for me, I was gonna vote for Jill Stein.
Yep.
Personally, because I just want to see a third party get 5%. Once we get a third party get 5%, we get more options, right? That's really what we want, is more options. And then maybe in 4 years, maybe we can get another fourth party, 5%. I don't know. I'm all about options, and because these two options are just garbage. So, yeah, we wrote in Bernie.
I Hi, this is Nancy. I think that for me, what is the thing that has sold me more is the fact that right now, when you hear the media speaking about what is happening, they ask themselves, was Hillary a bad candidate? A media outlet still says no. That to me means that they have not woken up and see what they actually caused and what they're
Yeah.
causing right now.
Mm-hmm.
They want to blame everything on white
Mhm.
supremacy. They want to blame everything on misogynistic people, but they are not looking at themselves. They caused this
Right.
problem themselves. They're trying to push a candidate down our throats, and yet at the same time, they're not able to see around them and see the huge mistake they made by screwing Bernie the way that they did. So
Right.
I think that from now on, whatever the outcome is, we need to just move forward, and we need to make sure that we put that pressure in our candidates, that we put that pressure on our representatives, and that we make sure that we're ready to bring somebody in 4 years that is going to change things the way that we need them to be changed.
Real quick.
I mean,
Does anybody know the numbers on the Senate? Because last I heard, we only gave one seat in the Senate.
Yeah, right now they haven't taken it yet. I'm going over there now. I have it on screen as well. The
If reports of Joe Manchin switching are true, then that means we lose an extra seat on whatever's won. So I don't know. We take that with a grain of salt. Joe
As of
Manchin
right
from West
now, it's
Virginia.
Democrats 47, Republicans 48. Louisiana's the only Louisiana and Pennsylvania and Missouri, I think, have not been declared.
I think Louisiana is, from what I'm seeing, says it's we're looking at the same. Louisiana is going to be a runoff. It says.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Real quick. Two things. I do want to say that it looks like Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania from the numbers coming out. And as we are doling out blame, I think there's a special amount of blame that needs to go to people in the liberal media, sort of the new left media, the YouTubers, the people who I'm sure a lot of the people watching us also follow who refused. Oh, and John Oliver. Yeah, it goes out to you too, John Oliver. People who refused to adequately address Hillary Clinton's flaws, so that the only person who was adequately addressing her flaws was Donald Trump. Like the people who refused.
I don't think. Well,
to hold
actually,
her feet to
let me
the
jump in
fire
there and
out of
say
fear
this.
that if you held her feet to the fire in the primary, she would lose. They made the situation. They made a situation where the only person who was holding her feet to the fire was Donald Trump.
I know.
It's true.
But see,
All these
here's the
people
only thing. Here's the
left.
only
We don't wanna be
thing
too
that I
hard. We can't be
disagree
too
with you
hard
on,
on her. Oh
Brandon.
my gosh.
What about
Go
now?
ahead,
Can you hear
Ben.
me now? Here's the only thing. Here's the only thing I disagree with you on, Brandon, is that it was lost already, right? It wasn't even relevant when it was time for Donald Trump to hold Hillary Clinton accountable. It was already lost by the time the primaries was over. This was not a case of Donald Trump showing to America how bad Hillary Clinton was. This was America saying F Hillary Clinton. Right. And so once we made our bed with Hillary Clinton, when they made their beds with Hillary Clinton at the DNC, that was it. It was already sunk. And to your point, it's the media who were complicit with the rise of Hillary Clinton to the demise of Bernie Sanders. That's where it was lost. That's where the liberal media needs to never speak ever again, because they 100% handed this to Donald Trump by making this just laying it out for Hillary, doing everything humanly possible to give this to Hillary Clinton, which ultimately gave this to Donald Trump. It was already lost before Donald Trump even started calling Hillary on her shit.
Exactly. People aren't fools.
Well, here's something I want to ask, because I want to see if anybody else has gotten this call, and I know I talked about it earlier. There have been calls going around by the DNC to people in various states to join their state's victory council to help decide Democratic policy going forward. They made it try to make it as clear as possible, like, oh, this is happening after the election. You don't have to fundraise for Hillary, anything like that. I assume it's crap. I assume it was their fake grassroots movement. I joined on for Washington's anyways, just to have a seat at the table. And I mean, even if it's crap, I can quit and it looks good on a resume. But has anybody else gotten a call like that? Like, has the DNC reached out to anybody and earnestly tried to mend bridges here after telling us to go F ourselves the entire primary season?
That's the first I've heard of that, actually. And That would actually be a smart idea by the DNC if it had any muscle behind it. But I mean, who knows what they're doing? I feel like everything
David.
they do now, scam. Like I just don't trust them. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm gonna leave it to
But,
you to shut it down. Okay.
That's our prevailing thought process, is that it's not necessarily going to be something that's trustworthy. They've reached out to more Bernie delegates than I've heard of them reaching out beforehand. I've had more contact with the DNC now than I did in Philadelphia. It's a shocking difference, but because of that, I think they really expected to lose this election. I think they really expected to lose the election, and because of that, they're like, well, let's start mending these bridges now and pull these people into leadership positions in their state parties and then bring them together with the rest of the DNC to try to mend this. I don't think they expected to win.
No, I didn't. I don't think they expected to lose at all. I think they definitely expected to win. The Washington.
Yeah, I
voter
mean,
was-
I don't know that they didn't expect to win. I'll take the other position again. Hubris as a mother, right? I really think that they just thought that Trump was so bad. I think that they have an echo chamber that they all exist in. I mean, this morning, she's sitting there doing the damn mannequin challenge, and now she's losing the presidency of America, right? She wanna dab on TV and stuff, but she losing. Like,
cocky.
Oh, that wasn't her that dabbed. That was the people that lost the Senate race that dabbed.
People do not. People here's the truth. People don't like being pandered to. Not smart people. Not people who can just look around them and see that you're lying to them. Like that is
You don't carry hot sauce with you everywhere?
No. People that is a fundamental miscalculation. People don't like being pandered to. They don't like being lied to. Like people would rather you be shitty to them if you're being honest than that you lie to them and be disingenuous. And I think a lot of people just looked at Hillary Clinton. They said, I can't trust her to do anything that she says she'll do, even if those things are good. I would rather have someone who is telling me they're gonna do bad things, because at least I know. At least I have a better calculation of what they're gonna do. People don't like being stabbed in the back. People don't like you smile in their face and they can tell you're lying. I know, because I do it to people, and they're like, nah, I don't like that. I got called out the other day, and people don't like it. Like that is something that people do not like.
You're kind of right. You said smart people and educated people, they can smell bullshit. But you know who else can smell bullshit? People who've been held under thumbs for centuries. Generations. As Black people or as minorities, I feel like we can smell bullshit real quick, real easy, because we know. And sometimes it plays to our favor, or it's good to keep the peace and just play along. We get that. And so it's just like, okay, yeah, I know you're fucking me right now, but I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can play along and just get out what I can,
But it's not smart or dumb. This is about being like savvy, like being able to see through the bullshit. Where it's like there are people in the mainstream media, people who are live privileged lifestyles, who just can't see through the bullshit because like they're too good to be bullshitted. But the poor people, the downtrodden, the working poor, the factory workers in the Rust Belt, they can smell bullshit a mile away.
Yeah.
They can. You know who can't smell bullshit a mile away? Chris Hayes.
So I'm gonna jump in real quick and just say that we do have to cut the cord soon, and I think unfortunately
we gotta stay up for the crap show. You can't cut the cord on us
unless you want to take the stream over. But I think we lost Ben, unfortunately, too. I don't know if we want to go around, unless I know you want to start the stream on your end, but otherwise, yeah.
No, we can say goodnight since we've been streaming so long.
This is all over the crying, man. This is all over the crying, man. This is one of those things that if you were paying attention, you saw coming.
You saw it coming, exactly.
Yep.
This is not a surprise to anyone who has been paying attention and had even a little bit of, I don't want to say faith in the populace, but understood what America has been working towards for the past 40 or 50 years. And Trump is nothing but the monster the establishment has been creating since the Carter administration. And anyone who could not see that are people who have been. I'm sorry, the only people who could not see that were people who were benefiting from the status quo and convinced themselves that the reason why they were benefiting from the status quo was because they deserved it, and everyone else should just, I don't know, suffer in silence while they got theirs. And so, you know what? At the end of the day, I'm not surprised. I'm not heartbroken. It's not the apocalypse. And a little piece of me is like, you know what? Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I like Mad Max Fury Road. A little bit of me is like, this is chicken coming home to roost.
Yeah.
It's the chicken coming home to roost. Okay, Malcolm, we about to excommunicate you.
The only thing I want to see is Clinton's concession speech, because it's going to be a sad day. There's going to be Lena Dunham crying in the background. I can't believe that America is so sexist. They won't elect a rich white elitist who would rather people who calls black people super predators. Like, who cares, man? It's
yeah,
just
I want to say something real quick too. Like, at what point can we blame the candidate? At what point is it the candidate's fault for losing, not the voter's responsibility to always vote for whoever the candidate, not just the voter's fault to vote for whoever, right? I kind of like messed up all my words there, but at what point can Hillary Clinton sincerely just say, my strategy just failed, I picked the wrong strategy, not my strategy is infallible and the voters are just crazy, And somebody asked me, what is her concession speech going to be worth? And I just wrote priceless.
I'm sorry, I'm rage typing at people on Facebook. I'm about to lose a whole bunch of friends because people are stupid. Johnson and Stein voters ain't the reason why your girl losing. She losing because she sucks, and they ain't doing no outreach.
But you know what? if you ever need a quick lesson in privilege, it is this. This is all you need to know about when people are railing against privilege, whether it be white privilege or rich privilege or male privilege. It is this mentality right here from people who can't understand why Hillary Clinton is losing. It is simply because she's not good and does not deserve it simply by being her. That is privilege. You now understand. If you can understand why Hillary Clinton is losing, you can understand why people get pissed off at the status quo. Because Hillary Clinton is an example of the status quo not working in the favor of who it's supposed to work in, and people's head exploding like in Scanner. So that was a sick reference if you have seen Scanner.
I mean, go ahead. It's that time in the movie, folks, where you knew something bad was going to happen. We started hearing that, we heard the Jaws theme, starting with the DNC in July. You knew it. The moment that happened, now the shark done popped out of the water, and you just got to deal with what's going to come. Oh, well. It ain't my, like Silk said, it ain't my fault. So.
It ain't my fault that I do that. It ain't my fault.
Yeah, Trump is
going to
win. Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. Like, it's not like, it doesn't look like she can bridge Pennsylvania. So then he only needs 6 electoral college votes, and he's going to get those. So, America just punked itself.
Congratulations, you played yourself, America.
I mean, you just can't be resting on your laurels. You can't be out here with the Hoovers talking about like slay queen and think that's all it takes. Like, no, because if you really didn't need us to vote for you, and we're not even, when you look at the percentages, those of us who decide to vote Green Party or write-ins, we're such a small percentage, right? Like, we're not even what lost it. No matter how much you want to blame us, I will be up all night crunching them numbers. That wasn't us. That's the fact that she couldn't even carry white women. Blame white women.
Well, hey, here's one thing. She lost to a black person first. Yeah, I'm sorry. She lost to a black person first. Now she lost to an orange person. Maybe in like 8 years she can lose to an Asian, and we can just just keep going down.
Old in 8 years. I'm sorry. Let's just keep it real. Bernie was too old. She gonna be too old. We gonna cap that.
She's too old now.
I think the problem was that she really took us for granted. She took brown people for granted. She took us as, yes, they're gonna come with me. Bill Clinton was the first black president, so of course I'm gonna have the black vote. Of course I'm gonna have the Latino vote.
Yeah, I'll start the stream over.
Trump rhetoric and all of that. Of course, yes, there's states where she's winning on Latino vote. However, you cannot take our vote for granted. There's a lot of things that are affecting us as a group. There are a lot of issues that are affecting us as individuals, and she's not looking at that. She's not seeing that. She was one of the last ones to get on the Black Lives Matter train, you know, and still she thinks that she's gonna get our vote. Like, I'm sorry, but that's not gonna happen with you or with anybody, you know, and that's what people do not understand. We had a good candidate, we had an honest person, we had somebody that perhaps he was not understanding of the Black Lives Matter movement, but then he did, and he changed his platform in order for make us give us that opening that door to us. She did not do shit, and now of course they're gonna start trying to blame us Bernie supporters when it's not our fault. It's their fault from the beginning. All the all all the polls said that if Bernie was going to go against Trump, he would win.
Did y'all hear about that with Clinton in North Carolina? And this might be part of why she lost. She was recorded on camera and it ended up making the news. She was meeting with the group of Black Lives Matter folks, and he told her, the brother told her, he said, there's not much that we as Black people can do to change the hearts and minds of people in
that one
America.
was yeah.
She's like, well, then I'm just going to talk to white people. Nah, that's not how that
I
works.
remember when that happened. Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start. Tell everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna start the new stream. We're gonna let David go to bed. We're gonna let David call it out and go to bed. I'm gonna start a new stream. I'm going in there right now to do that. Yeah, because we progressive army, we going hard. Because I'm not out here for this. You're not about to sit here and blame us all night long. Like, this is not what's happening. Let me sign in. Yeah, I'm about to do it now. Let me log in. Oh, uh-oh. When you get logged out of a Gmail account, you don't know what you're. Oh, wait, hold on for a second. Y'all, hello? Hi,